The higher-ups of the Star Palace were almost sure that this had something to do with Han Li. After all, they had all seen the interaction between Elder Shimin and Han Li in the Stone Palace. Anyone could tell that this great cultivator had a vendetta against Elder Shimin. However, despite their suspicions, all of the Star Palace elders simply pretended to not suspect anything, and none of them went to interrogate Han Li. He was a great cultivator whom no one wanted to mess with, and most importantly, they couldn't find any evidence that Han Li was the culprit behind all this. Instead, there was strong evidence suggesting that he hadn't actually been responsible for this incident. During the time period in which Elder Shimin had perished, Han Li had been discussing cultivation insights and experiences with Elder Zhao the entire time. Of course, it wasn't difficult to tell that this was a smokescreen intentionally set up by Han Li to prevent anyone from being able to aim a convincing accusation against him. Despite knowing the truth, it was still an extremely harrowing notion to all of the Star Palace elders that Han Li could wipe a nascent soul cultivator off the face of the world without even having to go after him in person. If he were a normal cultivator, they could naturally disregard all evidence and capture him before using a soul search technique to confirm everything. However, who would dare to do that to a late nascent soul great cultivator? Even the elders who had been quite close with Elder Shimin knew better than to kick up a fuss. Furthermore, the Star Palace had to rely on Han Li's powers to carry them through this crisis, so they absolutely couldn't afford to get on his bad side. Thus, Ling Yuling and all of the Star Palace elders could only pretend that they had no idea who the culprit could be. After discussing cultivation experiences and insights with Elder Zhao for about half a day, Han Li returned to his silent cultivation chamber. Almost immediately thereafter, Elder Zhao received news that Elder Shimin had passed away, and he was rooted to the spot for a long while. In the end, he could only give a wry smile with a resigned expression on his face. After that, he departed from the cave abode and left 2 core formation disciples there in his place. Han Li could kill a nascent soul cultivator even without leaving the cave abode, so it was just a waste of time for him to remain behind and keep an eye on Han Li anyway. It was much wiser for him to get out of there as soon as possible in case Han Li decided to kill him as well. As such, a peculiar sequence of events unfolded. A Star Palace elder had clearly just perished, yet this incident was completely glossed over, and it seemed that none of the higher-ups of the Star Palace wanted to mention anything about it. Even the words Elder Shimin had become a taboo phrase that could only be mentioned in hushed whispers. Instead, everyone was focusing their attention on making preparations for the upcoming battle. 5 days later, Han Li emerged from the silent cultivation chamber and arrived at the sacred palace again. On this occasion, there were more than 30 core formation cultivators also gathered here on top of the Star Palace elders. Most of these cultivators were at the late core formation stage, so their powers were only just below that of the Star Palace elders. When Han Li slowly made his way into the hall, all of the cultivators turned their attention to him in unison. Most of them wore expressions of awe and veneration, while some were quite fearful of his arrival. However, one thing remained constant, and that was no matter which direction Han Li cast his gaze toward, all of the cultivators gathered there would immediately lower their heads and avoid his gaze. Using his humanoid puppet to take care of an early nascent soul cultivator was an extremely simple task for Han Li, but in doing so, he had intimidated the entire Star Palace. In the past, all of these Star Palace cultivators only knew that Han Li was a great cultivator, but no one had seen him in action, so they couldn't help but be skeptical about whether he would actually be able to hold off Wan Tianming. After all, Wan Tianming had slain many Star Palace elders in the past several decades, and his reputation was second to none in the scattered star seas. Ironically, Han Li's assassination of a nascent soul elder instilled everyone with a lot more confidence in his abilities. That was something that neither Han Li nor Ling Yuling had anticipated. Of course, Ling Yuling was naturally very glad that their morale had been boosted, while Han Li simply didn't care. "Please take a seat, fellow Daoist Han," I'll start organizing the preparations for the upcoming battle right away, Ling Yuling said in a respectful voice. Han Li nodded as he took a seat before producing a white jade slip to read, completely ignoring everyone else in the process. Ling Yuling merely smiled upon seeing this, but her expression instantly became quite grave after turning to the rest of the cultivators and delivering a series of instructions. Even though most of Han Li's attention was focused on the jade slip, he wouldn't actually completely ignore what Ling Yuling was saying. The Star Palace's plan was very simple. Even though the Heavenly Wind-Fire Formation was comprised of 108 wind-fire pillars, they were only planning to attack the 36 wind-fire pillars surrounding Heavenly Star City. According to the analysis from several of the Star Palace's formation spell masters, these 36 pillars were the most important ones, and as long as they could destroy most of those pillars, the formation would be vanquished as a result. Of course, the formation core that Wan Tianming was guarding had to be conquered by the Star Palace before that. Thus, one nascent soul stage elder and core formation cultivator after another rose to their feet at Ling Yuling's behest, and all of them wore serious expressions as they listened to the duties being delegated to them. A sense of fierce killing intent had spread through the entire hall. Before long, all of the cultivators present had been assigned to attack a certain windfire pillar. However, the distribution of high-grade cultivators was rather uneven. There were 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators in some groups while in others, there wasn't even a single nascent soul cultivator. Han Li was rather surprised by this arrangement. However, he quickly understood why such arrangements had been made. There were most likely Star Palace spies in the Starfall Coalition as well, so they must have already ascertained the forces guarding each individual windfire pillar, and were delegating troops accordingly. Even though Han Li continued to focus his attention on his jade slip, a faint smile had appeared on his face. Ling Yuling delegated duties very quickly, and after just a short while, almost all of the cultivators in the hall had been assigned with specific roles. Finally, her voice faltered as she turned to Han Li, and a smile appeared on her face as she said, "Fellow Daoist Han, you, Elder Zhao, Elder Ma, and I will be responsible for attacking the formation core that's being guarded by Wan Tianming. Is that all right?" Han Li raised his head and replied nonchalantly, "Sure. However, I'm only responsible for taking on Wan Tianming. I won't attack any other cultivators unless they attack me." A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes at the sight of Han Li's carefree expression, but she was naturally quite glad that Han Li had accepted her arrangement. Even though she had heard some things about Han Li from the Heavenly Star Sages, she didn't actually know if Han Li was all that powerful among late nascent soul cultivators. She was really worried that Han Li would underestimate his enemy and fall on his own sword, so she elaborated on some of Wan Tianming's signature abilities and treasures in order to help Han Li prepare for the upcoming battle. Han Li's expression remained quite nonchalant as he listened to her description. Ling Yuling could only heave an internal sigh upon seeing this, and she repressed the urge to ask Han Li what chance he thought he had of victory. In any case, defeat was not an option for the Star Palace. "Let's go." After one final instruction, all of the cultivators in the palace instantly rushed out from within. All of the low-grade Foundation establishment disciples had already gathered at all 4 of Heavenly Star City's gates, and they were primed to attack as soon as the core formation cultivators arrived to lead them into battle. Han Li glanced at the jade slip in his hand before closing his palms together, upon which the jade slip abruptly disappeared. The jade slip contained the cultivation art for the divine essence fused light, and it was indeed quite profound and complex. Even after several days of arduous observation, he had only made a little progress. He was very curious about just what kind of extraordinary existence the divine essence fused mountain was to be able to assist in the mastery of this cultivation art. Han Li was considering these matters in a rather absent-minded manner as he also exited the stone palace along with the other elders. Much to Han Li's surprise, there was a massive carriage over 100 feet in length parked outside the palace. The entire carriage had been constructed from some type of unidentifiable green wood, and all types of runes had been carved onto its surface. It was quite apparent that this was an extremely intricately and painstakingly crafted carriage. However, what was even more noteworthy was that the carriage was being drawn by 4 demon beasts several tens of feet in length, all of which were of the same green color as the carriage itself. This was the first time that Hanli had been flabbergasted following his arrival in Heavenly Star City. The 4 green demon beasts only appeared to be at the 5th or 6th grade, but they were most definitely flood dragons. If he recalled correctly, flood dragons were extremely protective of their brethren. The Star Palace was indeed very powerful, but how could they use actual flood dragons to draw their carriages? Weren't they afraid of drawing the ire of the entire flood dragon race and bringing disaster to the Star Palace? At the sight of rare expression of surprise that had appeared on Han Li's face, Ling Yuling smiled, and asked, "Is there really a need to be so surprised by a few low-grade demon beasts, fellow Daoist Han?" A blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly said, "Wait, these demon beasts possess the bodies of true flood dragons, but their souls seem to be rather strange." A hint of admiration appeared in Ling Yuling's eye as she explained, "You really do have a good eye, Brother Han. The souls and the bodies of these demon beasts are indeed not the souls of flood dragons. Many years ago, when my father was traveling through the outer seas, he won a few low-grade green flood dragon carcasses from the Golden Wyrm King in a bet, then used a secret technique to inject the souls of marine spirit pythons into their bodies, thereby creating these demon beasts." "I see, but why have you placed this carriage here? Will we be using it in our attack?" Han Li's brows were still furrowed with confusion. You won't be aware of this, Brother Han, but this carriage was personally crafted by my father. Aside from these demon beasts, the carriage itself is also very special and will be quite effective against our enemies. If it weren't for the importance of this battle, I wouldn't even be using such a precious treasure." Ling Yuling raised her eyebrows as a mysterious look appeared on her face. When Han Li heard Ling Yuling, he swept his spiritual sense past the carriage beasts and nodded, saying little else. Its driver was a bald 2-meter-tall giant drove it. Although he only possessed foundation establishment cultivation, his upper body was bare and revealed steel-like muscles, giving him a menacing aura. When everyone boarded the carriage, the large man raised a white whip and cracked it. The green flood dragons that were lazily resting in front of the stone hall quickly raised themselves and began to slither in the air. The carriage then launched into the air in a white streak, traveling at a speed that rivaled an early nascent soul cultivator. A quarter-hour later, Han Li and company arrived above a gate at Heavenly Star City. At that moment, the power of wind fire was bombarding the blue light barrier relentlessly. Even with the protection of the light barrier, the muffled explosions trembled throughout the city, startling mortals and low-grade vagrant cultivators alike. Although the light barrier appeared quite durable, under the sustained attack of the grand formation outside, it was only a matter of time before the barrier broke. As Han Li stood outside a desolate city gate, he examined the situation on the outside of the island. The situation appeared far from good. It was about the same as when he entered. All he could see was azure and red. Even with his vast abilities, he couldn't see far past it. He indifferently glanced down at the city and saw thousands of low-grade cultivators hiding behind the other city gates nearby. They were either meditating while sitting cross-legged or preparing magic tools and talismans, making their final preparations. Old Man Zhao and the large purple-robed man then walked out of the carriage. They were talking with the other elders with a grave expression. Footsteps sounded from behind him, and before he turned his head, he heard a sweet voice speak to him. "Brother Han, I have a request for you. I don't know if you would be willing to accept." "What is it?" Han Li turned around, showing not the slightest surprise on his face. Ling Yuling stood behind him wearing faint green palace robes. Her beautiful face wore an unclear expression and her brow was tensed as if she were discussing something of great importance. Ling Yuling gritted her teeth and produced a faint blue jade slip, handing it towards Han Li with a hopeful gaze. The next battle will decide the life and death of our Star Palace. To tell the truth, the Starfall Coalition attracted a few cultivators that previously remained hidden in bitter cultivation. Even with Brother Han's assistance, our chances of victory are only half. If we win this battle, we won't further trouble you, but if we were to suffer a grand defeat, I hope you will be able to take the people listed in the Jade slip away from the scattered star seas. I hope you'll consider it. What do you mean by that? Han Li frowned. It's nothing much. The people I listed are closely related to me. Although I am confident no one knows the relationships between us, there is still a possibility the Starfall Coalition will exterminate them if we are defeated. It would be much better if you were to take them with you. You aren't a cultivator from the scattered star seas. You should be capable of doing this. Ling Yuling spoke with a tone of complete trust. Han Li looked at her in silence. As his silence continued, she misunderstood. She smiled and said, "Of course, if you do this for me, it will fulfill your agreement with my father to act 3 times. You've already fulfilled a part of the agreement by dealing with Wan Tianming. If you agree to this matter, the agreement will be fulfilled even if we win and you don't have to take action." After another moment of silence, an odd gaze appeared in Han Li's eyes and he said, "Fellow Daoist Ling, please consider this carefully. My agreement with your father was to save you 3 times when your life was in danger. Don't you think that using one of these requests like this is against the intentions of the 2 sages? I am well aware, but I am the Star Palace Lord now. If we are truly defeated in this battle, the Star Palace's ancient legacy will be extinguished as a result. What use are 2 extra chances at life? It would be better for my close relatives to be saved. As for my own protection, my mid-nascent soul cultivation should be enough." Han Li looked at her lovely pitiful expression for a long while before replying with an emotionless tone, "Fine. In that case, I will accept your request. If you lose this battle, I will bring them away from the scattered star seas." With beauty blossoming from her face, Ling Yuling charmingly said, "Your words leave me without worry for the future. With your amazing abilities, you will be able to make it out safely no matter how badly this war turns out." Han Li smiled and then turned his gaze to outside the city. With Ling Yuling acquiring Han Li's agreement, she tactfully left him alone and withdrew. Several hours later, voice transmission talismans were sent out notifying that preparations were complete and the gates to Heavenly Star City were opened. Tens of thousands of cultivators rushed out at the same time, quickly leaving the city's blue barrier and disappearing into the azure and red mist formed from windfire. Heavenly Star Palace's massive deployment was instantly discovered by the Starfall Coalition cultivators that were assigned to protect the formation. The Starfall Coalition immediately deployed large numbers of cultivators to fight and had their retainers immediately control the Grand Formation, fully activating the formation's might. Although the spell formation didn't have any effect on cultivators above Foundation Establishment, it could produce grave injuries to anyone at Foundation Establishment and below. After the various wind-fire pillars were activated, the azure red mist that was slowly floating in the air began to violently turn, condensing into azure red balls of light and promptly exploding. For a time, light flashed within the Grand Formation, followed by sounds of unceasing explosions. If common Foundation Establishment cultivators were to enter the formation without any preparations, they would have been immediately torn apart by the power of windfire. But for this battle, the Star Palace made meticulous preparations. Each and every cultivator had various colored light barriers appearing on their bodies, warding off the attacks of windfire and preventing any significant injuries to the low-grade Star Palace cultivators. At that moment, the Starfall Coalition cultivators guarding the pillars met the Star Palace cultivators head-on. The sounds of battle and death immediately sounded from the formation. At nearly the same time at the edge of the Grand Formation, at the very top of a giant kilometer-tall pillar of wind flame, several cultivators were staring into the distance. Their leader, a middle-aged man with a tense squarish face, wore a purple robe and a jade band. He held his hands behind his back. He was Wan Tianming. His current calm demeanor was far different from when Han Li had seen him last. Standing not far behind him was an old man with dark skin and an old woman with red and green clothing. The two wore similarly grave expressions. It seems the Star Palace is truly launching a full-force attack. They used so many mid-grade talismans in this very attack that it could bankrupt an ordinary clan. The dark old man muttered. This was the cultivator surnamed Long, who escaped in a panic when Han Li rushed the formation. They must be staking it all in one throw. This must be related to the person who rushed into the city. Wan Tianming calmly said. I see it as a desperate move. However, fellow Daoist Long is the cultivator who killed fellow Daoist Hua so fearsome. Even with you two united, this fellow was still able to kill one of you in an instant. Green light flashed from the old woman's eyes as she looked at the old man. She possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation. When old man Long heard the woman mention Han Li, his face turned pale and stroked the new arm he produced from a secret technique. A long while later, he replied with a wry smile, more than just fearsome. Fellow Daoist Hua was by no means weak, but he wasn't able to put up much resistance. Had I been any slower in escaping, I feared I wouldn't be standing here today. He most likely isn't a mid-nascent soul cultivator, but a late-nascent soul grand cultivator. A sneer appeared on the old woman's face and she bluntly said, a grand cultivator. I see that fellow Daoist Long has been frightened to the extent where his mind became muddled. Apart from fellow Daoist Mo, how can there be other late-nascent soul cultivators from the inner seas? The Star Palace would have already recruited them otherwise, and whittle away at our alliance after such a long period of time. Old man Long's face grimaced as a result. Wan Tianming faintly smiled, that isn't certain. The image of the cultivator that fellow Daoist Long produced for me is somewhat familiar. After several days, I came to recognize the person. It is someone that fellow Daoist Chiu should know as well. Oh. Could Brother Mo explain? The old woman asked in astonishment. Do you remember when the Heaven Void Cauldron emerged into the world several hundreds of years ago? When our alliance issued a kill order on a cultivator named Han Li? Wan Tianming leisurely asked. After a short moment of thought, she came to an instant realization, the Heaven Void Cauldron. That Han Li. Was that the person who broke through the formation? They do bear a strong resemblance, but how can this be possible? That person was a core formation cultivator in the past. She shook her head, wearing an expression of disbelief. Wan Tianming looked in the direction of the Grand Formation and indifferently said, you don't need to be so surprised. Over 100 years ago, before the death of the Heavenly Star Sages, I acquired a secret report that Han Li appeared near the Yellow Sand sect as a nascent soul cultivator. Then, he used a Star Palace teleportation formation to the outer seas. At that time, the Star Palace sages attempted to recruit him, but to little success. I suspect that the disappearance of Swift Crane and other elders of our alliance are largely related to him. Elder Swift Crane and Fire Dragon Island's Huang Kuan. They didn't die from a demon beast ambush at Green Spirit Island? The old woman said with a start. Wan Tianming coldly chuckled and slowly explained, that is what we say to outsiders. In truth, according to our cultivators on Green Spirit Island, the two elders never made an appearance on the island on the day of the demon beast invasion. Rather, there were people from Lightning Sky Island that reported a sighting of Han Li on the same day that Swift Crane and Huang Kuan mysteriously disappeared. Their life soul tokens in the Alliance's possession were also extinguished. As for the demon beast invasion of Green Spirit Island, that was an unrelated affair that occurred after. The old woman remained stunned for a while and slowly said, Even if that is the case, those two were partners to the death. Would it have been a difficult task? It is true, we have no evidence that he was the one who did it. But if the cultivator who broke through the formation was truly Hanli, and he possesses the ability of a grand cultivator, then that guess should mostly be correct. A cold light glinted from Wan Tianming's eyes and his voice turned gloomy. If this person truly reached late nascent soul stage and has the Heaven Void Cauldron in his possession, and Brother Wan also only became a late nascent soul cultivator recently. As Old Man Long muttered this, worry was betrayed on his face. Wan Tianming chuckled and spoke unperturbed, since I know this person, how could I not have a plan to respond? Be at ease. If he arrives, leave him to me. I won't say that I have complete certainty to kill him, but I am confident I will defeat him. The two elders exchanged a glance and betrayed astonishment from their faces, but relief soon appeared on their faces. Since this was said by the sect leader of a grand sect, his words should hold true. If you're saying that, then we are assured. We'll deal with the others. The old woman wore a sinister smile. Wan Tianming eventually turned around and wore an odd expression on his face. I will feel at ease to hand over the ordinary problems and the formation core to you two fellow Taoists. But do you plan on fighting with your backs against the wall? There will be many high-grade cultivators targeting the formation core. As such, I will request for assistance to help you two defend the formation core. Startled, the old man yelped, assistance? You mean? Wan Tianming didn't directly reply, but rather raised his hand, releasing a giant fireball from his sleeve. It ruptured high in the air in a flourish of vermilion flame. This eye-catching scene was noticed by all the cultivators nearby the huge pillar, arousing some discussion amongst them. As these people were bewildered, something happened above them. A charming voice spoke from a 10-meter long that appeared. Brother, fellow Taoist Wan has summoned us. It seems the time has come to make use of us. It was truly boring hiding here for such a long amount of time. Time has little meaning to cultivators like ourselves. Since Brother Wan had us reveal ourselves, it seems the time for battle has come, and no small one by any means. We should be able to kill enough this time around. A deep man's voice spoke from the boat. Soon after, two blinding white streaks shot off from the boat, circling once in the air and landing on top of the huge pillar. The white light vanished in a flash, revealing a male and female cultivator in front of Wan Tianming and company. The man had round eyes, long hair drooped over his face, and a tall sturdy body. The woman had pale soft flesh and an exquisite body, the makings of a seductive appearance. After a brief moment of alarm, Old Man Long recognized the two that appeared and couldn't help but cry out in terror, the twin lawn devils. Even the overbearing old woman's complexion turned pale. The dainty woman glanced at Old Man Long and gorgeously smiled. Oh. I didn't think that there were still people that recognized us in the scattered star seas. We've lived in seclusion at Devil's Sin Island for many years. The old woman briefly hesitated and spoke with a fearful expression. Weren't you two exterminated by the heavenly star sages? How can you be here? It is true that in the past we were nearly done in by those two old bastards, but through some luck, we managed to make it out here today. What? You don't mean to say you have some sort of grudge against us? The large man swept a cold gaze past the two elders. Strangely enough, his lips moved, but his voice came from his abdomen, revealing a set of glinting white teeth from there as if there were a man embedded inside. The old woman's heart trembled at the sight of this and she unconsciously took a step back. Soon after, she realized she was showing weakness and couldn't help but step back forward, letting out a resentful snort. The large man sinisterly grinned in response and released waves of baleful qi from his body, covering his face in a layer of faint blood qi. Wan Tianming snorted and sullenly said, Enough, our enemy has arrived. Fellow Taoists, I had you remain hidden until today for this very battle. Humph, did you think I didn't notice that the Star Palace had a spy infiltrate the higher ranks of our alliance? Now let's see who has fallen into our trap. The others startled and quickly turned their heads in the direction of the spell formation. They saw a violent storm of wind fire in wide the azure-red mist. Inside it was a huge carriage being pulled by 4 green flood dragons. Countless cultivators followed after it, and in a blink of an eye, several thousand cultivators could be seen. The star-defying alliance cultivators nearby the pillar had long prepared for this moment. When they saw enemies approach, they flew into the air on their flying tools. Soon, the two sides found themselves in confrontation at the huge pillar of wind flame. The old woman and old man long paid no further heed to the lawn devils, focusing instead on the Star Palace cultivators in front of them, particularly on the 4 cultivators riding the carriage. When the old man saw this, his heart trembled and mouth turned dry. He saw a confidently posed Hanli inside the carriage. At that moment, Hanli hadn't taken notice of the old man. Rather, his eyes immediately fell on Wan Tianming and examined him with a sharp gaze. The twin lawn devils. The large purple-robed man let out a yelp similar to Old Man Long. Hanli didn't react to the name, but Ling Yuling and Old Man Chow were strongly startled. Ling Yuling asked with an urgent tone, "Elder Ma, are you not mistaken? Weren't the lawn devils exterminated long ago by my esteemed mother and father? How could I be mistaken? I followed the 2 palace lords when they personally pursued the 2 devils after such a long period of time. After that, the 2 palace lords jointly advanced to late nascent soul stage." Absolutely baffling. If the 2 devils truly managed to survive, they should have already reached the end of their lifespans. How could they have survived until now? However, their cultivation was about the same as in the past, in the realm of mid-nascent soul stage. Obvious confusion appeared on the large man's face. "That isn't anything strange," Hanli explained. "I know of several medicines that can extend one's lifespan well over 200 years. It is possible for them to have consumed one if they were lucky. That is the only possibility. In any case, the 2 devils were just as famous as the Star Palace lords in the past. The sheer mention of their name could turn people pale. The man is fond of killing and once slaughtered 2 small islands overnight, laying waste to 1,000 cultivators and over 100,000 mortals. The woman cultivates the renowned womanly yang pilfering art. She is particularly fond of extracting the life essence of young male cultivators and sadistically killing them. After the 2 reached mid-nascent soul stage, they became inseparable. United, they can survive against even late-nascent soul cultivators. Were it not for the Star Palace lords taking the risk to fight them, I fear they would be running rampant today." With gloomy complexion, Elder Chow gave Hanli a rough explanation. Hanli stroked his chin and said, "So it was like that. It seems they've prepared this for a while. Even if I battle with Wan Tianming, you don't have a high chance of victory with those 2 present." Ling Yuling grimaced. "In truth, I originally thought to suppress them with overwhelming force with the elders that I've brought with me. But now that these 2 fearsome characters appeared, I fear it will take all our power to not be defeated. A stalemate would be a good result." Hanli smiled, but before he could speak, a person from the giant pillar began to slowly fly towards them. As soon as he saw him, he shut his mouth and coldly glared at him. The person flying towards them was Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming flew to the middle before he paused and smiled at Hanli. "Fellow Daoist Han, I didn't think that your cultivation would make such progress in becoming a grand cultivator since we last met in Heaven Void Hall. And if I'm correct, you aren't a person from the scattered star seas. Why are you taking part in the battle between our alliance and the Star Palace? How about this? Regardless of what that girl pledged you, I will double whatever price. And I won't even need you to do anything, so long as you agree not to fight in this war." When those from the Star Palace heard this, their expressions massively changed. Hanli was shocked. Double the price. Fellow Daoist Wan is truly generous. Hanli laughed and wore a mysterious smile on his face. Do you feel it isn't enough? Wan Tianming asked with a calm tone. Oh, it's enough, plenty enough. It is a pity that I am fighting this war due to a promise I made many years ago, and I'm not fond of breaking my promises. But if you were to peacefully withdraw, I'll consider your offer for the next time. Hanli lazily replied with a clear mocking tone. These words left the cultivators on both sides flabbergasted. Wan Tianming's smile disappeared to be replaced with a gloomy expression. Since Brother Han has made his decision, then we will have test our might. However, our battle will bring disaster to our juniors nearby. Wouldn't it be better to fight somewhere farther? Wan Tianming said icily. Yes, I had that in mind as well. Hanli promptly agreed without the slightest consideration. This had surprised Wan Tianming, but after he gloomily examined Hanli, he held his hands in an incantation gesture and turned into a purple streak, flying in the direction of Heavenly Star City. Hanli turned around and took a glance at Ling Yuling and the others. He nodded with a smile and closely followed after him in an azure streak. In the blink of an eye, the two late nascent soul cultivators tore through the air and disappeared out of sight. Ling Yuling and Old Man Chow exchanged a glance, both revealing a trace of worry from their faces. Wan Tianming had already known about Han Li's existence and took the initiative to challenge him to a fight. Could it be he had another plan in mind? However, Han Li didn't hesitate in following him. This only added to their apprehension as dissuading him would only damage their morale. The man from the Lawn Devils extended a scarlet tongue and licked his lips before letting out a bewildering cackle. Hee, since fellow Daoist Wan is gone, it's time to take action. Let's see how your abilities stand up, Junior. TCH, it's been several hundred years since I've killed a nascent soul-grade cultivator. Afterward, he held his hands in an incantation gesture and spouted out a white bone band. At that same time, a blood mist was released from his body, filling the nearby 100 meters in an instant. Ghost shrieks loudly wailed from within it as it moved to engulf the Star Palace cultivators. Following that, the dainty woman at the large man's side let out a giggle of ecstasy and waved her sleeve, producing a fragrant pink fog. Those who smelled it would lose their sense of self. Old Man Long and the old woman exchanged a glance before spitting out a golden ball and 13 green blades respectively before sending it off in an attack. When the Star Palace cultivators saw this, they didn't dare to delay and made use of their own abilities, releasing their light in return. Several of the Star Palace's early nascent soul cultivators met the attacks of the mid-nascent souled stage Lawn Devils. Various lights met the devilish chi, followed by violent explosions. The attacks found themselves in a deadlock. When the lower-grade cultivators saw this, they all shouted and rallied themselves, releasing their own magic tools and treasures as they charged forward, officially starting the melee. Of course, these cultivators all kept their distance from the battles of the nascent soul-grade cultivators taking place at the center. For a time, sounds of explosions and murder filled the air. The chaos prevented anyone from seeing which side had the advantage, and it was clear the battle wouldn't end anytime soon. Meanwhile, Han Li and Wan Tianming turned to streaks of light and traveled nearly 500 kilometers in a single breath before eventually coming to a stop. Han Li appeared from the azure light and observed him with his hands behind his back, not the slightest expression betrayed from his face. With his vast spiritual sense as of current, he could tell if there were any cultivators hiding nearby. He wouldn't have allowed Wan Tianming to lead him otherwise. After sweeping his spiritual sense in a radius of 50 kilometers, he found nobody nor did he find any spell formation or restrictions. When he glanced again at Wan Tianming, he saw a calm expression on his face. As thoughts churned in his mind, he found the situation quite funny. It appeared Wan Tianming was the same as himself, with complete trust in their combat abilities. Wan Tianming looked around him before turning his gaze back to Han Li. With a demeanor similar to an iceberg, he coldly said, "This should be far enough. If we use this as your gravesite, it shouldn't disgrace your status as a grand cultivator." "My gravesite?" Han Li remained unshaken and simply smiled. Wan Tianming snorted and asked, "What? Do you feel that I am talking too highly of myself?" Han Li chuckled unperturbed and leisurely said, "No, I only feel that there is something amiss with your recent cultivation. You might have progressed your magic power so quickly that you damaged your head. We'll see if my words hold true when I scatter your soul. But before that, there are two people I wish to introduce to you." Han Li coldly smiled and replied with a blunt tone, "Do you think I am a child? There is no one here apart from you and me. I'll have your head and give it to you as a gift." Wan Tianming narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? Then it is my mistake. These two aren't considered people after all." With that said, he didn't wait for Han Li to respond. He took a black leather pouch at his waist and tossed it into his air. Then with his hands in an incantation gesture, he began to chant. Suddenly, the bag opened itself, spitting out a black mist. A tall and a skinny silhouette appeared there, drifting erratically in the mist as if they were ghosts. "Refined corpses." Han Li frowned. As experienced as he was, he immediately recognized the mist before him to be an extremely potent corpse qi. Wan Tianming coldly smiled when he heard it and cast a spell seal. The two silhouettes raised their arms, absorbing the nearby corpse qi in great force, turning the mist into snakes that burrowed into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the black corpse qi disappeared and the corpses' true faces were revealed. Han Li glanced at the two corpses with indifference. This was to be expected. He was rather unfamiliar with the appearance of these corpses. Of the two corpses, one was tall and had a tense expression. It appeared over 40 years of age, but its arms had an extra extension and reached down to its knees. Its palms were exceptionally large as well, and they sparkled as if they were carved from fine white jade. The smaller refined corpse was a woman of about 30 years. She had a slim face, deep eyes, and a rough brow. One of her shoulders had 3 differently styled swords nailed into it, creating a warped appearance. When Wan Tianming saw Han Li disregard the 2 refined corpses, a harsh expression appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and his hand gesture changed. Suddenly, frightful sounds of breaking bones snapped from his body and he promptly grew several inches. He then opened his mouth and violently spouted out mists of purple qi, enveloping himself in a 10-meter-wide cloud in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the cloud fiercely turned and began to shine of ever-changing colors. When Han Li saw this, he stroked his chin and he broke into a smirk. He dropped his hands, summoning a 3-colored fiery streak from one of them and a green light from the other. Han Li remained indifferent. His plan was to use pure force and a full-powered assault to beat down the enemy, no matter what methods they used. First, he would use the 8th spirit ruler to trap him, and then approach closer to him, finishing him off with a full-powered attack of the Triflame fan. Having thought that, blue light flickered from his eyes and muffled thunder rang from his back, summoning a pair of azure-white wings. Just as he thought to use his wings to approach him, he was stunned by what he witnessed. His appearance completely changed within the cloud and the sounds of snapping bones came to a stop. Afterward, astonishing devilish qi pressured the air and the cloud turned sinisterly gray and icy cold. Han Li's pupils narrowed and his heart thumped. Wasn't Wan Tianming the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment? How could he cultivate devil Dao arts? Rather, this devilish qi was quite familiar and was somewhat similar to the elder devil's true devil qi. Soon, something came to mind, but he couldn't fully recall as he wasn't in a position to take his time. As Hanli was bewildered, a series of wild laughs echoed from the devilish chi as a silhouette warped in front of him. Behind this person was 6 distinct phantoms that appeared solid, each with a horn on their head or fangs. All of them were frightening to the eye and had scales on their body, appearing like the devils that once appeared in this world. The 6 apex devils art. Hanli cried out. Oh! You recognize this Lord's devil art? You aren't so stupid after all. His laughter came to a stop and he coldly looked at Hanli with an attitude of complete arrogance, derision clear on his face. He still wore Wan Tianming's clothes but his face was completely different. When Hanli saw his face, he couldn't help but betray his shock. Hanli turned his gaze and he looked at the face of the tall refined corpse. Then he looked at the man wearing Wan Tianming's clothes before letting out a long sigh. Apart from their stature, their faces looked entirely the same. Should I call you Wan Tianming or Archsaint Six Paths? Hanli blinked and wore a grave expression. You figured out who I am. Wan Tianming coldly snorted. The movement of his body caused the 6 devil phantoms behind him to tremble. To the best of my knowledge, the 6 apex devils art is the greatest devil Dao art in the scattered star seas, and only you could have cultivated it to this degree. It seems you've somehow managed to survive during that time, but there are a few things that I don't understand. How did you seize Wan Tianming's body, and how did you transform into his likeness? Why does this refined corpse resemble you? Could it be an incarnation you cultivated or did you refine your own body into a corpse devil? As Hanli slowly spoke, he regained his calm demeanor. Archsaint Six Paths sinisterly laughed. Why should I answer a dead man? Soon after, his shoulders trembled and 2 of the 6 phantoms from behind him shot towards 2 of the refined corpses. The 2 refined corpses suddenly trembled and they stiffly opened their eyes, revealing them completely stained dark green. Archsaint Six Paths continued, chanting a cryptic and profound incantation, causing the somewhat shriveled corpses to be engulfed in grey devilish chi. The 2 corpses let out a piercing shriek and their bodies massively grew. In the blink of an eye, their bodies expanded to 15 meters in height as they groaned in agony. One of the corpses had a body that was jet black with large copper scales. It had a pair of sharp antelope horns and a long azure tail that slightly waved. The other corpse had its body covered in blood-red bone spokes. Silver light shined from its limbs as if cast from silver. Its triangular head bore a sinister appearance with 4 slender dark green eyes. After their transformation, the 2 refined corpses appeared completely similar to the 2 devil phantoms that entered their bodies. But shockingly, they now possessed a true physical form. When Hanli saw this, his heart trembled. Archsaint Six Paths wildly laughed. When the 6 apex devils art is cultivated to its peak, it can summon the true devil sage's soul fragments to possess a body, rendering them abilities that could rival a deity transformation cultivator in battle. It was only there was never a human in the mortal world that ever cultivated to that stage. Even so, the 2 devils I've summoned each possess the ability of a late nascent soul cultivator. Now that you are outnumbered, do you believe that you can keep your life? With a command of his spiritual sense, the 2 devils floating in front of him suddenly vanished from sight. The space 3 meters in front of Hanli warped, followed by the bizarre appearance of the 2 devils. The horned devil shot towards Hanli's abdomen in an azure streak at lightning speed. The spiked devil remained still as its body trembled, the sounds of explosions echoing nearby. Dense foot-long crimson bone spikes filled the air as they shot towards Hanli in an enveloping barrage. At such a close distance, such a momentous attack could not be avoided. It appeared Archsaint Six Paths had the same plan in mind as Hanli, to destroy their opponent in a single blow with overwhelming force. A trace of pride and confidence was written on the Archsaint's face. He believed that even if Hanli managed to somehow survive this flawless joint attack, he wouldn't make it out unscathed. But in that next moment, the old devil's expression froze. Just as the horned devil's charge and the bone spike barrage was about to tear apart Hanli, the azure-white wings on Hanli's back flapped, summoning a huge gust. Following that, his body faded from sight. The azure streak and the bone spikes passed through empty space. Startled, Archsaint Six Paths quickly looked around him. But before he could release his spiritual sense around him, azure lightning flashed from above the horned devil's head, followed by Hanli's reappearance. He wordlessly raised his hand and released an azure ruler below him where it soon blurred. A foot-wide silver lotus suddenly appeared beneath the horned devil. The lotus simply spun once before seven-colored Buddhist light rushed out from the lotus, holding the horned devil rigidly in place and freezing the devilish chi in its body. Hanli expressionlessly raised his other hand, now summoning a fan covered in three-colored flame. Before he commanded it to take any action, its fearsome spiritual power pervaded the air. At that moment, the other devil finally noticed Hanli's new location. It had no other thought but to attack. With a long shriek, all the bone spikes surrounding it circled in the air before shooting towards Hanli's new location. They traveled with speed that could overtake a dragon. In the blink of an eye, countless bone spikes arrived near Hanli. Hanli glanced at the attack without revealing the slightest fear. Silver light flashed in front of him. A small shield appeared where there was nothing and created a layer of dense silver light around him. The blood spikes then arrived before the silver light. Fist-sized explosions burst as each spike struck, creating the clatter of heavy rain. The barrier soon rippled and began to violently sway as if it were on the verge of collapse. The might of the bone spikes was far beyond imagination. Each one possessed the power of a top-grade magic treasure. The Tailstar Essence shield wasn't able to deflect the attacks. Hanli's expression changed from the sight of this and chanted an incantation. A thumb-sized golden ball appeared on his forehead, glowing with light as it created a layer of golden mist around him. This was the Vajra barrier Hanli nurtured within his body. Having refined the Vajra relic inside his body for countless years, its defensive power had far overtaken that of the Tailstar Essence shield. When the silver barrier eventually collapsed, the rest of the bone spikes fiercely struck, sounding metal clangs as they struck the Vajra barrier. Golden light directly flashed from its surface, blocking the barrage with ease. Meanwhile, a phoenix cry sounded from the three-colored flames in his hand. A flame bird with talisman characters suddenly flew out from it and unfolded its wings as it flew down. It was clear it was making its way to the immobilized horned devil. Although the devil couldn't move, a fierce expression appeared from its face. It opened its mouth and spat out a white wave to meet the flame bird. A rumbling, deafening explosion shook the air as the white wave and the bird collided. Although the sound wave was one of the devil's strange innate abilities, its body was trapped and it was unable to circulate its devilish chi, greatly weakening its power. The attack couldn't hope to compare with the Triflame fan. The confrontation only lasted for a brief moment and the firebird exploded. A three-colored halo suddenly appeared and spread out, engulfing the white wave underneath it. Afterward, the halo quickly grew, sweeping past the horned devil in an instant and turning it into nothing. While the scene may be described slowly, this took place in the mere span of several breaths. As for the Archsaint, his expression greatly changed when he saw this. How could he have expected that Hanli wouldn't die from his two devils, but rather, he would kill one of the two he released? At that moment, he realized he was dealing with no ordinary Grand Cultivator. A furious alarm taking over him, he didn't dare to delay and hastily commanded his spiritual sense. He spat out a black streak from his mouth, creating a cloud of black chi that soon vanished. As for the spiked devil, it let out a roar and its four eyes glinted before disappearing. The space behind Hanli stirred and the devil stretched out its silver hands from nothing. Crack! The two arms grew several times in size and claws burst out from its hands. They fiercely swiped at Han Li's head and back. Meanwhile, black light flickered at that moment, where a black octagonal skull-sized hammer appeared 10 meters above Han Li's head. Carrying sinister black qi, it fiercely smashed down. From its dreadful devilish qi, one could tell it was a rarely seen devil artifact. The arch-saint didn't stop his attack there. With a tremble of his shoulders, the other 4 devil phantoms appeared again behind him. They all opened their eyes and blurred, charging at Han Li in black streaks. After killing one of the devils, Han Li faced a united front against the arch-saint and the other devils. Han Li let out a sigh. Before he took any further action, azure light flickered from his body and silver light lit up closely behind him. A silhouette suddenly appeared, taking the attack of the silver devil. 2 world-shaking explosions shook the air. Within the silver flashing light, the azure silhouette remained completely still. Rather, the devil reaching out from behind was completely shaken from the impact and fell back. Meanwhile, light flickered from above Han Li. A small azure cauldron wrapped into the air and slowly spun in place. Then, azure thread shot out from it as its lid opened, catching the black hammer that was smashing towards him and suspending it in midair. From a distance, if it weren't for the difference of their clothes, it would appear as if there were 2 of Han Li standing side by side. At the moment, Han Li was fiddling with his tri-flame fan as he calmly looked across from him. Han Li indifferently said, "Fellow Taoist 6 Paths, I've already seen your 6 Apex Devils technique. If you don't have any else to impress me with, I will be sending you off." When Arch-Saint 6 Paths heard this, his face grew pale and disbelief was betrayed from his eyes. 2 of the late nascent soul stage demons he regarded as his trump cards were exterminated with ease. It was beyond belief. Furthermore, his opponent was able to make use of the flame fan, the small azure cauldron, and the green wooden ruler. Each of these treasures possessed an immense power. Let alone the famous Heaven Void Cauldron and Han Li's use of the incarnation techniques, he didn't have the slightest information on the other 2 grand treasures. But what was particularly bizarre was that his unfathomable incarnation alone was able to slay one of his devils. His heart dropped. How was this possible? Han Li should have only been at late nascent soul stage for about 100 years at most. For him to master these profound techniques and acquire these grand treasures in such a short amount of time. Although he had never seen a deity transformation stage cultivator, he had no doubt that Han Li's current abilities were close to one. When the old devil heard Han Li's words, his back trembled and his eyes narrowed. Then he opened his mouth and a scarf of black mist roiled out. The object quickly blurred and immediately covered him in black wind. The winds let out a shrieking whistle before letting out a tremble and kiting backwards, carrying the old devil with them. The black wind became vague and flew at immense speed. Several blurs later, it left a chain of afterimages. In an instant, the wind strangely appeared an even greater distance away. There even was a remnant of black wind in its original position. As a result, there were several balls of black wind present, all capable of teleporting away. In the blink of an eye, they could travel over 300 meters away. A normal late nascent soul cultivator would feel helpless against such bizarre movements. Of course, Han Li wasn't an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator by any means. When he saw this, he wore an odd expression. "So you're actually running away. Your bonded magic treasure seems quite good at it. If it were before, I fear I may have had some trouble. But now, ha." Han Li took a deep sigh and the thunderstorm wings trembled behind his back, letting out a roll of thunder. Arcs of white and azure lightning appeared on the wing's surface. Soon after, they formed balls of lightning in the surrounding air, spinning in place. As he stretched out his wings, he floated in the air, drifting slightly to the side. At the moment, he was looking in the distance at the black blur that was Archsaint Six Paths. He snorted and fanned his wings once. Gales immediately erupted around him and the suspended balls of lightning raged, striking together. Azure-white lightning erupted in deafening booms, only for the gales to gather all of it into the two wings. Covered in a layer of lightning, the thunderstorm wings wildly flapped several times, followed by Hanli disappearing from his original location in a flash of azure-white lightning. A breath later, lightning sparked 100 meters away, and it happened again after a pause, each time, heading 100 meters further out. Its speed was quite faster than the old devil's black winds. In several blinks, the lightning pursued the black wind until it was only 30 meters away. As Hanli rode the lightning, he could clearly see the old devil's face of terror within the black wind. With another wave of his wings, another clap of thunder roared, and he arrived in front of the black wind in an azure-white flash. The lightning faded to reveal Hanli blocking the old devil's path. The black gales came to a brief stop, only to quickly change direction. At that moment, Hanli sneered and held his hands in an incantation gesture and lightning clapped from within him. His stature burst several inches in size, grew thicker, with 4 arms jutting out from his flesh. Golden light lit up on his skin only for a moment before disappearing. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a large man of immense strength and stature. This was the transformation after making use of the third layer of the bright jade arts. With this transformation done, he raised his hands, summoning purple flames in his hands, and he held them together to form a large purple saber of flame. Afterward, the wings on his back strangely trembled and he shot forward. But his body strangely warped the moment he set off and his wings trembled with inconceivable frequency, causing the nearby air to warp with its movements. He disappeared in a white line along the way. When the old devil saw this, he knew things were turning out for the worst. Seeing that he could no longer flee, he concentrated the magic power in his body and caused the black wind surrounding him to surge in size. At the same time, he flipped his hand, producing a crimson shield in front of him. Just as he was about to activate it, a white line appeared above him and vanished as soon as it had appeared. Following that was the old devil's loud yell. The crimson shield now fell to the ground along with the part of his arm, the rest of his arm covered in purple ice. The stump of an arm was smooth and sleek, leaving not a drop of blood behind. The old devil then realized that a slender gap had been cut through his black winds. He looked in the direction of the attack and his severed arm. There was no warning. Frightened, he hastily pointed to the crimson shield in front of him with his remaining arm. The shield flew high and enveloped him in a screen of crimson flame. Simultaneously, he released his spiritual sense around him, flusteredly searching anywhere for any sight of Hanli. At that moment, the white line reappeared 30 meters behind the old devil. After circling once in the air, it paused and revealed a silhouette, Hanli. He saw Hanli examining his own body. The 2 wings on his back were gently fluttering, and a purple light blade was still being held in his hand. Although the 9 Gale transformations possess great power, it places a burden too great on the body, Hanli muttered to himself. Even with the third layer of the bright jade arts, I find it difficult to use it even once. That is only natural, Hanli heard a boy's voice with a careless tone. This technique was something that the bird-type demon cultivators founded. As a human, you won't be able to truly make use of this technique even with the aid of the thunderstorm wings. A far greater strain will be placed on your body than an ordinary demon bird cultivator after forcefully making use of this technique. As for the bright jade arts, you're only able to use its third layer a few times at most. Forcing any more would cause your body to quickly fall into a state of collapse. If you plan on making full use of this technique, you'd best cultivate the next layer of the bright jade arts. So it was like that. Hanli sighed. Although I made use of it several times when I was cultivating it, I hadn't felt the strain of distant use since I was in such limited space. He waved his hand and scattered the purple blade he held. The child then chuckled and spoke no further. Following Han Li's appearance, the old devil immediately discovered trace of him. However, the soaring sky beast's child form was undetectable to him, nor could he hear his voice transmissions. All he heard was Han Li softly muttering to himself. Bewilderment flickering from his eyes, he quickly slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist. Black light suddenly flashed, summoning a jet-black two-headed python. Although it was only 10 meters long, its tri-horned head and the green chi leaking out from its mouth displayed its incredibly venomous nature. Then, Archsaint Six Paths opened his mouth and spat out an item wrapped in black light. The item spun once in the air and the light faded away to reveal a small white flag. Following an incantation from the old devil, it massively expanded to 3 meters tall. When Han Li saw the banner, he couldn't help but reveal his surprise. The pole of the banner was forged from human bones with black mist across its surface. Gray talisman characters faintly glowed from it, and there were 3 different skulls embedded in it, all of them wearing a sinister smile, showing their crooked wicked sharp fangs. Their laughs shook the blood of those who heard it. With a soft shout, the old devil pressed his hand against the bone banner. The 3 skulls trembled as black mist spouted out from their mouths. They fished up his severed hand, fighting each other as they devoured pieces of it. The skulls flashed with crimson light, their stature immediately enlarged. With this, most of the terror on Archsaint Six Paths' face vanished and he sullenly turned to look at Han Li. It appeared the old devil had regained his senses. With the bizarre speed that Han Li displayed, he knew escape was no longer an option. He would be rushing to his death if he continued to flee. It would be better to struggle to the very end, hoping to find any chance of victory. As a result, he revealed the last treasure he held in reserve, something that had never been seen by others. Han Li frowned as the sight of this. Although he had never seen the treasure before, the banner carried astonishing yin qi. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Han Li then heard an odd sound. The 3 Divine Souls banner. I didn't expect someone in this world capable of refining such a wicked item. It is truly beyond belief. It is quite famous in the spirit realm as one of the 7 great wicked artifacts. Of course, this superficial copy possesses only a mere fraction of a true banner. The creation of it is exceptionally bloody, requiring each human or beast it is refined from to die a horrible death. Although it isn't particularly powerful, it required the deaths of many cultivators. The child chuckled. Although he spoke highly of the banner, there was a hint of fear in his voice. So it was like that. A brief moment of realization was followed with a sneer. TCH, it is no wonder he is the greatest devil cultivator in the scattered star seas. There is nothing he shies away from. Since he has a wicked artifact of such repute, I may as well test its power. Han Li then reached at his waist and raised his hand, summoning forth a jet-black bottle. The bottle spun in the air and its lid opened of its own accord. Suddenly, gray yin qi shot out from within, releasing 5 white silhouettes leisurely floating in the air. They were the unbreakable Sink Devils. As soon as the 5 devils appeared, Han Li formed an incantation gesture. Suddenly, 5 skeletons climbed out from the ocean and instantly turned into wheel-sized ghost heads. With twisted horns and vicious fangs, they pounced directly at the banner. Unbreakable Sink Devils. As expected of his reputation as the greatest devil cultivator of the seas, Archsaint Six Paths immediately recognized the 5 devils and couldn't help but utter their name. As the old devil didn't know how Han Li acquired the Sink Devils rather than personally creating them, he believed Han Li to be a vicious devil cultivator like himself. He immediately felt his heart sink. This person was already difficult to deal with. If Han Li was also skilled in Devil Dao techniques, he might have truly run into calamity. With the Sink Devils whistling towards him, he had no choice but to move the banner in front of him. The bone banner trembled. Its 3 embedded skulls let out chilling cackles before opening their mouths and spouting out pitch-black chi. As they continued their charge, the Sink Devils opened their mouths, spouting out green flames. For a time, black chi and green devil flames roiled together and ruptured continuously. In the following moment, the old devil's cheek switched. In the confrontation, the Sink Devil's fire pushed back the black chi with overwhelming force. Archsaint Six Paths let out a string of curses in his mind. To the best of his knowledge, the Sink Devils should only have the abilities expected of the late core formation stage, but the ghost heads before his eyes displayed a power far beyond that. They suppressed the 3 early nascent soul stage devil skulls embedded in his banner. But it also stood to mention that a magic treasure's power heavily depended on the wielder's magic power and control. The old devil gritted his teeth and formed an incantation gesture with a single hand, opening his mouth to spit out a mist of blood essence. The bone banner loudly droned, absorbing all of it in an instant. Its talisman characters roiled with great intensity and countless fist-sized skulls began to appear around it. These phantoms opened their mouths all at once, spitting out countless streams of black chi, massing together to take the form of a black flood dragon. The dragon circled in the air once before pouncing towards the 5 ghost heads. 2 of the Sink Devils faintly trembled, turning back from their ghost head forms to skeletons. They slapped their hands together and summoned a pair of meter-long bone sabers in their hands. Without any fear, they charged to meet the flood dragon in battle. With 2 less ghost heads, the fire released by the remaining 3 Sink Devils greatly weakened, stabilizing the confrontation with the bone banner's black chi. Black chi and flames were in deadlock. The old devil felt a moment of relief, but when he looked at Hanli again, his heart trembled. Hanli was looking at the battle with his hands behind his back, wearing a mysterious smile on his face. It was at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss and he returned his gaze to the battle. He betrayed bafflement on his face and his heart dropped. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme danger appeared above his head. Suddenly, the strange 2-headed python spiraling above his head let out a noisy bewildering cry, catching the old devil's attention. He turned his head and to find an azure silhouette floating 10 meters behind him. A black crystalline knife had cleaved through the black wind surrounding him and was slowly making its way to his crimson light barrier. Had he not turned around, he feared his body would soon lack a head. Archsaint Six Paths' face was drained of all blood. When the second nascent soul inside the puppet saw that his ambush was exposed, he suddenly cast an incantation gesture. With the sound of tearing space, the knife blinked forward. As for the puppet, silver light brightly glowed from its body before disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Hanli finally took action after standing from a distance with his hands behind his back. With a cold glint lighting up in his eye, he raised his hand and green light flashed as the 8th spirit ruler strangely warped in front of him. He grabbed the ruler and waved it at Six Paths. Then with a flutter of his wings and a clap of thunder, he vanished. Incapable of paying attention to what Hanli was doing, the old devil saw the jet-black knife stop for just a moment before easily piercing his defensive barrier. In that instant, he let out a deafening shout. His figure blurred and suddenly, a black streak flew out from the bottom of his chest to meet the saber. Following that, his body turned into 2 copies of itself and shot off in different directions. As Archsaint Six Paths split into 2, the 2-headed serpent spat out a torrent of inky liquid beneath it, creating a toxic mist that enveloped everything 30 meters below it. Explosions relentlessly exploded. Black light and the knife struck and erupted in a ball of blinding black light. It was unknown what treasure Six Paths released, but it managed to block the Devil Essence diamond knife. Silver light flashed and the puppet strangely appeared at the old devil's original position. The roiling toxic mist enveloped it completely. Following its appearance, the two-headed snake rocked its head and dived at the puppet. But in the next moment, a silver lotus appeared above the serpent's head without warning. It was a foot large and glowed brightly with 7-colored Buddhist light. The black serpent's movements immediately slowed as the Buddhist light trapped it and stopped it immediately. Only its 2 pairs of green eyes were moving. Immediately after, 2 silver threads swiftly cut through the green mist and wrapped around the serpent's 2 heads, only for them to topple off. Then as the green mist roiled, the human puppet slowly flew out without displaying the slightest damage. In truth, the serpent was actually an interesting animal. The toxic mist was on par with the 10 absolute poisons of the cultivation world. If common cultivators touched it, they would immediately perish. But this wasn't the most vicious part of the poison. Rather, it is able to penetrate most elemental barriers without any warning or sensation. Any nascent soul cultivator that didn't guard against this would meet their end. This was the reason the old devil labored over nurturing the spirit beast. Contrary to expectations, the puppet didn't possess any flesh, thus making the poison ineffective no matter how powerful and allowing the serpent to be killed with ease. One of 6 Paths phantoms had a mental connection with the black serpent, having immediately felt when the serpent died, he betrayed a trace of fear on his face. Without even turning around, he pointed to the bone banner and then fled with all his might. The banner trembled before black light brightly glowed as if about to take to the sky. It was at that moment, an arc of azure lightning flashed above the phantom as Hanli came into view. With blue light flickering from his eyes, he looked down and waved his hand, creating a net of lightning underneath him. Then, he summoned a small azure cauldron with a flip of his other hand, releasing countless azure threads in a simultaneous barrage off. Although the old devil had a miraculous doppelganger technique displaying hardly any difference in their spiritual sense, Hanli's bright sight spirit eyes were able to see right through them and instantly recognize minute differences, as well as which was true archsaint. Both of the phantoms loudly yelled with trembling shoulders upon seeing Hanli launched an attack. The attack arrived right before one of the phantoms in an instant. At this moment, the phantom appeared much dimmer and vague than just a moment before. The true archsaint shook his sleeve and summoned a blue jade umbrella over his head. It quickly expanded several times its original size in an instant, protecting the old devil entirely from above. Several thuds sounded as the cauldron's azure threads struck 6 Paths phantom. The threads paused for only a second before piercing cleanly through. Shortly after, arcs of golden lightning burst struck, immediately wiping away the phantom without any resistance. Soon after, the lightning and threads fused together with dazzling flashes, and in a blur struck the top of the umbrella. Following a bright storm of light, the umbrella remained unscathed. The umbrella hadn't moved the slightest inch from the Ada. When Hanli saw this, his expression sank. He reached his hand out, summoning a golden meter-long sword in his grasp. Soon after, the wings on his back stirred and dived down, disappearing in a white line. The old devil was quick to react and attempted to dodge. But before he could act, a golden light flashed from the surface of the umbrella. Zap! The center of the umbrella was cleaved through the center. "Ah!" the old devil shouted. He immediately surrounded himself in black light as he fled. But just as he took off, the space in front of him warped where a white thread appeared, coiling around the old devil like lightning. His escape denied, the next thing he felt was a chill on his back. In a flash, a pail of purple flames broke through his barrier of devilish chi and pierced through him from behind. The treasure armor that wore close on his body wasn't able to block the attack in the slightest. Apart from sharp pain, the old man could only hear a faint sigh from behind him. Then, he looked down to find a palm of purple flames jutting out from him, soon quickly spreading a layer of purple flames all around him. In the blink of an eye, it covered most of his body and sealed him in ice. Despite having his face sealed in ice, he twisted it into a grimace and gritted his teeth. A muffled boom sounded. The bottom half of his body that had yet to be frozen suddenly exploded. As a cloud of blood and gore sprinkled the air, crimson light flashed. The blood ignited and charged towards Hanli. At that same moment, a ball of green light shot out from the corpse and flickered over 100 meters away. The green light wrapped around a pitch-black nascent soul. Its hands were holding tightly onto a green jade bottle. Hanli shook his sleeve, releasing a torrent of purple flames that promptly extinguished the devilish flames. However, he took no further actions to chase after the old devil. Hanli's calm demeanor only caused the old devil's nascent soul to flee in a panic. After flickering from view several times, the nascent soul appeared hundreds of meters away and turned around, stunned to see that Hanli remained completely still. He couldn't help but stop. At that moment, the air above the nascent soul flashed, followed by the silent appearance of a pitch-black knife. It was only when the knife arrived right above its head did the nascent soul discover it. By that time, it was already too late. A black streak flashed and the nascent soul was cleaved into two. Then with a bright flourish of silver, Hanli leisurely made his way over. When the human-like puppet disposed of the two-headed snake, Hanli had it remain in position nearby. Then with his command, it intercepted the nascent soul's escape. Following that, a strange scene followed. The nascent soul hadn't disappeared after it was cleaved into two. Rather, it turned into clouds of roiling black chi, separating into 6 lines that show off in different directions. The puppet was alarmed and immediately flicked its fingers. Suddenly, thunder clapped and a dozen fine arcs of lightning were quickly released, striking the black chi in a flash. Several muffled claps of thunder followed a chain of golden explosions. The black chi was evaporated. The devil cultivator known to shake the scattered star seas for hundreds of years met his end. The human puppet took a glance at the area of the explosions. After making certain there were no more remnants of the nascent soul, it promptly reached out summoned small bottle into its grasp. It didn't immediately open the bottle, but instead slowly floated towards Hanli. The old devil was truly out of luck. The secret technique to turn a nascent soul into a ghost was incredibly rare. Against an ordinary cultivator, one of the ghosts formed from the nascent soul may have been able to escape, allowing him the opportunity to return again. But as it so happened, Hanli experienced such a technique once before during his time in the Milan Plains and was prepared for such a thing to happen. As such, the human-like puppet made use of the divine devil-bane lightning from the bamboo arrow to strike down all the ghost fragments. If there was even a single moment of hesitation, it would have been greatly troublesome. After a ghost fragment hit itself, it will be incredibly difficult to find. When the human-like puppet flew up to Hanli, it tossed the green bottle over to him. Hanli caught it and examined it for a moment before revealing excitement on his face. But before he opened the bottle, ghostly cries shrieked from the distance. Hanli raised his head and looked over to the unbreakable Sink Devils. Without the old devil controlling the bone banner, its power greatly decreased, allowing the Sink Devils to regain the advantage. However, the 3 skulls embedded on the banner belonged to no ordinary cultivators. Although they were no match for the Sink Devils, their desperate flaming rage appeared exceptionally brutal. When Hanli saw this, he frowned and ordered the Sink Devils with an incantation gesture. Suddenly, 3 of unbreakable Sink Devils flew off, returning to their original skeletal form. The 2 devils that were fighting with the mist flood dragons also withdrew. Before the flood dragons and the 3 skulls from the banner could resume their attack, the Sink Devils all formed incantation gestures and opened their mouths. 5 differently colored icy flames rushed out and fused together, creating a torrent of rainbow flames. The flood dragon of black chi was the first to meet the flame, and the result was as expected. Under the rainbow flames, the black flood dragon's movement slowed. In the blink of an eye, its movements gradually grew increasingly sluggish until it became nearly still. The sink devils then let out a long whistle. Countless palm-sized blades of rainbow ice leaped out from the flames, shredding the black flood dragon until it was only black chi, only for it to be burned away by the flames. As for the wind and lightning attributed techniques, that is understandable. After all, they are variant elements that are formed by combining others. But shouldn't I cultivate techniques that conform to my body's spiritual roots? Could it be that heavenly spiritual roots are ordinary in the spirit realm? And what is this minor heavenly tribulation that you mentioned? Do humans in the spirit realm experience similar tribulation to metamorphosed demon beasts? The boy flashed a mysterious smile and chuckled. I didn't expect that a few of my words would attract so many questions. In that case, I'll give you a bit of an explanation. Heavenly spiritual roots are also remarkably rare in our spirit realm. Powers and sects of all sizes do their utmost to attract these disciples. After all, those with single elemental spiritual roots would have difficulty entering void refinement stage. Heavenly spirit roots are far more difficult to cultivate, but the void refinement cultivators they produce are hegemons and sect leaders. When those with heavenly spirit roots break through to void refinement, a majority of them will be cultivating techniques with 2 or more attributes. As for the problem with spiritual roots, that is easily solved. The humans in the spirit realm devised a method to use particular demon beast cores to substitute their lack of spiritual roots. This core spiritual root method is somewhat inferior to genuine spiritual roots. There should be no problem in cultivating techniques of other elements. Of course, the core spiritual root method can only be used with pre-existing spiritual roots. Mortals cannot use them. In fact, there was a method in the past that used magic tools and treasures as a substitution for spiritual roots. However, this method is incredibly dangerous and slow, so this method is hardly being used. There are cultivators with anywhere from 3 or 4 elemental spirit roots that do manage to break through to void refinement stage, but they all possess incredible perseverance. They can't be compared to ordinary cultivators, haha. The so-called minor heavenly tribulation is something that all cultivators above core formation stage much experience. The boy briefly paused before continuing. In the lower realm, nascent soul and deity transformation cultivators experience a tribulation every 300 years, thus earning the name minor heavenly tribulation. At the middle realm, void refinement, integration, and grand ascension level cultivators experience a grand tribulation every 3 years. As for cultivators in the very last stage that ascended to the true immortal realm, they experience immortal tribulation. Normally, if your cultivation no longer progresses, the following tribulation will be far more powerful than the last. Also, the increased abundance of spiritual chi in the spirit realm leads to greater speeds in cultivation, but once one condenses a nascent soul, it is a race against time. Many famous cultivators die each year from tribulation. Fellow Taoist Han should think that you will have no problems past void refinement stage. Although these cultivator techniques technically have a limitless lifespan provided enough worldly essence, their lives aren't so peaceful or long. So long as you ascend to the spirit realm, death by heavenly tribulation is only a matter of time. With that said, the boy's face grew sullen and his eyes possessed deep fear. Han Li wore a grave expression. The boy didn't speak much, but his words clearly illustrated that the spirit realm was no paradise. But when Han Li heard that void refinement stage cultivators didn't have a lifespan, Han Li was overjoyed. Although he already read through a few records mentioning the limitless lifespan of a void refinement cultivator, he now possessed the full and certain truth. From his tone, it appeared that a limitless lifespan can only be achieved after he ascended to the spirit realm. Even if he managed to achieve void refinement in the mortal realm, the worldly essence is lacking, this limiting his lifespan. At the deity transformation stage, one is able to join with worldly essence. Their span won't be limited by 2,000 years once they entered the spirit realm. It was no wonder why these deity transformation eccentrics were so desperate to find a method to ascend. As for the tribulations that he mentioned, Hanli was somewhat cautious of them, but he didn't take them too much to heart. The matter was a bit too far away from him for his consideration. After Hanli asked a few more questions related to core spiritual roots and artifact spiritual roots, he eventually grew silent, his eyes twinkling in deep thought. A short moment later, Hanli fiddled with the dark green bottle in his hand and flicked off its cap. Azure light flashed and the bottle rumbled before the cap shot off. In the next moment, he found that there was absolutely nothing inside of it. In his surprise, as he thought about what action to take next, a green light abruptly streaked out from the bottle and flew off. Although Hanli was caught unprepared, he wasn't about to allow it to escape. With a cold snort, he reached his hand out. A large azure hand appeared above the green light and slipped down to grab it. The escaping green light seemed to have already been weakened. Although it was fleeing with the utmost speed, the large hand easily grabbed it from the air. Within the flickering green light, one could see the vague appearance of a female nascent soul. Hanli couldn't help but stroke his chin at the sight. He stared at the nascent soul and slowly asked, "Who is your esteemed self? Why has 6 paths trapped you inside the bottle? Who are you? Where is that devil 6 paths?" Although the nascent soul was trapped, it replied boldly. Facing a mere nascent soul, Hanli simply smiled and lazily replied, "If you're thinking about seeing him, I fear you will be disappointed. I already sent him to the underworld." "What? You killed that old devil? How is that possible?" You're..." The nascent soul trembled and spoke with a tone of disbelief. "You know me," Hanli said with a tone of bafflement. Although he knew many female cultivators, he didn't know any at nascent soul stage apart from Ling Yuling. After a long pause, the nascent soul eventually spoke with an odd tone, "You're Hanli. When Heaven Void Hall opened, I saw you once before. It was later said that you acquired the Heaven Void Cauldron. I didn't expect that you could have escaped the pursuit from those old eccentrics and reach cultivation of this level." When he heard her mention Heaven Void Hall, he recalled where he heard her voice before. A flash of realization sparked in his mind and he doubtfully asked, "You're Lady Wen? I didn't expect that you'd remember me." She let out a long sigh. When she confirmed her identity, Hanli wore an astonished expression. This female nascent soul belonged to a woman named Lady Wen, who he originally saw at Heaven Void Hall. Although her cultivation at the time was significant to begin with, she must have acquired quite a few medicines in Heaven Void Hall and made much progress. He also remembered what relationship she had with 6 paths. "If I remember correctly, you should have been his Tao companion." Lady Wen resentfully snorted and hesitantly asked, "His Tao companion? Have you ever seen someone seal their Tao companion's nascent soul in a magic treasure? But more importantly, you truly killed that wretch 6 paths." Hanli smiled and wordlessly extended his finger. After a brief pause, Lady Wen's eyes followed where he pointed. Not far away, there was a block of purple ice that sealed a ruined corpse. It originally belonged to Archsaint 6 Paths. Then, the azure hand holding down Lady Wen wildly flickered before disappearing without a trace. Lady Wen's nascent soul was now freed. With her freedom restored, Lady Wen quickly shot forward and flew several circles around the corpse before letting out a frigid laugh to the sky. "It really is that old wretch. As scheming as you are, I didn't expect that you would die first." Hanli frowned. Although he didn't know what happened for 6 Paths and Lady Wen to fall out, he had no interest in hearing about it. Soon after, he began to consider what he should do next. The nascent soul's laughter eventually came to a stop and she looked over to find Hanli wearing a pensive expression. There is no need for fellow Daoist Han to trouble himself. I've been kept inside that magic treasure for such a long period of time that I've weakened to the point where I can no longer possess a body. My nascent soul will have to immediately dissipate for a chance of reincarnation. I am truly grateful that fellow Daoist Han managed to eliminate my enemy, but with my current abilities, I have no way to compensate you. I can only hope to repay you in my next life. With that said, she abruptly slapped the top of her head. A blinding red light shined and covered the nascent soul entirely. Gradually, the nascent soul scattered inch by inch before HL until it was no more. Hanli was shocked. He didn't think that Lady Wen would be so decisive that she would end herself without speaking another word to him. Was what happened so disastrous that she would keep this secret to the grave? But even if she didn't want to tell him what happened, he could fancy a guess. Although he was somewhat gloomy over what happened, it was better things ended this way. It would have been troublesome to figure out what to do with her. Hanli shook his head and sighed. He raised his hand and summoned the green bottle back into his grasp before placing it into his storage pouch. Then, he released an arc of golden lightning from his hand and pulverized the purple ice and the rest of Six Paths' corpse, turning it into nothing more than shining specks. As for his storage pouch, Hanli simply took it into his possession. He quickly swept over its contents and found that most of them didn't catch his attention at his current level, despite many treasures being amongst them. Then, Hanli slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and produced a ball of golden insects above him. Hanli raised his hand and let out a soft yell. The insect swarm loudly buzzed and with a bang, turned into a dozen smaller clouds before dispersing. After Hanli was done with that, he waved the wings on his back and disappeared in a gust of wind. Although the nascent soul cultivators of the Star-Defying Alliance were fighting away from the formation core, there were still several core formation stage cultivators standing on guard above it. This was to prevent the Star Palace from destroying the formation core in a surprise attack. The guards whispered to each other on top of the pillar and they couldn't help but reveal their delight upon seeing that the Star-Defying Alliance held the slight advantage in the battle. One of them turned around to speak to another cultivator, but then they saw something that made his complexion bloodlessly pale. When the other guards saw this, they turned around in fright and immediately let out frightened shouts. 30 meters in the air behind them, there was a youth silently floating there. He had his arms crossed and he wore a mysterious smile. This youth was the same Grand Cultivator that left the battle with their alliance leader. How could he be here? These core formation cultivators suddenly felt an icy chill down their backs. Before these cultivators could even think of running or calling out for help, Hanli's expression suddenly sank and he flicked his hand several times from within his sleeve. Suddenly, golden sword streaks shot towards them. The many core formation cultivators trembled in fright, each moving to flee away. But several flashes later, the sword streaks flew past them and the guards fell down, all of their bodies riddled with holes. There were a few that managed to summon their magic treasures, but they promptly exploded and their owners fell without resistance. The sword Chi Hanli produced from the bamboo cloud's warm swords were incredibly sharp, rivaling the power of even a top-grade magic treasure. Even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to casually receive them, let alone trifling core formation cultivators. In a single breath, the core formation cultivators were extinguished. He retained a calm expression and indifferently looked at the giant pillar before him. Then with a wave of his sleeve, a clear sound rang. Several small golden swords flew out from his sleeve like a school of fish and swelled to the size of a meter before fusing together. In flourishing golden radiance, a 10-meter-long golden sword appeared above the pillar. Magic power surged throughout Hanli's entire body in a frenzy as he let loose a low cry. Brilliant spiritual light erupted from the surface of the huge sword, and it shuddered before instantly transforming into a worm-like streak of golden light, circling in the air above before crashing down with ferocious might. A loud rumbling boom erupted as the golden light struck the massive bronze pillar. In the face of the golden light, the mountainous pillar appeared as if it had been constructed from Play-Doh, and it was sliced in half with ease. From a distance, it appeared as if a doomsday-like scenario was unfolding on the horizon. All of the Starfall Coalition cultivators nearby hurriedly rose into the air atop their treasures. Such a loud commotion had naturally drawn the attention of all of the cultivators on both sides. Thus, Hanli was naturally thrust under the limelight. At the sight of Hanli, completely contrasting expression appeared on everyone's faces. Some were horrified, while others were ecstatic. Of course, not everyone had the spare capacity to turn their attention toward Hanli. For example, Hanli was currently looking at a man and a woman who were caught in an extremely fierce battle with 5 massive ghostly heads, and were unable to pay any heed to the earth-shattering boom that had just erupted. Coincidentally, the devilish chi and pink fragrant mist emitted by the twin lawn devils were being completely dominated by the grayish-white devilish flames erupting from mouths of the 5 ghostly heads, so they had been forced firmly onto the back foot. Elder Zhao and Elder Ma were ecstatic upon seeing this, and they immediately cast their treasures toward the twin lawn devils to plunge them into an even more perilous situation. As for the dozen or so swarms of golden beetles released by Hanli, they were also dominating the battlefield. At Hanli's behest, the beetles only targeted Starfall Coalition cultivators below the nascent soul stage. They swept through the battlefield like golden clouds, and no matter what treasures were used to try and keep the beetles at bay, all of them were devoured into nothingness. Within a span of a few moments, several tens of cultivators had been completely devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. All of the Starfall Coalition cultivators nearby had been thrown into a complete panic, and all of them were desperately trying to get away from the swarms of beetles. The fact that Hanli had just destroyed the core of the Heavenly Windfire formation with a single sword strike further compounded their woes, and morale had dropped to an all-time low. Many of the Starfall Coalition cultivators were already fleeing from the battle. There were only a few at first, followed by a dozen or so, which quickly turned into hundreds of cultivators fleeing into the distance. Hanli didn't even need to attack any further, and the Starfall Coalition's defeat had already been sealed. The old woman and the elderly man with the long surname could see that the situation was in a drastic downward spiral, so they also immediately shook off their opponents and flew away as quickly as they could. The twin lawn devils clearly also knew that it would be unwise to stay any longer, and they suddenly summoned several powerful treasures before detonating them all once. In doing so, the 5 ghostly heads were temporarily forced back, thereby creating an avenue of escape for the 2 of them. Hanli's brows furrowed upon seeing this, and he immediately flapped his thunderstorm wings without any hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The twin lawn devils had only just escaped from the ghostly heads when a dull thunderclap erupted up ahead, following Hanli appeared out of thin air, directly cutting them off. The 2 devils' hearts immediately sank upon seeing Hanli's cold and expressionless. However, both of them were powerful Devil Dao cultivators in their own right, so they certainly weren't going to give up and allow themselves be killed. As such, they glanced at one another before raising their hands in unison, summoning several treasures of various different colors. At the same time, their bodies swayed, and both of them unleashed devilish techniques to attack Hanli. A hint of killing intent surfaced in Hanli's eyes upon seeing this. Several days later, the entire scattered star seas was in a massive uproar. Not only did the final battle between the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition commence far earlier than everyone had expected, the end result also had most people's jaws dropping to the ground. Not only had Wan Tianming of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment perished during this battle, many high-grade Starfall Coalition cultivators had also been killed, as had the vast renowned Twin Lawn Devils. As such, Hanli's name became known to virtually everyone in the scattered star seas. Some people had even dug up some information about Hanli's past, particularly about how he had obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron from the Heaven Void Hall even prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, and how he had been hunted by the Starfall Coalition in the aftermath of that incident. Countless cultivators in the scattered star seas were amazed by those legendary tales, and there were no longer any nascent soul cultivators who dared to go after the heaven-void cauldron. In the next few months, the Star Palace deployed a large number of cultivators to recover their lost territory while also hunting down the high-grade Starfall Coalition cultivators who had managed to escape. In the end, they reached the main base of the Starfall Coalition in one fell swoop. The nascent soul elders of the Starfall Coalition were unwilling to concede, and they gathered a group of powerful cultivators to engage the Star Palace in another battle at the Starfall Coalition's main base. On this occasion, the Starfall Coalition naturally crashed to an even heavier defeat without a late nascent soul cultivator among their ranks. They had deployed 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators at once to take care of Hanli, only for 2 of them to be slain by Hanli with ease. The final cultivator was able to escape with his nascent soul intact using some kind of secret technique, but his body had been sliced in half, and even if he could successfully possess a new vessel, he would most likely be unable to recover to his original cultivation base. Thus, in the short span of just half a year, the Star Palace had become the ruler of the scattered star seas again, and all of the other sects and powers pledged their allegiance to the Star Palace once again. Ling Yuling took this opportunity to extend an olive branch to the low-grade Starfall Coalition cultivators who had managed to escape, but she showed no mercy to the very few nascent soul-stage Starfall Coalition elders that remained. As such, the Starfall Coalition began to crumble from the inside as all of the low-grade cultivators switched their allegiance to the Star Palace, while the remaining high-grade cultivators fled for their lives. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the mighty Starfall Coalition had been wiped off the face of the scattered star seas. Half a year later, there was a man and a woman making their way through a long passageway within the belly of Heavenly Star City's sacred mountain. This passageway had been completely paved with pristine white jade, creating spotless mirror-like surfaces. The woman was an exquisite beauty while the man's appearance was much more mundane. They were none other than Hanli and the master of the Star Palace, Ling Yuling. Hanli was walking behind Ling Yuling, and he inspected the jade walls around him as he asked, "I can't believe the divine essence-fused mountain was placed in such a location. Is it really that fearsome?" Fearsome is an understatement, Brother Han. Any cultivators below the nascent soul stage who accidentally approached this mountain would immediately suffer from spiritual power backlash, and they could easily perish as a result. Nascent soul cultivators can stay around the divine essence-fused light a little longer, but prolonged exposure to the mountain could still result in a regression in cultivation base, Ling Yuling explained with a smile. "I'm even more curious about this divine essence-fused mountain now. I wonder how this mountain was discovered in the first place," Hanli mused with a contemplative look in his eyes. "Father did actually mention this to me in the past. During one of his journeys to the outer seas, he witnessed this mountain erupting out from an underwater volcano. In order to transfer the mountain to this place, Father had to expend extensive efforts, and there were even several core formation cultivators whose cultivation bases had severely regressed during the process. After that, my parents attained initial mastery of the divine essence-fused light before attempting to refine this mountain bit by bit as if it were a treasure. However, this is an extremely time-consuming task, and even when they passed away, they had only refined a small portion of the mountain," Ling Yuling explained. If they had successfully refined this mountain, they most likely wouldn't have been bound to it as they were," Hanli chuckled. Ling Yuling merely smiled in response, yet gave no reply to this. After rounding a corner, her footsteps came to a halt. There was a massive green jade door up ahead further down the corridor, and there were countless shimmering restriction talismans of different colors plastered over the door. "This is where my parents once cultivated. These are the restrictions that they painstakingly set up in order to isolate the divine essence-fused mountain's 5 elemental power." As she spoke, Ling Yuling raised a hand, and a snowy white jade badge surfaced over her palm. She then waved the badge gently toward the gate, upon which a clump of white threads shot forth from the jade badge, sweeping away all of the restriction talismans on the jade door. The jade door abruptly began to tremor violently, following which a low buzzing sound rang out, and the entire door began to move. A serious expression appeared on Ling Yuling's face as she opened her mouth to blast forth a blue jade hook. The hook seemed to possess some kind of mystical property, and it transformed into a veil of blue light that settled over Ling Yuling's body. Only then did she turn to Hanli as she cautioned, treasures that don't contain any powers of the 5 elements are affected the least by the divine essence-fused Muten. You're obviously a lot more powerful than I am, but it's still best to exercise caution in there. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Yuling, I know my limits, Hanli replied with a smile. This mountain is indeed rather peculiar. It appears that I won't be able to take it with me through normal means. I want to stay here for a while and see if I can think of another way to take this mountain with me. If it still can't be done, then I'll devise an alternative course of action when that time comes. Is that all right? Of course. However, even though you're quite powerful, I'd advise you not to stay here for too long at a time before you cultivate the divine essence-fused light. By my estimations, you should only stay here for a maximum of 3 to 4 consecutive days. Any longer than that, and your cultivation base could be hampered. I'll come back to check on you in 3 days, Ling Yuling cautioned. Hanli nodded in response, and Ling Yuling handed over her jade badge to him before departing after a respectful curtsy. After Ling Yuling had left the cave, Hanli immediately waved the jade badge in his hand toward the jade cave. As he injected his power into the badge, countless talismans flew forth from within, plastering themselves onto the jade door again. Following a burst of low ringing, the door closed itself once again. After doing all that, Hanli didn't immediately begin to examine the divine essence-fused mountain. Instead, he released his spiritual sense to carefully assess the cave around him. After verifying that there weren't any restrictions within the cave, he pulled out a stack of formation flags from his storage pouch in an unhurried manner before tossing them toward various corners of the cave. A dozen or so streaks of light immediately flew through the air before disappearing into the ground. Bursts of yellow mist began to billow out from the ground, concealing the entire interior of the cave in the blink of an eye. Hanli was feeling quite reassured after that, and he focused his attention on the small mountain again. He had seen a mountainous treasure like this once in the past in the form of a powerful ancient treasure by the name of the Thousandfold Mountain. However, the Thousandfold Mountain merely resembled a mountain, but in essence, it was still identical to a normal treasure. As such, it was nowhere near as troublesome as this mountain to tackle. In comparison, the divine essence-fused mountain was like a hedgehog, and no matter how he approached it, its figurative spikes seemed to be unavoidable. A ball of azure light suddenly flew out from within his sleeve before taking on the form of a small child. Hee, that little girl seems to be very keen for you to cultivate the divine essence-fused light. It was none other than a projection of the endless sky beast in its human form. I also get the feeling that this palace master Ling really wants me to cultivate the divine essence-fused light. If I recall correctly, the divine essence-fused light seems to be very difficult to cultivate, and even though it's been circulating throughout the scattered star seas for a long time, only the heavenly star sages have managed to achieve much success with it. If I want to cultivate the divine essence-fused light, I'll most likely have to borrow the power of this mountain. However, in that case, I'll most likely be bound to this mountain, just like the heavenly star sages were, Hanli analyzed in a calm manner. Oh, so you're saying that little girl is trying to plot against you? The small child asked. I wouldn't put it in such severe terms. However, according to her plan, I'll most likely be trapped in Heavenly Star City forever and be forced to join the Star Palace. Otherwise, do you really think the Heavenly Star Sages would be kind-hearted enough to give me those secret techniques in exchange for my assisting their daughter on 3 separate occasions? On top of that, even though they gave me many secret techniques that could help me progress to the deity transformation stage, it doesn't take much analysis to figure out that only the divine essence-fused light is a truly viable option. They're clearly setting up a trap for me here, Hanli chuckled coldly as he looked at the divine essence-fused mountain. Aren't these two afraid that you'd see through their ploy? The small child pursed his lips. As long as I'm intent on progressing to the deity transformation stage, I'll most likely have to take this route, even though I know it's a trap. Hence, the heavenly star sages aren't afraid that I'll see through their tricks, as I'll have no choice in the matter anyway. However, if I can somehow find a way to take this mountain away with me before I cultivate the divine essence-fused light, then I won't have any concerns. It appears that the heavenly star sages are quite confident in this divine essence-fused mountain. But then again, it's no wonder that they're confident. They were trapped here by this mountain for several centuries, so they've most likely tried everything they could. I probably won't be able to do anything about this either, Hanli sighed as he stroked his chin. Then why don't you emulate the heavenly star sages and borrow the power of this mountain to cultivate the divine essence-fused light? After you reach a certain level of mastery, you'll be able to take this mountain back to the heavenly south region, won't you? The small child suggested with a smile. Do I look like I have a lot of time on my hands? Even if I master the first 2 layers of the divine essence-fused light in a short time and gain the ability to move this mountain, I won't be able to put it in my storage pouch, and nor will I be able to teleport with it. Do you expect me to carry this mountain back to the heavenly south region? Hanli sighed. That's true. In that case, I don't have any good suggestions either. If we were in the spirit realm, I'd be able to store this mountain in my all-encompassing pouch, but in this world. The small child shook his head in a forlorn manner. Hanli didn't know what this all-encompassing pouch was, but it was clearly some kind of spatial treasures. While he was surprised to learn that such a treasure existed, he knew that he wouldn't be able to rely on the endless sky beast to help him here. It appeared that he would have to think of a way himself. Even though he wanted to elicit the divine essence-fused mountain's assistance to cultivate the divine essence-fused light and reach the deity transformation stage, he didn't want to be essentially imprisoned in this place. Even if he had to be trapped somewhere for his cultivation, he definitely didn't want it to be Heavenly Star City. Similarly, he also didn't want to cultivate the divine essence-fused light in the Drifting Clouds sect. With his current resounding reputation in the Heavenly South region, news of the fact that he had obtained the divine essence-fused mountain would be leaked sooner or later, and that could quite possibly result in disaster for the Drifting Clouds sect, just as it had for the Star Palace. It was best to find an extremely safe and obscure location where he could master this cultivation art in one fell swoop, not giving anyone a chance to plot against him. However, it was still yet to be seen whether he was actually going to use this cultivation art. He had to use the glacial flames of his unbroken Sync Devils to attempt a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage first. If he could succeed in doing that, then he won't have to worry about cultivating the divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, no matter how powerful this cultivation art was, it wasn't worth giving up his freedom just for a chance to use it. In any case, what he had to do now was to see if he could come up with a method to take this mountain with him. If he could resolve this matter, then he naturally wouldn't have to be troubled by these concerns. With that in mind, Hanli cast aside his train of thought and patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist. A dozen or so talismans immediately appeared in his hand, all of which were tossed toward the small mountain. On this occasion, the talismans were all able to plaster themselves to the mountain's surface, and nothing seemed to have been amiss. Hanli was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he hurriedly made a hand seal. A loud explosion erupted as all of the talismans were reduced to ashes amid flashes of spiritual light. Hanli's expression darkened, but he could only heave a faint sigh as he flipped his hand over to produce a stack of formation plates. The formation plates were thrown into the air, and balls of lights of different colors began to slowly revolve around the small mountain. At the same time, the sound of chanting rang out within the cave. The dozen or so balls of light revolved around the divine essence-fused mountain, gathering speed as they did so. All of a sudden, a burst of azure light erupted from the summit of the divine essence-fused mountain, flashing a few times before disappearing. Not long after that, 11 crisp tolls of a bell rang out from within the sacred palace at the summit of the sacred mountain. The tolls of the bell were like the cries of a dragon, rising straight up into the heavens, and was audible in every corner of the heavenly star city. Immediately thereafter, the Star Palace announced that the great cultivator, Hanli, was officially joining the Star Palace as a guest elder, and was going into seclusion on the sacred mountain for a century. All of the powers that heard this news expressed mixed emotions in response, but not many of them were all that surprised. After all, if it weren't for the fact that Hanli had personally slain that one Tianming, the Star Palace would have been the one that had ceased to exist, as opposed to the Starfall Coalition. The situation in the scattered star seas hadn't truly settled, so any power would be trying to recruit such a powerful great cultivator to their side with all their might. Seeing as Hanli was willing to go into battle against the Starfall Coalition for the sake of the Star Palace, he had to have a strong connection with the Star Palace, so it made sense that he was now becoming their guest elder. As such, all of the powers who were still plotting against the Star Palace immediately relinquished those unrealistic plans. In the blink of an eye, many sects and powers in the inner star seas had completely shut themselves off from the outside world. Aside from the Star Palace cultivators who were hunting down the remaining Starfall Coalition survivors, the scattered star seas had become a picture of peace and serenity. Ever since the rise of the Starfall Coalition, there had been several consecutive centuries of turmoil that had persisted in the scattered star seas. Not only had a vast number of cultivators perished during the battle against these two colossal forces, many other sects had been affected as well. During this time, countless powers had been founded and eradicated. It was quite apparent that the Star Palace was going to rule over the scattered star seas, and they had recruited an almighty great cultivator to their side, so all of these powers naturally became extremely docile and none of them wanted to be eradicated as an example to the rest of the scattered star seas. Unbeknownst to all of these powers, the fearsome newly instated Star Palace guest elder wasn't actually meditating and cultivating within a certain secret chamber in Heavenly Star City as was proclaimed. Instead, he was traveling over the ocean countless kilometers away from Heavenly Star City as a streak of azure light. The amused voice of a small child sounded beside Hanli's ears. "I didn't think that you'd agree to become the Star Palace's guest elder. Even though they offered you so many spirit stones, I thought that you'd be the kind of person to reject them regardless. Aren't you always trying to avoid trouble?" "I do indeed try to avoid trouble as much as I can, but they're offering me a lot of spirit stones just to accept a false title without having to do any work in return. Why wouldn't I accept such an arrangement? Besides, the situation in the scattered star seas has mostly been stabilized. The Star Palace is merely hoping to use my name to intimidate all of the other powers. If I were to agree to join the Star Palace and actually stay there, all of the Star Palace elders would be much more concerned," Hanli replied with a cold smile. "It's no wonder that they would be concerned. At your current level, it wouldn't be impossible for you to forcibly settle into the Star Palace. As long as you take care of all of the Star Palace elders, then develop a bunch of loyal followers, the Star Palace would be yours in about 200 to 300 years, the small child replied with a faint smile. "If I had no aspirations of ascending to the spirit realm and only wished to establish a sect in the human world, that would indeed be a good option. Otherwise, what would I be doing all those useless things for? It would only hamper my cultivation." Hanli's reply was completely emotionless, as if he were entirely disinterested in such a prospect. The small child was silent for a moment before heaving a faint sigh. "I greatly admire the firmness of your heart in your pursuit of the great Tao, fellow Taoist Han. Even if I were in your shoes, I would be extremely tempted to take over such a powerful force. I wonder if all cultivators who ascended to the spirit realm from your human world had such immense willpower. I'm no saint, I would be lying if I told you I wasn't tempted in the slightest by the prospect of taking over the Star Palace. However, I can't afford to waste any time on such trivial matters at present. You're a heavenly spirit beast, fellow Taoist endless sky, and your lifespan far outstrips mine, so you naturally wouldn't pay any heed to a few short centuries, Han Li replied calmly. That's true. However, it's a pity that you were unable to take the divine essence fused mountain with you in the end. It's alright, I'll store it at the Star Palace for now. It's not like it's going anywhere, and I can come back for it when I truly need it for my cultivation. The only troubling thing is that I didn't think the mountain would be so troublesome to try and move. I've tried all types of methods, but was still unable to shrink it. Han Li's brows furrowed as he spoke. Indeed, you tried everything you could during those few days in that cave, but that mountain was like an indestructible object immune to all treasures and incantation seals. It doesn't appear as if anything exists in the human world that can shrink it. A thoughtful expression also appeared on the small child's face. Didn't you mention a powerful spatial treasure that could encompass this entire mountain? Han Li suddenly asked. You're referring to the all-encompassing pouch that my true body in the spirit realm is carrying, right? Do you have a similar treasure to this? Let me make this clear to you now. A normal spatial treasure is definitely not going to be able to contain this divine essence-fused mountain, the small child cautioned. Han Li was in a brief moment of silent contemplation before replying, I don't have a complete treasure of this nature, but I do have half of one. I only recalled that I had it a short while ago, and I could perhaps be able to use it to move this mountain. Half a treasure. The small child was a little dumbstruck. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he suddenly patted his storage pouch. Black light flashed, and a strange object immediately appeared before his eyes. It was that incomplete black wind flag. This flag was an extremely powerful spatial spirit treasure, so it would naturally have no issues storing that mountain. The only concern was that there was only half of this flag left, so it was no wonder that Han Li was referring to it as half a treasure. A faint cry of surprise escaped from the small child's lips upon seeing this item, and a ball of azure light immediately flew out from within Han Li's sleeve. The ball of light transformed into the projection of a small child in the blink of an eye, and he waved a hand toward the object that Han Li was holding. The half of the black wind flag swayed before flying directly toward the small child. The latter caught the flag and began to carefully appraise it. This item used to be a spirit treasure, right? Spatial spirit treasure is quite rare, even in the spirit realm. But how was this treasure reduced to this state? What a pity. The small child only tossed the flag back to Han Li with a grave expression on his face after examining it for a long while. Do you think this treasure can be repaired, fellow Taoist endless sky? Han Li asked. Seeing as this treasure used to be a spirit treasure, it would be very difficult to completely restore it to its former condition. However, if you were to refine it again, it wouldn't be impossible to change it into a spatial treasure of a slightly lower caliber. I recall that there's a spatial treasure known as the Crimson Soul Flag that was slightly similar to this treasure, but if you want to refine that treasure. The small child's voice suddenly trailed off here. What is it? Han Li asked. There are certain secondary materials required to refine this treasure, which won't be a problem for you to obtain with your current status. However, the flag requires the sacrifices of a large number of living souls in order to be refined. The power of the flag will also be directly and completely dependent on the number of living souls sacrificed during the refinement process. It's one of the spirit realm's 7 sinister treasures, and barely ever is it refined, even in the spirit realm. If you want to be able to store the divine essence-fused mountain into the flag, you'd need to sacrifice at least several million living souls. As for changing this flag into other types of spatial treasures, that would theoretically be possible, but you wouldn't be able to source the materials required in this world. Only the Crimson Soul Flag is a viable option for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to refine such a treasure in your human world, the small child explained. It requires that many living souls to be sacrificed. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. I was already giving you a conservative estimate. If you want to truly unleash the power of the Crimson Soul Flag, you'd require tens of millions of living souls. I was only giving you an estimate of several million as you're only looking to use the flag to store an object. A true Crimson Soul Flag isn't a divine spirit treasure, but it won't be too far away from a normal spirit treasure either. It's sought after by countless cultivators for its spatial abilities, the small child chuckled. Tens of millions of living souls? Unless I demolish an entire large city or island, there's no way I'd be able to gather so many living souls. Wait, maybe I can gather those souls without having to do something so heinous. Han Li firmly shook his head initially, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him. Have you found a feasible method, fellow Daoist Han? The small child was rather taken aback by Han Li's reaction. Han Li didn't give an immediate reply to the small child's question. Instead, he patted his storage pouch again, and green light flashed, following which two small green flags appeared in his hands. Each flag was only several inches in size, but they were shimmering with green light and covered in runes, indicating that they were clearly remarkable treasures. These were the two ghost-sifting banners that he had obtained during his journey to the Great Jin, and one of them had even been taken from old Devil Qian himself. As for the other one, it had undergone devilification from injection of devilish qi, and had been in the possession of the second nascent soul. What are these? A faint light flashed through the small child's eyes, but he didn't recognize these flags. It was no wonder that this was the case. During Han Li's journey to the Kunwa Mountains in the Great Jin, the avatar of the Endless Sky Beast hadn't developed intelligence yet, so it naturally wouldn't have seen Han Li obtaining these two treasures. However, it could naturally detect the astonishing soul qi emanating from the two ghost-sifting banners. Will I be able to refine the Yin souls on these banners again and use it to create the Crimson Soul Flag? Han Li asked. The small child carefully examined the ghost-sifting banners in Han Li's hands before replying, that is indeed possible. However, even though these two treasures aren't of the same caliber as a Crimson Soul Flag, they're still extraordinary items in their own right. If you do that, they would be completely ruined. Furthermore, the souls contained within these banners are nowhere near enough to refine the Crimson Soul Flag. It's alright, these two treasures are indeed quite powerful, but I already possess more than spirit treasure, and they're no longer very useful to me at my current cultivation base. As for the lack of souls contained within these banners, if I had a dozen or so of these banners, that'd be enough, right? Han Li asked in a meaningful voice as he stroked his chin. A dozen or so. I get it now, these are just two banners that are a part of a whole set, right? Does that mean you have even more of them with you? The small child was rather surprised after arriving at this revelation. I don't have any other flags like this at the moment, but I know where the rest can be found. In reality, I know of another type of treasure containing far more souls than these ghost-sifting banners. It's a pity that the treasure is currently in the possession of a deity transformation stage demon beast. That's not someone I can mess with at the moment. Another thought occurred to Han Li, and a rather forlorn expression appeared on his face. He was naturally referring to the Myriad Demon flag in the possession of that old devil from the Myriad Demon Valley. He had personally experienced the immense might of that flag, and he knew that the demonic souls contained within that flag were of a far greater quantity and quality than those stored within the ghost-sifting banners. That treasure would undoubtedly be more suitable for refining the Crimson Soul Flag. The small child naturally wasn't aware of what treasure Han Li was referring to, and he had no intention of asking about it either. He merely said in an indifferent voice, if you can gather enough souls, then I'd be willing to bestow the Crimson Soul Flag's refinement method upon you free of charge. This divine essence fused light is quite interesting, and I'm also curious to see how powerful it would be after you master it. Are you planning to set about gathering those banners as soon as you return to the Heavenly South region, fellow Daoist Han? There's no hurry. Everything will have to wait until I reach the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage and completely refine my glacial flame sync devils first. After all, the remaining ghost-sifting banners are in the possession of a nascent soul stage devilish cultivator as well, so I'll work on improving my cultivation base first. Let's return to the Heavenly South region for now, Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Alright, we'll do as you wish. After we get back, I'll give you the Crimson Soul Flag's refinement method so you can gather all of the secondary materials and won't have to waste time on that later. The small child shrugged nonchalantly before the projection of its body vanished. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this, and he accelerated through the air, quickly disappearing into the distance. Several months later, Han Li returned to the Heavenly South region using that ancient teleportation formation. He stowed away the 6-winged frost centipedes guarding the teleportation formation before destroying the formation once again and departing from the cave. Another 2 months later, Han Li returned to the Dream Cloud Mountains in the state of Shi. He merely informed Lu Luo of his return through the use of his voice transmission talisman before immediately flying back to the interconnected peaks. At this point in time, Nangong Wan was still in seclusion. Han Li naturally didn't go to disrupt her cultivation. A few short years of separation was nothing to cultivators like them. The entire cultivation world in the Heavenly South region wasn't even aware that the #1 cultivator of their region had departed from the Drifting Clouds sect at all. However, Lu Luo heaved a long sigh of relief upon receiving news of Han Li's return. The Drifting Clouds sect was being held up entirely by Han Li's reputation. Unless 3 or 4 more nascent soul cultivators appeared in the sect, the Drifting Cloud sect's status as a super sect would be in question if Han Li weren't around. As soon as Han Li returned to his cave abode, he deployed a flying sword to send a jade slip to Lu Yu. The jade slip contained a list of secondary materials required to refine the Crimson Soul Flag, and he was requesting for her to try and gather those materials during his period of seclusion. After that, he entered the secret chamber again and continued to cultivate the final layer of the Azure Essence sword art, as well as to refine the glacial flame sync devils. Time passed by like flowing water. 50 years flashed past in the blink of an eye. During this period, Han Li sensed that Nangong Wan had emerged from seclusion once, and he immediately also temporarily concluded his cultivation to meet her. The two of them then traveled together for half a year. During their travels, Han Li completely basked himself in his intimate relationship with Nangong Wan, and after the two of them returned, they began their bland seclusion again. Come to think of it, cultivators were rather pitiful beings. On one hand, they possessed powerful abilities and lengthy lifespans far beyond the reach of mortals, but on the other hand, they were like hamsters galloping on a wheel, constantly cultivating prior to the conclusions of their lifespans to try and grasp the extremely infinitesimal chance of attaining immortality. This lifestyle would be bearable for those who were naturally born with immense willpower, but it was enough to drive some normal cultivators insane. If they were to continue cultivating, their chances of attaining the Great Tao were impossibly slim anyway, and they really didn't want to spend the rest of their lives in seclusion like this. However, they had already embarked on the path of cultivation and were unwilling to give up on the opportunity to attain immortality, no matter how negligible their chances were. Furthermore, it was also extremely tempting to progress in one's cultivation base, as doing so would further extend their lifespan. As such, there were two extremes that existed in the cultivation world. There were some mid-grade cultivators with lowly aptitude and cultivation bases who weren't optimistic about their chances of making further breakthroughs, so they gave up on cultivation altogether. Some of them lived leisurely lives surrounded by concubines and enjoyed themselves until the ends of their lifespans, while others returned to their hometowns, founded an aristocratic family there, and ruled over the place from which they had hailed. On the other end of the spectrum, there were high-grade cultivators who felt themselves to be much closer to the ultimate objective of attaining immortality, and were unwilling to waste any time. They were completely absorbed in their cultivation, and paid no heed to anything else. Han Li and Nan Gongwan were clearly part of the latter group. One of them was at the late nascent soul stage while the other was at the mid-nascent soul stage, so they stood at the tip of the pyramid among cultivators of the human world. As long as they could ascend to the spirit realm, they really wouldn't be far away from immortality. As such, even though the two of them loved each other very much, they were able to exercise a lot of self-restraint when it came to indulging in their relationship. Dual cultivation was useful for advancing one's cultivation base, but the cultivation arts they were using didn't involve dual cultivation as a device of progression, and the improvements in magic power that dual cultivation brought about were quite negligible to them at their current power levels. The two of them were concerned that excessive indulgence in dual cultivation would negatively affect their mindsets and their determination in their pursuit of the Great Tao, so they had to hold back when it came to the physical aspect of their relationship. Instead, due to their common pursuit of the Great Tao, the two of them had formed a very strong tacit understanding of one another, so even though they were exercising celibacy to a certain extent, the bond between them was still extremely resolute. Thus, after going into seclusion again, neither of them were quick to come out again. One day, a thunderclap suddenly erupted amid clear skies in the air above the interconnected peaks. All of the world's origin chi within a radius of several hundred kilometers around the main peak was suddenly triggered. Countless fist-sized balls of light of different colors emerged from the ground, the rocks, and the trees, then converged rapidly toward the main peak, creating a shimmering spiritual cloud several hectares in area, putting on a spectacular light show to behold. Han Li's cave abode stood at the very epicenter of this marvelous phenomenon. Such a startling turn of events had naturally alerted all of Han Li's disciples, who were also living on the interconnected peaks, as well as Nan Gongwan. All of them rushed out from their seclusion chambers and looked up into the sky with stunned expressions. The interconnected peaks were very close to the Drifting Cloud sect, so the higher-ups of the sect had naturally detected the events unfolding here. A dozen or so streaks of light immediately shot forth from within the Drifting Cloud sect's restriction formation, heading directly toward the interconnected peaks. The two people at the forefront of the group were none other than Lu Luo and Song Yu, the latter of whom had also reached the nascent soul stage. Both of them were wearing rather solemn expressions. A short distance behind them, there was a white-robed woman flying through the air with an elated look on her face. She was naturally none other than Lu Yu. During these past years, her cultivation base hadn't progressed very much, but she was the most important figure in the sect below the nascent soul elders due to the fact that she was essentially Han Li's spokesperson. Even Lu Luo and Song Yu treated her with a lot of respect. Lu Yu was feeling quite excited. If Han Li's cultivation base were to take another massive stride, then she would undoubtedly attain an even higher status within the sect, and that would naturally benefit her greatly. In reality, after tasting the pleasure that power and influence brought to her, it was impossible for her to calm her heart and return to cultivation. After all, even nascent soul cultivators had to be very respectful to her at present, and that was very pleasing to her. Besides, she was well aware of the limitations of her own aptitude. After attempting and failing several breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage, she had completely given up in that endeavor, and was entirely dedicating herself to assisting Lu Luo in running the Drifting Cloud sect. Even if she couldn't attain the Great Tao, she didn't want to reach the end of her lifespan without having done something with her life first. As such, she really had contributed quite significantly to the Drifting Cloud sect's rapid expansion. Lu Luo was very pleased with her dedication to bettering the sect, and had given her a lot more jurisdictive power when it came to matters in the sect. The group from the Drifting Cloud sect flew toward the interconnected peaks, but were kept out by a restriction. They looked up as the tumbling spiritual cloud in the sky revolved and transformed into a giant funnel, looking as if it were about to slowly descend upon the interconnected peaks, and they hurriedly sent a voice transmission talisman into the restriction. Moments later, the mist standing in their way surged before parting to open up a passageway, through which the group immediately entered without any hesitation. After emerging from the mist, they were immediately greeted by the sight of Mu Peeling. She was holding a yellow formation flag in her hand, and was silently awaiting their arrival. Mu Peeling pays her respects to the elders of the Drifting Clouds sect. Big Sister Nangong has been waiting for a long time, please come with me. Mu Peeling stowed away the formation flag before pointing toward one of the interconnected peaks in a respectful manner. Lu Luo and his group naturally had no objections to this, and they immediately flew toward that mountain peak. There, they discovered Nangong Wan standing at the summit in a pristine white palatial dress, appearing as if she were a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. However, her intricate brows were slightly furrowed, and she merely nodded gently to acknowledge the arrival of Lu Luo and the others. Her attention was still entirely focused on the phenomenon taking place nearby, and there were hints of concern and anxiety shimmering within her eyes. Beside her stood a man and a woman who were none other than Tian Qiner and Shi Jian. Both of them had also reached the core formation stage several decades ago. Tian Qiner had taken an evergreen pill to ensure that she held on to the appearance of a young woman around 16 or 17 years of age. Even though so many years had passed, she still looked almost no different compared to when Hanli had first taken her under his wing. After paying their respects to Song Yu and Lu Luo, the two of them stood behind Nangong Wan again with respectful expressions on their faces. Elder Nangong, is Junior Martial Brother Han attempting a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage? Lu Luo asked with a hint of excitement on his face. Aside from a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage, what other breakthrough attempt would create such a spectacle? It's just that the heavenly omen has already been around for a while, so the breakthrough doesn't seem to be progressing very smoothly, Nangong Wan replied with concern etched on her face. Why is that? Junior Martial Brother Han has already been able to trigger such an astonishing phenomenon, hasn't he? Lu Luo was very surprised to hear this. Nangong Wan seemed to have done quite a bit of research on deity transformation stage breakthroughs, and she offered her own analysis. The breakthrough will only succeed after the spiritual cloud in the sky is summoned onto the mountain peak, then merged with his body. However, the spiritual cloud is falling very reluctantly, which is a sign that he's still unable to sufficiently control the world's origin chi. As such, this breakthrough may not succeed. After hearing Nangong Wan's words, everyone turned their attention to the spiritual cloud in the sky again. Just as she had said, the shimmering spiritual cloud had attempted to descend toward the mountain peaks several times, but was repelled by an invisible force on all of those occasions. As a result, they were unable to truly descend onto the mountain peak, and the process didn't indeed appear to be quite a reluctant and laborious one. Lu Luo's heart sank upon seeing this, and he didn't ask any more questions. All he did was continue to stare intently up into the sky with an unblinking gaze. Song Yu didn't say anything, but the concern shimmering in her eyes betrayed her calm facade. The other cultivators all had mixed emotions, but with their two nascent soul stage elders among them, none of them dared to make any comments. Right at this moment, the spiritual clouds descending from the sky suddenly began to tremor violently. A peculiar ringing sound rang out, following which the massive cloud immediately began to tumble and surge unsteadily. An earth-shattering boom then erupted, and a cloud exploded into spiritual light of different colors before completely vanishing. All of the balls of spiritual light that were flying toward the mountain peak also disappeared amid an audible sigh. All of a sudden, everything around the interconnected peaks returned to normal. A slightly wishful look appeared on Nangong Wan's face upon seeing this. At this moment, Song Yu suddenly broke her silence. Senior Martial Brother Han clearly already has one foot in the door toward the deity transformation stage, and he only failed on the final hurdle. With Senior Martial Brother Han's current lifespan and cultivation base, he'll be able to make many more attempts, and it's only a matter of time before he succeeds. Lu Luo also wore a rather forlorn expression on his face, but he nodded in agreement with Song Yu's words, and said, "Indeed. Junior Martial Brother is already able to summon such an astonishing phenomenon during his first breakthrough attempt. I'm sure it won't be an issue for him to progress to the deity transformation stage." Nan Gongwan was silent for a moment before a wry smile appeared on her face, and she said, "What you're saying is indeed correct, but Han Li has always been extremely careful and precise in his cultivation. If he's attempting a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage now, then he must have made all of the preparations he possibly could. He must be unable to progress any further in his cultivation base before deciding to try and take this final step. In that case, unless he encounters some kind of opportunity, even if he attempts a few more breakthroughs, his efforts most likely won't amount to anything." Lu Luo and Song Yu were naturally aware of this as well, and they were only trying to offer words of consolation. After hearing Nan Gongwan's frank admission, they didn't know what to say in response. Lu Yu was naturally also feeling quite disappointed. Just as she was about to say something, Han Li's voice suddenly rang out from within the main peak. Even from so far away, his voice was clearly audible to everyone, as if he were speaking right before them. "Warner, seeing as Senior Martial Brother Lu and Junior Martial Sister Song have already arrived, why don't you invite them into my cave abode? I'm going to have to leave the Heavenly South region for some time after my failed breakthrough attempt, and I have some things to say to them before I go. Get Lu Yu to come with them as well." Nan Gongwan faltered slightly upon hearing this before she turned to Lu Luo and the others with a smile, and she said, "Senior Martial Brother Lu, Junior Martial Sister Song, let's go together." Lu Luo and Song Yu glanced at one another before flying toward the main peak together with Lu Yu in accompaniment. Tian Qiner and Shi Jian were quite disappointed that they hadn't been summoned, but they could only wait on the spot with all of the other core formation cultivators. Without the orders of Nan Gongwan or the other elders, the group of core formation cultivators didn't dare to leave either. All of them began to discuss spiritedly among themselves after Song Yu and the others disappeared into the cave abode on the main peak. The few cultivators who were acquainted with Tian Qiner and Shi Jian approached the two of them and engaged them in conversation. Tian Qiner and Shi Jian had already reached the core formation stage, but due to Han Li's strict orders, they were cultivating in their respective cave abodes most of the time, and they were quite glad to have the opportunity to talk to someone. Several hours passed, yet Nan Gongwan and the others still hadn't emerged from Han Li's cave abode. All of the cultivators waiting outside could only speculate about what matters they were discussing. 3 months later, a streak of azure light shot forth from within the Dream Cloud Mountains, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Only after several days did news spread from the Drifting Clouds sect that Grand Elder Han had departed from the sect to embark on a journey. The objective and time frame of his journey had intentionally been made quite ambiguous, so no one could ascertain exactly why he had left. This piece of news wasn't all that surprising to everyone. This was because news of his failed breakthrough to the deity transformation stage had already spread throughout the cultivation of the Heavenly South region, and virtually all of the sects had been made aware of this. This came as quite a relief to all of the sects that were wary toward Han Li. Even though Han Li was already the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, if he were to progress to the deity transformation stage, his lifespan would be extended to over 2,000 years. That was simply far too long for all of the sects that harbored ambitions of stamping their mark on the Heavenly South region in the future. None of them wanted to be oppressed by Han Li for so long. Seeing as Han Li was unable to progress to the deity transformation stage, it only made sense that he was now embarking on a journey. After all, cultivation alone clearly wouldn't be enough to help him make any further improvements, so he could only search for opportunities to act as a catalyst for a breakthrough. Of course, the chances of him actually succeeding were pitifully slim. Otherwise, the three great cultivators of the heavenly south region wouldn't have been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for so many centuries. With Hanli gone, there were only two late nascent soul cultivators left in the heavenly south region. The Grand Elder of the Nine Nations Union, Wei Wuya, had passed away over 100 years ago. However, the Flowing Mind sect had kept this a secret for many years, and news of this had only begun to spread several years ago. This was the most shocking event that had taken place in the heavenly south region in recent years. The Nine Nations Union was plunged into turmoil as a result, and many sects and powers had erupted into conflict in the aftermath of this news being revealed. Hanli was feeling rather forlorn after hearing about this when he had emerged from seclusion. Even though Wei Wuya was only a step away from the deity transformation stage, it was that single step that barred him from being able to continue his pursuit of the Great Tao. That was a rather depressing end for such a legendary figure of the heavenly south region. However, his passing only served to further cement Hanli's resolve in his pursuit of the Great Tao. To him, everything was trivial if he couldn't attain immortality. No matter how powerful he became, everything would come to an end, and his legacy would cease to exist at some point. He was unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. Hanli was currently on his way to the Milan Plains as a streak of azure light. His objective was naturally to return to the Great Gene so he could secure those ghost-sifting banner from the Een-sifting sect. Even though he had failed to progress to the deity transformation stage earlier, what was undeniable was that he had reached the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. As such, he was feeling a lot more confident about this trip. If he recalled correctly, following the death of Old Devil Qian, the Een-sifting sect should have only had late nascent soul cultivator left, and that was their sect master. As long as he didn't barge in like an idiot and try to fight the entire sect through brute force, it shouldn't be a difficult task for him to obtain the ghost-sifting banners. The master of the Een-sifting sect also seemed to have a vendetta against him as he had slain his Tao companion on the past. In that case, taking advantage of this opportunity to kill this man would be killing two birds with one stone for Hanli, otherwise, he could come back to bite Hanli later. Prior to progressing to the late nascent soul stage, it would have been difficult for Hanli to ensure self-preservation in the face of such a powerful foe, let alone attempt to kill him, so he naturally wasn't going to take the risk. However, he was far more powerful than he once was and he had to obtain the ghost-sifting banners anyway, so he naturally wasn't going to allow this man to live any longer. Hanli couldn't ensure that he would constantly be at the Drifting Clouds sect. If this great cultivator were about to reach the conclusion of his lifespan and was driven to launch a kamikaze attack against the Drifting Clouds sect to take revenge before he died, Nangong Wan and the others would be in severe peril. With that in mind, an intense wave of killing intent swept through Hanli's heart. He was naturally very disappointed that he had failed to make a breakthrough using the glacial flame sink devils, but he wasn't truly distraught as he still had the divine essence fused light as a backup plan. During this trip to the Great Gene, aside from taking the ghost-sifting banners, he also had two other things that he had to take care of. Otherwise, if he were to cultivate the divine essence fused light, he would be confining himself to a certain place, and he wouldn't be able to take care of anything in person until he completely mastered the divine essence fused light. As such, he had to take advantage of this period of freedom to take care of everything in advance. Among the things he had to do, finding the pure sun flame essence and using glacial essence to refine the returning sun water was absolutely imperative. As long as he could refine the returning sun water, his lifespan would increase by a quarter. No cultivator would be willing to give up on something like this that absolutely defied the natural order. To Hanli, who already stood at the pinnacle of all cultivators in the human world, the temptation of this returning sun water was even more immense. After using a soul search technique on Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul in the North Night Palace, Hanli had discovered some leads about the pure sun flame essence. As such, everything was already in place, and he simply needed to set things into motion. As for the other thing he had to do, it was nowhere near as important in comparison, and he was only going to do it along the way. It would be good if he could succeed, but whether he succeeded or not didn't matter all that much. The second thing that he had to do was to travel to the Hidden Fortune Pavilion and ask them for the secret technique required to refine a spatial pocket. Back when he had participated in the grand auction in the Gene Empire, the shopkeeper of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had told him that one could use a spatial rift to refine a spatial pocket. "Why don't you sit here for a while and have a chat with me? I've on duty here at the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. I've been staying here with these mutes for over half a year. I'm bored out of my wits," the dark-complexioned man chuckled. This man was a core formation cultivator, yet he was only a gatekeeper here. That was quite extraordinary. The 2 rows of massive warriors beside the gate were merely puppets, so it was no wonder that he was unable to converse with any of them. However, each and every one of these puppets were extremely lifelike, and it was very difficult to tell that they were puppets just by looking at them. The yellow-robed cultivator had already put away his white umbrella, revealing a set of stern facial features. "Xiao Fengwei. I'm not here to kid around with you. I really do have an extremely important matter to consult with the pavilion master about. Even if I can wait, that person may not be willing to. If we delay for too long and bring disaster to the pavilion, neither you nor I will be able to handle the repercussions." The yellow-robed man was becoming rather enraged. "That person? Who are you referring to, Brother Zhang?" the armored man asked with a bewildered expression. "He's referring to me." The voice of an unfamiliar man suddenly interjected from up above. "Who's there?" the armored cultivator exclaimed in shock. He immediately summoned a barrier or white light to protect himself, then made a hand seal as all of the puppet warriors began to shimmer with spiritual light and rose into the air at his behest. The yellow-robed man's face paled upon seeing this, and he hurriedly yelled, "Wait, Brother Chow, this is Senior Han. Don't you dare attack him." Senior Han. The armor-clad man had no idea who that was. However, the yellow-robed man's cultivation base was comparable to his, and he was clearly extremely wary of this Senior Han, so it could be deduced that he was definitely not just some ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, with the 2 of them situated within this spatial pocket, they would be powerful enough to combat even an early nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that this Senior Han was a mid-nascent soul cultivator? That would not be something that he and a few puppets could handle. With that in mind, the armor-clad man hurriedly swept his spiritual sense toward the warrior puppets, making them descend onto the ground again. The unfamiliar male voice harumphed coldly. "You've made the right decision. I was about to teach you a lesson there." Immediately thereafter, azure light flashed above their heads, and an azure-robed man with his arms crossed appeared in the air above, looking down at the 2 of them with a cold expression. The armor-clad man swept his spiritual sense toward that man, upon which a shiver ran down his spine, and an expression of incredulity and horror appeared on his face. The man up above had made no effort to hide his cultivation base, and he was a late nascent soul cultivator. But when had a new great cultivator by the surname of Han appeared in the Great Gene? Why had he never heard of such a great cultivator? The armor-clad man shuddered with lingering fear as he thought back to how close the puppets had been to attacking this man, and he hurriedly rose into the air before extending a deep bow. "My apologies, Senior. Please forgive me for any offense I may have caused." The young man up above remained expressionless and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the hovering palace nearby, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the armor-clad cultivator down below was sweating profusely, and he didn't dare to stand up straight again without receiving an instruction permitting him to do so. After all, virtually all nascent soul cultivators had peculiar, and often foul tempers, so it would be very easy to irk them. He didn't want to be killed due to an oversight on his own part. Thankfully, the yellow-robed man swooped in to save him. A wry smile appeared on his face as he rose into the air, and he also bowed deeply as he asked, "Senior Han, didn't you say that you were going to give me several months to inform the pavilion master of this matter? Why have you followed me here? I have limited time and no longer want to wait any longer, so I decided to come here to speak with your pavilion master in person. So this is the legendary Hidden Fortune Palace, right? I had heard that this palace was situated in a spatial pocket, and an extremely rare free radical spatial pocket, at that. The location of its entrance will automatically self-adjust once every few years, so normal cultivators would never be able to find it. After coming here for myself today, I can see that this is indeed an extraordinary place. You can get up now. You're a guard here and you were only doing your duty, so I won't take your actions to heart. However, I do want to see your pavilion master, so you can lead the way there for me." The young man turned to the armor-clad cultivator with an implacable look on his face. Chow Wei-Fong was quite relieved after hearing the first half of Han Li's sentence, but his heart clenched tightly again upon hearing Han Li's instructions, and he turned to the yellow-robed man for help. In all honesty, he still didn't even know why this great cultivator was here, nor whether he was friend or foe. The yellow-robed man's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief hesitation, he turned to Chow Wei-Fong with a slight nod. The armor-clad cultivator no longer hesitated any longer upon seeing this as he hurriedly asked, "I would be happy to lead the way to our palace master, but he's currently entertaining a guest. Please allow me to inform our palace master of your arrival, then take you to him. Is that all right, Senior Han? He's entertaining a guest." A hint of surprise appeared in the young man's eyes, but he still nodded expressionlessly. The armor-clad man was ecstatic. He hurriedly pulled out a voice transmission talisman from his storage pouch, then spoke into it in an urgent voice before releasing it into the palace. After doing all that, he gave the young man up above a fawning smile before stepping up the jade staircase, leading the way to the palace master. The yellow-robed man also hurriedly followed along behind them. However, both of them were forging ahead on foot rather than flying up the jade staircase. "There's a flight restriction." The young man's brows furrowed upon making this discovery, but a cold smile immediately appeared on his face as he rose into the air as a streak of azure light, seemingly completely unaffected by the flight restriction. The two people down below could only exchange wry smiles upon seeing this. The surrounding flight restriction was able to prevent all cultivators below the nascent soul stage from rising more than 3 feet into the air. However, it was obviously next to completely ineffective against a late nascent soul cultivator like Han Li. The young man hovering in the air didn't seem to want to excessively challenge the palace master's authority either, as he was flying slowly behind the 2 core formation cultivators, rather than accelerating and speeding up the staircase. This young man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had arrived in the Great Gene. Even though his cultivation base had taken large strides, it still took him half a year to reach the Great Gene through the Milan Plains. As he was passing through the plains, he encountered no difficulties whatsoever, and that leg of the journey had been extremely smooth. This was rather surprising to Han Li. He had prepared himself to teach the immortals of the soaring tribe a lesson as he passed through. After all, he had almost been killed by those soaring tribe cultivators once upon a time. However, along the way, he only encountered some low-grade immortals, and not even a single one at the core formation stage or above. Only after doing research did he understand the reason for this. It turned out that over 100 years ago, the Endless Sky Saintess and the illustrious Grand Immortal issued a joint order, gathering all of the high-grade immortals to the Endless Sky Temple to engage in seclusion for some unknown reason. Without orders or permission for them to leave, they were prohibited from exiting the temple. Through this order, the endless sky saintess and the illustrious grand immortal seemed to be trying to forcibly increase the overall power of the cultivation world in the soaring tribe. Hanli was naturally a little disappointed after hearing about this information. However, he certainly wasn't going to rush over to the endless sky temple to hunt them. After all, the soaring tribe was quite a force to be reckoned with, and if he were to attack the endless sky temple, he'd be facing the might of their entire tribe rather than just a single cultivator or two. This was different from killing that elder shaman of the Star Palace, whom he had a personal vendetta against. The power of the entire soaring tribe was something that he still had to be rather wary of. With that in mind, Hanli relinquished his plan to pick on the soaring tribe, leaving the Milan's plains and continuing his travels toward the Great Gene. Obtaining the refinement method for the spatial pocket was simpler and less time-consuming than the other two things that he had to do, so he decided to take care of this matter first. He first visited a renowned market in a certain state within the Great Gene, then tracked down a branch of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. He told the shopkeeper of the branch, who was the yellow-robed man, that he wanted to purchase the refinement method for the spatial pocket. If a normal nascent soul cultivator had stated such a request, the shopkeeper would have most definitely rejected him without a second thought. However, Hanli hadn't been hiding his cultivation base in the slightest, and the late core formation stage shopkeeper was petrified to be in the presence of a great cultivator. As such, he could only offer a respectful smile as well as a rather uneasy explanation. He had no right to even know the refinement method for a spatial pocket, let alone sell it. As such, he would have to ask the master of the Hidden Fortune Palace for a verdict. This was quite an important matter, so it would be inappropriate just to send out a voice transmission talisman. Thus, he had to pay a visit to the palace in person, and he was asking for Hanli to wait 2 to 3 months for his reply. Hanli felt this to be quite reasonable, so he agreed. However, he wasn't actually just going to sit around and wait for so long. Instead, he unleashed a secret technique to track the yellow-robed man to this place. As far as he was aware, even though the Hidden Fortune Pavilion was supposed to be just a chain of shops, they actually had connections with many of the renowned righteous sects, as well as Devil Dao sections. Furthermore, they also had a late nascent soul great cultivator as their guest grand elder. Very little was known about this guest grand elder, and he was an extremely mysterious character. However, none of that mattered to Hanli. As long as this guest grand elder wasn't the master of the Yin Sifting Palace, even if he were an elder of the Heavenly Devil sect or the High Zenith sect, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. As such, even though he intended to secure this secret technique through intimidation, he wasn't going to really ask for it free of charge. Instead, he had already prepared a large quantity of spirit stones and rare materials in advance. As such, there really was no reason for them to risk offending a great cultivator just to maintain the confidentiality of a secret technique that was more trouble than it was worth. Upon reaching around the halfway mark on the staircase, the sound of a tolling bell suddenly rang out from the hovering palace, extending a welcome to the guest of the Hidden Fortune Palace. A dozen or so streaks of light then shot forth from within the palace, soon revealing themselves to be a group of cultivators. All of them hovered in the air on either side of the entrance to the palace, seemingly unaffected by the flight restriction in place. 2 people emerged from the center of the group, standing side by side as they looked down on Hanli and the others. Hanli's brows furrowed upon seeing this, but his expression quickly reverted back to the normal. He abruptly raised a foot and covered a distance of over 100 feet with a single step. Following a few more steps, he had abruptly appeared at the entrance of the palace, where he was directly facing the 2 people at the center of the group. The cultivators on either side naturally burst into a frenzy upon seeing this, and some of them had even laid their hands on their storage pouches with panicked expressions on their faces. Insolence! Fellow Daoist Han is a guest of ours. You can all go away now. One of the 2 men in the center, a rather portly old man, scolded the 2 rows of cultivators beside him sternly before turning to Hanli with a smile. Hanli inspected the old man with an indifferent expression as he asked, "Are you the lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion?" "Indeed, I am Kenku, and I'm the lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. I was actually informed of the reason for your arrival earlier through a voice transmission talisman from shopkeeper Zhang. This is not a suitable place to talk. How about we have a chat in the palace?" the old man suggested in a respectful manner as he extended a hand toward the palace gates. He was wearing a different ring on each and every one of his 10 fingers, some of which were emanating piercing light, while others were completely dull and lackluster. It was a rather peculiar spectacle to behold. Hanli glanced at the rings on the old man's hand with a nod before turning to the monk beside Kenku, and he asked, "I have no objections. May I ask your name?" This monk was wearing a set of yellow monk robes, and his features were quite youthful, making him appear as if he were a 16 or 17-year-old young man. However, the fearsome spiritual pressure radiating from his body suggested that he was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. "I am Yen Zhu." The youthful monk smiled as he brought his palms together in a Buddhist salute. "Yen Zhu." Hanli murmured to himself, but he was drawing a complete blank. However, that wasn't something to be alarmed about. After all, the high-grade cultivators of the 4 major Buddhist sects were all quite secretive to begin with, and Hanli wasn't from the Great Jin, so it was no surprise that he hadn't heard of this monk. However, a hint of befuddlement flashed through the eyes of the old man upon seeing the lack of reaction from Hanli. Even though he had disguised it quite well, Hanli was far too cautious to let that detail escape his notice. His expression remained unchanged, but he was quickly thinking about his situation. Could it be that this monk was supposed to be an extremely renowned cultivator? Otherwise, why would this lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion have displayed such a reaction? In contrast, the youthful monk merely smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, the 2 core formation cultivators had also finally reached the palace gates, and they hurriedly extended bows toward the old man. Kenku issued a few instructions to the armor-clad core formation cultivator before sending him away, leaving only the yellow-robed man remaining behind. He then led everyone into the Hidden Fortune Pavilion, where everyone took a seat in what clearly wasn't the main hall of the building. Of course, the yellow-robed man and all of the other core formation cultivators could only stand. "I heard that fellow Daoist Han has paid our palace a visit in order to purchase the secret technique for refining a spatial pocket, is that correct?" Kenku cut straight to the point. "That's right, that is indeed the purpose of my visit," Hanli replied in a straightforward manner. "Seeing as you're asking for this secret technique, you must have discovered a spatial rift and wish to refine it into a spatial pocket, but you don't want anyone else to know of its location, right?" Kenku asked with a nonchalant smile. This pavilion lord was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, but this was his territory. As such, even though he was treating Hanli in a respectful manner, he showed no intention of allowing Hanli to dominate proceedings. "You've hit the nail right on the head," Hanli replied indifferently as his eyes narrowed slightly. "Hee. Ever since our pavilion first created spatial pockets, there have been other fellow Taoists like you who have tried to obtain the refinement method from us. Those fellow Taoists were all in a similar situation as you're currently in, Brother Han. They all discovered spatial rifts and wished to refine those spatial rifts into their person's spatial pockets, but didn't want anyone else to be aware of the spatial pocket's location. Furthermore, there has been no lack of great cultivators among those who have come to me seeking the refinement method," Kenku chuckled. "Oh. Did you agree to their request, fellow Daoist?" Hanli was truly curious after hearing that. "No. Every single one of those fellow Taoists promised me that they wouldn't divulge the refinement method to anyone else, but if we were to give them the secret technique, it wouldn't be something that's unique to our Hidden Fortune Pavilion anymore," Kenku replied in a frank manner. Han Li was silent for a moment before speculating in a meaningful voice. I trust that you must have some alternative solution that you can offer, right? Otherwise, it would be quite unwise to turn down great cultivators like this, even for an organization as powerful as the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. You are indeed correct, Brother Han. Our Hidden Fortune Pavilion would naturally prefer to avoid offending powerful cultivators if possible. As such, even though we can't hand over the refinement method, we have a substitute that can also satisfy those fellow Taoist requests, Can Ku replied with a carefree expression. A substitute. Han Li was truly a little flabbergasted this time. Our pavilion has actually devised a set of formation tools a long time ago, and those tools can create a formation that can transform an area into a makeshift spatial pocket. I can't guarantee you that the result would be exactly identical to a true spatial pocket, but it's at least extremely similar, Can Ku announced confidently. However, Han Li's brows furrowed upon hearing this, and he shook his head as he asked, Is that so? Seeing as it's relying on the power of a restriction, a spatial pocket of this nature will surely have many flaws, right? There will naturally be some flaws, but those flaws won't be an issue for someone like you, Brother Han, Can Ku replied nonchalantly. You really have piqued my interest now, Brother Can. Would you be able to elaborate on that further? Han Li's expression had finally changed a little. There's not a whole lot of explaining to be done. Essentially, the former pavilion lord asked a few formation spell masters to create a spatial pocket formation based on the concept of a true spatial pocket. These formations were then virtually perfectly replicated in the form of formation tools that can be distributed. As long as the area isn't too large, the formation tools will suffice for creating a spatial pocket. As for flaws, there are only two. Seeing as formation tools are being used, the spirit stone expenditure will naturally be quite high. It would take over 10,000 spirit stones to maintain a spatial pocket of this nature per year. Of course, if the spatial pocket itself contains a spirit vein, then those costs can be slightly lowered. Aside from that, the makeshift spatial pocket setup using these spatial tools will only be able to maintain itself for a maximum of 2,000 to 3,000 years. After that, the formation tools will lose their efficacy, and the entire spatial pocket would collapse. I'm sure that with your current wealth, the first condition can be easily met. As for the second flaw, as long as you're not planning to pass down this spatial pocket for many generations, the time limit should more than suffice for your needs. Even if we were to reach the deity transformation stage, our lifespans would only be extended to just over 2,000 years anyway, Can Ku elaborated with a slightly smug expression on his face. Han Li began to stroke his chin with a contemplative look upon hearing this. How about it? Are you interested in our pavilion's formation tools? If so, we'll be sure to sell you a set at a discounted price. A confident smile appeared on Can Ku's face, as if he were sure that Han Li would accept this arrangement. However, in the next instant, Can Ku's smile abruptly stiffened. After contemplating for a long while, Han Li shook his head, and said, I still want the refinement method for the spatial pocket. Not only did the yellow-robed core formation cultivator's expression change upon hearing this, even the monk named Yan Zhu had turned to appraise Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Can Ku's smile faded as he asked, Seeing as you're so insistent, you must have your own considerations, but you should at least provide me with a plausible reason for your insistence, right, fellow Taoist Han? As he spoke, he was unconsciously tapping the jade armrest on his chair with his hand in a very rhythmic manner. Han Li could see what Can Ku was doing, but he ignored it as he calmly replied, It's quite simple, the spatial rift that I discovered is already displaying signs of instability. I don't believe that a mere set of formation tools can prevent spatial collapse should it arise. As such, I'm determined to obtain the refinement method, Han Li said in an implacable voice. Can Ku's brows furrowed upon hearing this. It was quite clear that Han Li's reply was completely unexpected to him, and a hesitant look appeared on his face for the first time. You can have the refinement method for the spatial pocket if you want it, but you'll have to spar with me first. Right at this moment, an elderly voice sounded from somewhere. Immediately thereafter, silver light flashed and a streak of light shot forth into the palace. The silver light then faded to reveal a monk in silver robes. Kenku and Yanju immediately rose to their feet and hurried extended respectful salutes toward the monk. Kenku's expression lit up with elation as he greeted, "Master Yuanji, you came." Yanju pays his respects to Senior Marshal Brother Yuanji. The two of them were treating the monk in an extremely respectful manner. In contrast, Hanli remained seated in his chair as he appraised this monk with a somewhat intrigued expression. This monk didn't appear to be as youthful as Yanju, but he only looked to be around 30 years of age, and had a set of graceful and refined facial features. It was quite difficult to link this man to that elderly voice that had rung out earlier. Unlike with Yanju, Yuanji was a name that Hanli had actually heard of. This monk seemed to be one of the 3 late nascent soul stage elders of the Lightning Sound sect, which was one of the 4 major Buddhist sections. In contrast with other Buddhist great cultivators, this man was extremely renowned throughout the Great Jin, and at the same time, he was also one of the exceedingly rare Buddhist Vajra protectors. That was the extent of Han Li's knowledge of this man. Only after inspecting the silver-robed monk for a while did Han Li cup his fist in a salute. However, he remained seated in his chair, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Master Yuanji of the Lightning Sound sect, I didn't you be the guest elder of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. Forgive me for my rudeness." A slightly cold light flashed through the silver-robed monk's eyes at the sight of Han Li's lackadaisical display, and he asked coldly, "Which sect are you from, fellow Daoist Han? I don't recall ever hearing about you." "It's no surprise that you don't recognize me, Master Yuanji, this is also the first time I've seen you." Han Li chuckled lazily. At this moment, Yanju suddenly chuckled and said something quite unexpected. "Senior Marshal Brother Yuanji, this may be your first time seeing Benefactor Han, but it's definitely not the first time you've heard of him." Han Li's expression changed slightly as he turned toward Yanju. Kenku also faltered upon hearing this before a contemplative look appeared on his face. "Oh. What do you mean by that, Junior Marshal Brother Yanju?" The silver-robed monk was also a little taken aback. "Senior Marshal Brother, have you forgotten about the devilish tribulation of the Kunwu Mountains and the demon beast rampage at the North Night Palace over 200 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, fellow Daoist Han had participated in both of those prominent events, and he certainly wasn't just an inconsequential bystander either," Yanju replied calmly. The silver-robed monk's heart jolted with shock upon hearing this as he turned to appraise Han Li again. Kunwu Mountains. North Night Palace. Could it be that this man is the fugitive wanted by the Yin Sifting sect and the North Night Palace? It's been so many years, I'm surprised there are still people who remember me. So, are you planning to capture me and hand me over to those 2 powers? Han Li's expression remained quite calm, as if he were completely unfazed by the prospect of having to battle these cultivators. Kenku's heart jolted upon hearing Han Li's blunt admission, and his smile became rather forced. "Haha, of course not, Brother Han. The Yin Sifting sect and the North Night Palace are quite powerful, but they have nothing to do with our Hidden Fortune Pavilion, so there's no reason for us to do their bidding. However, I truly have heard a lot about you, Brother Han. I had that old devil Qian of the Yin Sifting sect and Master Arctic Dragon of the North Night Palace had all fallen by your hands, is that true? I don't think any of you will believe me if I were to tell you that I didn't kill old devil Qian and Master Arctic Dragon," Han Li replied with a cold smile. The silver-robed monk's expression turned rather grim as he said, "I heard that you were only a mid-nascent soul cultivator at the time, Brother Han. If you really did slay two late nascent-souled great cultivators at your cultivation base at the time, then you must be extraordinarily powerful now that you've progressed to the late nascent soul stage yourself. I really am looking forward to sparring with you now, fellow Daoist Han. Upon hearing the monk's bold challenge, Kenku hurriedly interjected, surely there's no need for that, Master Yuanji. If Brother Han truly wants to purchase the refinement method for the spatial pocket, then I'm sure we can work out a deal. It appeared that after learning about Han Li's resounding feats, the Lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had changed his mind and no longer wanted to pit their guest Grand Elder against Han Li. You won't sway my decision, fellow Daoist Kenku. Even without this matter concerning the spatial pocket, I'm still determined to spar with fellow Daoist Han. I've been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for many years, and I've been looking for fellow Taoists of the same cultivation base to test my skills against, as well as to see if I can learn some things through sparring that will assist in taking me to the next level. If fellow Daoist Han really is as powerful as the rumors suggest, then there's no way that I'm giving up on this opportunity. The silver-robed monk seemed to be very determined. Kenku's expression immediately soured upon hearing this, and he turned Yen Zhu for assistance. There's no need for you to feel troubled, Benefactor Kan. This is only a sparring match, and it'll be mutually beneficial to both senior martial brother Yuan Ji and fellow Daoist Han. In all honesty, I also want to witness the power of the most elite cultivator that the Heavenly South region has to offer, Yen Zhu said with a smile. Kenku was completely speechless. You know where I came from. Upon hearing mention of the Heavenly South region, Han Li's heart stirred as his expression darkened. Yen Zhu seemed to be able to glean Han Li's thoughts, and he replied in an unhurried manner, there's no need to be alarmed, Brother Han. You're naturally extremely mysterious to normal cultivators, but for major powers like our Lightning Sound sect, it's not difficult to track down your origins. Do you really think that the Yin Sifting sect and the North Night Palace are unaware of this information? It's just that they're wary of your powers and are pretending to be oblivious. After all, both sects have lost a great cultivator each, as well as several other nascent soul elders. They're currently far too busy dealing with other sects that are trying to take advantage of the situation to plot against them, so they don't have the spare capacity to come after you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to live such a leisurely life in the Heavenly South region these past years, fellow Daoist Han. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he said, that's true. I don't know about other sects, but the Yin Sifting sect is most likely aware of my origins. However, I have no interest in sparring with a cultivator of the same cultivation base unless I stand to gain from it. Fellow Daoist Kenku, I'm only willing to accept this challenge if you promise me that you'll hand over the refinement method should I defeat Master Yuanji. The silver-robed man faltered upon hearing this before turning to Kenku. Kenku's expression became rather indecisive, but he made up his mind after a short while. A smile appeared on his face as he said, seeing as fellow Daoist Han is this confident, it wouldn't be right for me to turn you down. If you can defeat Master Yuanji in a sparring match, then I have no qualms offering up the refinement method for the spatial pocket. Han Li chuckled as he rose to his feet, and immediately said, that's all I needed to hear, fellow Daoist Kenku. Please enlighten me, Master Yuanji. In all honesty, I'm actually very curious about Buddhist secret techniques as well. I hope you won't disappoint me, Master Yuanji. His words sent a stir running through all of the core formation cultivators present. They were also clearly very much looking forward to the upcoming sparring match. Meanwhile, Yen Zhu stood off to the side in silence with a profound smile on his face. A cold smile appeared on the silver-robed monk's face, and a hint of ferocity had appeared on his refined features. The Hidden Fortune Palace won't be big enough to house a sparring match between the two of you. How about we take this outside, fellow Taoists? I'm sure the flight restriction won't be an issue to either of you, Kenku suggested. I have no objections. The silver-robed monk nodded in response. We'll do as you say, Pavilion Lord Can. Hanli also accepted this arrangement in a nonchalant manner. Thus, all of them immediately made their way out of the palace. Everyone else remained standing on the spot, while Hanli and the silver-robed monk rose into the air. Hanli did so as a streak of azure light, while a white lotus flower appeared beneath the monk's feet, slowly carrying him into the air. Moments later, the two of them appeared in the sky high above the hidden Fortune Palace, facing one another with a distance of several hundred feet between them. The silver-robed monk stared at Hanli for a while before suddenly uttering a Buddhist prayer, upon which a layer of faint golden light appeared over his face. Hanli's lackadaisical expression faded upon seeing this, and his brows furrowed as he suddenly asked, "I had heard that Master Yuan-ji was a Buddhist Vajra protector. Could it be that you've cultivated the legendary bright jade arts?" The silver-robed monk faltered slightly upon hearing Hanli identify his cultivation art, but a proud expression quickly appeared on his face as he replied, "Oh? I didn't think that you would be so knowledgeable about our Buddhist cultivation arts, fellow Daoist Han. Indeed, I am cultivating the bright jade arts. Please enlighten me, fellow Daoist Han." He joined his palms together and began to utter a series of Buddhist chants, following which silver runes surfaced over his silver robes. At the same time, all of the skin on his body began to take on a faint golden hue, making him appear as if he were a golden Buddha that had descended upon this world. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, but his heart jolted slightly upon seeing this. The signs displayed by the monk clearly indicated that he already mastered the fourth layer of the bright jade arts. This meant that his body was already as hard as the average treasure, so he would most likely be able to combat a normal flying sword with his bare hands alone. However, if that was the extent of his powers, then he was naturally no match for Hanli. Hanli wasted no further time with words as he swept his sleeve through the air. A crisp ringing sound immediately rang out as several tens of golden flying swords shot forth from his sleeve, transforming into streaks of light that were around a foot in length each as they circled around his body. Immediately thereafter, Hanli made a hand seal and cast an incantation seal into the air. All of the sword around him shuddered as they began to radiate brilliant golden light, multiplying by sevenfold in an instant to create several hundred identical streaks of light. All of a sudden, the entire sky had been illuminated by golden light, creating a dazzling and formidable golden wave. Kenku and all of the other spectating core formation cultivators' expressions changed in unison upon seeing this. They could sense that just the golden swords that Hanli had summoned alone would be enough to vanquish an average nascent soul cultivator. In contrast, the silver-robed monk's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this. He merely raised his hands, and red and green spiritual light shimmered in his hands at the same time, transforming into a crimson Buddhist staff that was several feet in length, as well as a string of shimmering green Buddhist beads. Right at this moment, Hanli made another hand seal, and the several hundred streaks of golden light swept toward the silver-robed monk as a golden wave at Hanli's behest. In response, the monk let loose a loud cry as he abruptly raised a hand. The crimson staff that he was holding immediately transformed into a crimson WIRM that pounced toward the wave of golden light. At the same time, he also raised the string of green Buddhist beast, which transformed into a green barrier of light that shielded his body within. After doing all that, the monk cast his eyes downward and began to make a series of hand seals, appearing as if he were about to unleash some kind of extremely powerful ability. Meanwhile, the crimson WIRM shot forth through the air and plunged headfirst into the golden light manifested from Hanli's azure bamboo cloud's warm swords. The WIRM was struck by over 100 swords at once, but it wasn't immediately torn into shreds as Hanli expected. Instead, it was baring its fangs and swinging its claws through the air, launching a ferocious counterattack against the golden swords around it. Myriad-year flame coral. Hanli murmured to himself upon seeing this, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. After adding auric essence to all of his flying swords, they possessed immense destructive power. However, there were a few materials that in the human world that could still withstand his flying swords, and myriad-year flame coral was one of those materials. However, this material was even rarer than auric essence, yet this monk had somehow been able to source it and add it to his Buddhist staff. Furthermore, it appeared that the proportion of myriad-year flame coral in the staff was quite high. Otherwise, it would definitely have been unable to remain unscathed in the face of so many flying swords. Hanli was rather surprised by this development, and he immediately changed his plan of attack. A small proportion of his flying swords remained behind to combat the red WIRM while most of them skirted around and hurtled toward the silver-robed monk. The monk paid no heed to the oncoming streaks of golden light and continued to make his hand seals, seemingly very confident in the light barrier manifested by his string of Buddhist beads. Hanli harumphed coldly upon seeing this. Scintillating golden light radiated from his flying swords, and they became even more fearsomely powerful. A string of loud thumps erupted as the streaks of golden light crashed into the light barrier in unison, but it sounded as if they had struck a chunk of dead wood. The green light barrier tremored violently, but the golden swords were unable to puncture through it. Hanli stirred upon seeing this as he made a hand seal. All of a sudden, the streaks of golden light around the silver-robed monk rose into the air in unison. Golden light abruptly began to radiate in all directions, and it was as if a golden sun was rising into the sky. After the incandescent golden light faded, a massive golden sword that was several tens of feet in length was revealed. At this moment, Hanli pointed a finger without any hesitation. The golden light shimmering on the surface of the huge sword dimmed, but a layer of white glacial light appeared in its place. Soon, thick layers of ice crystals had materialized, transforming the sword into a gargantuan ice sword over 100 feet in length. The entire sword was glittering and translucent, and all of the spectators drew a sharp breath in unison at the sight of its sheer enormity. The silver monk's expression finally changed drastically upon seeing this. Right at this moment, Hanli swept a hand downward with a cold expression, and uttered the word, "slash." The ice sword tremored before crashing downward with devastating force. Before it had even struck the green light barrier, fluctuations that were visible to the naked eye began to surface in the surrounding space. A loud screeching sound also erupted at the same time, and it was as if a glacial mountain were crashing down from the heavens. The silver-robed monk was indeed quite confident in the durability of his green light barrier, but he definitely didn't dare to allow it to be struck by that fearsome attack. As such, he uttered a Buddhist chant, and the white lotus flower beneath his feet twirled, following which he disappeared along with the lotus amid a burst of seven-colored Buddhist light. The giant sword's devastating attack struck thin air as a result. In the next instant, a burst of white light flashed several tens of feet away, and the lotus flower appeared once again. The monk then also emerged above the white lotus, and at the same time, he made a final hand seal to complete the sequence. A wave of astonishing spiritual pressure immediately surged forth from his body, and a massive projection around 50 to 60 feet tall suddenly materialized above his head. This projection's entire body was shimmering with golden light, and its facial features were extremely sinister. It had a head of curly hair, and its upper body as entire nude. The projection was the spitting image of the legendary Buddhist angry eye Vajra. As soon as the Vajra projection appeared, the silver-robed monk immediately let loose a loud cry as he threw two punches toward the massive ice sword from afar. A resounding boom rang out as the golden Vajra projection emulated the monk's movements, striking out at the sword with its fists. Two balls of golden light exploded, and the massive ice sword was sent flying through the air amid a thunderous boom, only managing to barely arrest its momentum after cartwheeling through the air several times. Hanli hurriedly turned his gaze toward the sword, upon which a hint of shock surged through his heart. He discovered that after being struck by the golden Vajra projection, the layer of ice covering the section of the sword struck by the Vajra's fists had been completely shattered, revealing the shimmering golden sword within. Hanli was quite bewildered upon seeing this. The silver-robed monk appeared to be using a cultivation art that wasn't exactly the same as the bright jade arts, but somehow seemed to be related to it. However, after refining all of his flying swords again during seclusion, there was an astonishing amount of profound jade infused into each and every sword, reaching the upper limit on the amount of profound jade each sword could contain. As such, there was definitely enough glacial chi within the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords to support more than one attack. As such, Hanli made a hand seal, and white glacial light surfaced on the section of the sword where the layer of ice had been shattered. The ice layer immediately repaired itself before the ice sword swept toward the monk again. The power imbued within the gargantuan ice sword was just as formidable as ever, making it appear as if the monk's last attack hadn't actually dealt it any substantial damage. Only now was the silver-robed monk realizing what a troublesome prospect this massive ice sword was to deal with. His expression darkened, yet he unleashed no movement techniques to evade the oncoming attack. Instead, his body swelled and his arms suddenly thickened significantly, following which he clapped his hands together as fast as lightning. A loud thump rang out as the Vajra projection emulated his movements, bringing its two massive hands together to catch the ice sword in mid-air, thereby preventing it from being able to continue in its descent. The Vajra projection was objectively quite massive, but it was nowhere near the size of the gargantuan ice sword. As such, the Vajra projection was made to look like a small child catching a sword. However, it really did manage to stop the ice sword cold in its tracks. Hanli's pupils contracted upon seeing this, and he really was quite shocked by this turn of events. Setting aside the enormous power imbued within the ice sword itself, just the glacial chi emanating from the myriad-year profound jade was capable of freezing all treasures that dared to stand in its way. However, the golden Vajra projection had managed to keep the sword at bay with its bare hands, and it appeared to be completely unscathed. This really was an extraordinary secret technique. Hanli turned his attention toward the silver-robed monk to discover that he didn't seem to be in as good a condition as the Vajra projection was. Even though his arms remained resolute, his body was hunched over involuntarily, and the golden light shimmering around him was wavering unsteadily, thereby indicating that he was under a lot of pressure and strain. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. This monk's secret technique appeared to be rather similar to the six-apex devil's art, but also completely different at the same time. The six-apex devil's art allowed one to manifest 6 devilish projections, but all of the devilish shadows had to rely on an external source of power. However, the Vajra projection summoned by this monk was completely being supported by the magic power from within the monk's body, and the power of this secret technique was also directly related to his bright jade arts. If that monk hadn't mastered the 4th layer of the bright jade arts, the attack from the ice sword would have crushed his physical body, even if the Vajra projection could have handled it. Hanli was quite amazed by this monk's resourcefulness, but this was certainly not the extent of the azure bamboo cloud's warm sword's powers. He made a hand seal once again as he activated another ability of the flying swords. An explosive thunderclap erupted as arcs of golden light each as thick as a human arm abruptly surfaced over the ice sword. The arcs of lightning manifested themselves into countless golden lightning pythons which swept directly toward the Vajra projection. Ha! The silver-robed monk's heart jolted with shock. He clearly hadn't anticipated that Hanli's flying swords would possess so many abilities, and he had no time to think as he abruptly opened his mouth. Even though nothing was blasted out of the monk's mouth, the bursts of golden light erupted from the Vajra projection's mouth as it imitated his movement. Spiritual light flashed, and the lightning pythons were all kept at bay by the vast expanse of golden light. Almost at the exact same moment, the silver-robed monk let loose another loud cry as he brought his hands together with even greater force. A massive crack immediately appeared on the ice sword between the Vajra projection's hands. Piercing golden light erupted from the projection's hands, and the crack instantly expanded as shards of ice detached themselves from the sword. The silver monk was planning to use the Vajra projection's immense power to completely snap the ice sword in half. However, he had clearly chosen the wrong strategy to proceed with. Hanli chuckled coldly as he switched to another hand seal, and the ice sword suddenly shuddered violently amid a loud ringing sound. The sword then disintegrated into golden threads as it dispersed from between the Vajra projection's massive hands. The Vajra projection attempted to grab the threads with its hands, but the golden threads were far too agile as they avoided its foundering hands with ease. The monk faltered slightly upon seeing this before exclaiming, "So you're a cultivator proficient in sword arts, fellow Daoist Han." Hanli summoned his flying swords back to him with a calm smile as he replied, "I wouldn't dare to proclaim myself to be a sword cultivator with my half-assed skills. Having said that, the secret techniques you unleashed have truly broadened my horizons, Master Yuanji. May I inquire about the origins of this secret technique?" This wasn't a true battle of life and death, so there was no need for him to exert too much pressure on his opponent. "This is just a small trick to be used in conjunction with the bright jade arts. It's not worthy of a mention," the silver-robed monk replied with an ambiguous chuckle, clearly unwilling to divulge his secrets. Hanli merely smiled in response. "Your Buddhist arts are indeed quite powerful. If I continue using normal techniques, it'll be a long time before we arrive at a decisive result in our sparring match. I'm going to be using a few powerful treasures next." "Do be careful, Master Yuanji," Hanli cautioned in a calm voice. After delivering that warning, Hanli flicked his 10 fingers toward the monk in quick succession, and 10 thin red threads shot forth before disappearing mid-flight. His sleeve then rustled as a ball of 3-colored flames tumbled out from within, transforming into a 3-colored feather fan that Hanli caught in his hand. He injected his spiritual power into the fan in a wild frenzy before gently sweeping it through the air. The cry of a phoenix rang out as a 3-colored fire raven that was several feet in size rushed directly toward the monk. He then opened his mouth to blast forth a white bead, which swelled drastically to reach around a foot in size in the blink of an eye. Bursts of purple glacial flames were shimmering over the surface of the bead. Hanli merely swept a sleeve through the bead, and a sea of purple flames appeared before him. Massive waves of fire several tens of feet tall were instantly swept up, creating an extremely formidable sight to behold. The silver-robed monk adopted an extremely solemn expression at the sight of Han Li's fearsome assault. He immediately flipped his hand over to produce a shimmering silver vial. However, before he had a chance to do anything with this vial, red light suddenly flashed in the air before the Vajra projection. 10 thin fiery threads had emerged before striking the projection in unison. A string of loud metallic clangs rang out as the two clashed, but the fiery threads were completely unable to pierce into the Vajra projection's body in the slightest. The monk completely ignored the fiery threads, turning his attention to the oncoming 3-colored fire raven instead with a grave look on his face. Even though this was the first time he had seen the triflame fan, the astonishing spiritual power emanating from the 3-colored fire raven struck him with a sense of immense pressure. Previously, some people were leaving and entering them, but due to the recent battle between Hanli and the silver-robed monk, no one else appeared from them. Carrying the command token, the core formation cultivator disappeared into one of the buildings below. At that moment, the silver-robed monk took a calming breath and descended to the ground. He took out a white medicine bottle and tossed a fire-red medicine pill into his mouth. "Master Yuanji, are you well?" Hanli looked over and asked. Yuanji looked over at Hanli and casually smiled at him as if he didn't mind the injuries Hanli inflicted on him. He aloofly answered, "I'm fine." With medicine pills, I'll only need several months to recover. But I must say that fan of yours is no ordinary treasure. Even top-grade magic treasures couldn't damage my golden projection as much as your fan, and I wasn't able to resist it in the slightest. It should be a spirit treasure replica, but not a genuine article. The master is quite observant. My fan is indeed a spirit treasure replica. Hanli answered with a chuckle. When the silver-robed monk heard this, a faint smile appeared on his indifferent face. But just as he thought to say something, Kenku interjected. The fat old man rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Fellow Taoists, we may as well continue our discussion inside the hall. I happen to acquire a bottle of the Crossing Dragon's Roar. It is said that when ordinary cultivators take a drink of it, it can accomplish about a month of dedicated cultivation. More importantly, the flavor is said to be exquisite beyond description. How about we taste it together? At that moment, he no longer appeared to be a pavilion lord, but rather a hospitable old man of humble origins. The Crossing Dragon's Roar. I have heard of that wine's name. It is said to be created from several rare fruits that have long been extinct from the mortal world. The wine is fragrant beyond all others. Fellow Taoist, please don't be surprised. Although I hail from a Buddhist sect, I will find it hard to deny something of this value. Yuan Ji smiled upon seeing Han Li's amazement and teasingly replied, in the past, fellow Taoist Kenku became a guest elder of our sect by enticing him with tens of ancient spirit wines. But don't think he is a base monk. He respects all the other commandments. His tone was friendly. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred and he silently smiled. Then, the party entered the main hall. He hurriedly made a hand seal to summon the black chi around him back to his body, creating a suit of inky black armor in the blink of an eye. He then let loose a low roar as resounding booms erupted all over his body. Countless arcs of blue lightning surfaced over his armor, making it appear as if countless shimmering blue snakes were roaming over his suit of armor, creating an extremely formidable sight to behold. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations appeared behind him, following which a humanoid figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air. The yin-sifting sect master didn't turn around, but he seemed to have anticipated this in advance as he abruptly made a hand seal. A burst of black light immediately shot forth from his back, appeared above the humanoid figure's head in a flash before crashing down with ferocious might. It was an inky black flying sword that was around a foot in length. A loud clang erupted as the humanoid figure raised both of its hands. Two silver longswords were held within his grasp, and he used them to swat the flying sword away. Only then did the yin-sifting sect master turn around with a cold smile on his face. However, his smile immediately stiffened at the sight of the humanoid figure behind him. Even though the humanoid figure was completely identical in appearance to Han Li, there wasn't even a single trace of vitality in its body. It was like an inanimate object. Just he was about to assess this, Han Li, with his spiritual sense, an arc of azure light flashed in the air overhead and the true Han Li emerged. He then immediately swept his tri-flame fan downward without any hesitation, sending a pillar of three-colored flames hurtling down below. Even though this was the first time the yin-sifting sect master had seen this fan, the terrifying fire attribute spiritual power imbued within it alerted him to the fact that it was not to be taken lightly. He bent his knees and his legs were like coiled springs, launching him backward in retreat at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but during his retreat, he pointed a finger toward Han Li from afar. The countless blue lightning snakes roaming over its body shot forth in a flash, hurtling toward Han Li amid a burst of explosive thunderclaps. He then opened his mouth to blast forth an extremely smooth jade panel, which swelled drastically as it flew through the air. At the same time, he flipped over his other hand to summon a sharp golden spike. He hurled the spike viciously through the air, and it only flashed twice before it was upon Hanli, attempting to pierce through his body at an incredible speed. A normal nascent soul cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to evade such a rapid attack, but after cultivating the 9 Gale transformations, Hanli was able to twist his body to the side in an impossible angle as if he had no bones, thereby allowing him to easily evade the golden spike as it flew past him several feet away. At this point, the Yin Sifting Sect Master was over 200 feet away from Hanli, and he was looking on at Hanli's contortion skills with astonishment in his eyes. After Hanli's body returned to normal, he appraised his opponent with a cold expression before suddenly clasping his hands behind his back and letting loose a cold harumph. The Yin Sifting Sect Master was initially a little perplexed by Hanli's actions, but as soon as his cold harumph reached his ears, he felt as if a sharp spike had been driven into his brain. The excruciating pain caught him completely off guard, and he doubled over with his hands clawing at his own head as his expression was twisted to the extreme. This was the Spirit Stun Thorn secret technique that had been developed by the Monarch of Soul Divergence. Hanli had already reached the final layer of the Great Development Technique and his cultivation base was at the pinnacle of late nascent soul stage, so this Spirit Stun Thorn attack was virtually as powerful as it possibly could be. That streak of black light was naturally none other than the Devil Essence Dagger. Even though this dagger was extremely powerful and had exceptional concealment properties, a great cultivator would always be able to sense it at such close quarters. As such, Hanli used the Spirit Stun Thorn first, forcing the Yin Sifting Sect Master to reflexively withdraw his spiritual sense back into his body as a result of the excruciating pain. The Devil Essence Dagger was then able to take advantage of this opportunity, flying around to behind its target before easily slicing off his head. It could be said that victory was decided in an instant. Otherwise, even though Hanli was confident in his ability to bring down his opponent, it would take quite a long time and require a lot of effort. The Yin Sifting Sect Master was overly confident in the suit of armor that he was wearing, and never would he have thought that Hanli would possess a treasure like the Devil Essence Dagger, which could completely disregard devilish chi. As a result, his armor proved to be completely ineffective, and he was insta-killed on the spot. Immediately following the Yin Sifting Sect Master's decapitation, Hanli suddenly spread his thunderstorm wings and disappeared as an arc of azure lightning. In the next instant, Hanli appeared in the air above the headless body. However, right at this moment, the headless body suddenly began to expand drastically before exploding violently, sending a burst of blood mist hurtling toward Hanli. Hanli was given a massive fright and immediately raised both hands at once. 2 thick arcs of golden lightning immediately shot forth amid a resounding thunderclap, splitting up to form a large golden net before retaliating against the crimson mist. This crimson mist had to be some kind of sinister secret technique that allowed a cultivator to use its body as a weapon, but the divine Devilbane lightning just so happened to be able to completely nullify it. As such, as soon as the two clashed, the oncoming cloud of crimson mist was immediately vanquished amid flashes of golden light. However, a tiny black humanoid figure had taken advantage of this opportunity to flee into the distance. This miniature humanoid figure was naturally none other than the Yin Sifting Sect Master's nascent soul. It sped to over 300 feet away in the blink of an eye, then began to unleash a teleportation technique. After 2 flashes in quick succession, it appeared a further several hundred feet away, thereby taking it to over 1,000 feet away from Hanli, and it appeared that it was going to escape. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this before a cold smile appeared on his face. A loud thunderclap suddenly rang out behind him as 2 thick bolts of azure and white lightning surfaced on both of his wings at the same time. Immediately thereafter, balls of lightning appeared behind him before revolving around his wings. He flapped his thunderstorm wings, and all of the balls of lightning exploded at once, injecting arcs of azure and white lightning into his wings. Hanli transformed into an arc of lightning and disappeared amid another resounding thunderclap. In the next instant, he had appeared 300 feet away before abruptly vanishing once again amid another thunderclap. On the next occasion, the arc of lightning appeared several hundred feet away, and it was close to catching up to the fleeing nascent soul. The Yin-sifting sect master turned around just in time to witness Hanli unleashing his extraordinary movement technique, and a surge of panic immediately ran through his heart. He knew that he couldn't afford to conserve his power any longer as he made a hand seal, and his nascent soul disappeared as a streak of crimson light, attempting to flee by using his teleportation technique in quick succession. At this moment, Hanli appeared around 400 feet behind the nascent soul, and he harumphed coldly upon seeing this. A thin gash appeared on his glabella, following which black light flashed and an inky black eyeball surfaced. This was none other than Hanli's Law Destruction Eye. As soon as the eye appeared, a flash of black light shot forth from within, disappearing into a certain spot in the air. Immediately thereafter, a loud explosion erupted as the nascent soul stumbled out of empty space amid a flash of black light, looking as if its teleportation technique had been forcibly cut off midway. The nascent soul wore a panicked expression of incredulity, as if it were yet to come to terms with the fact that Hanli had a method to foil its teleportation technique. It gritted its teeth and disappeared again after making a hand seal. Hanli's brows furrowed as his expression completely darkened. Another burst of black light was blasted out of his Law Destruction Eye, and he flapped his wings as he disappeared as an arc of azure lightning. As such, when the nascent soul was forced to reveal itself again, Hanli was able to appear just over 100 feet away from it. The nascent soul was shocked to see this, and it immediately raised its hands to send several green threads hurtling toward Hanli. Hanli also raised a hand to summon several fiery threads, which were sent flying through the air. As soon as the threads clashed, the green threads revealed their true forms to be hair-thin green flying needles. Meanwhile, the nascent soul tried to take advantage of this opportunity to flee again. However, Hanli was already prepared on this occasion. He swept his sleeve through the air in an expressionless manner as he blasted forth an arc of golden lightning, which then disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap erupted up ahead, and the Yin-sifting sect master's nascent soul let loose a cry of anguish before clasping its hands over its chest. A tiny golden sword that was several inches in length was protruding from its chest, but it didn't seem to have completely punctured the nascent soul's body. However, the arcs of lightning emanating from the tiny sword were well and truly striking the nascent soul. The cultivation art used by this Yin-sifting sect master was clearly also a type of ancient devilish art. After the nascent soul was struck by the arc of golden lightning, an expression of agony appeared on its face, and it appeared to be on the brink of falling apart. Hanli's body swayed and he appeared in the air directly above the nascent soul. He then rubbed his hands together to produce another thick bolt of golden lightning amid an astonishing burst of rumbling. "Please wait, fellow Taoist, I have something to say," the nascent soul cried out as its face turned deathly pale. "I have no interest in hearing what you have to say." Hanli harumphed coldly as he raised a hand, following which the golden arc of lightning transformed into a massive golden python before crashing down from above. The Yin-sifting sect master was absolutely horrified. "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. However, are you only trying to take their banners or do you intend to completely destroy the Yin-sifting sect?" the small child asked. Hanli paused for a moment before replying with a cold smile, "It doesn't matter what my intentions are. They'll be losing 6 or 7 nascent soul stage elders on top of their late nascent soul stage sect master. Do you think they'll still be able to maintain their position as one of the 10 great Devil Dao sects? When that time comes, all of their enemies will destroy them in my stead. I won't need to dirty my hands at all." "What you're saying makes sense as well. Seeing as the Yin sifting sect is a prominent sect of the Devil Dao, they'll definitely have a lot of enemies. Otherwise, the Yin sifting sect master wouldn't have appeared here, the small child agreed with a smile. A faint smile also appeared on Han Li's face as he flipped over a hand to produce a black ball. He then fell silent as he began to scrutinize the ball. However, only a short while had passed before he abruptly patted his storage pouch to summon a wooden box. He blew toward the box, and the lid flew off of its own accord. The contents of the box comprised of a crimson ball, upon which was plastered several restriction talismans. This was none other than the treasure that Han Li had taken from the grey-robed monk by the name of Mo Jiu from the profound jade cave of the North Night Palace. Han Li placed the black ball into the wooden box as well before carefully inspecting it. At first glance, the black ball was completely dull and lustreless, giving off a nondescript and mundane air. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to discover that there were profound grayish-white runes visible on its surface. At the same time, Han Li was able to use his spiritual sense to peer deeper into the ball, where he discovered that there were miniature clouds of inky black mist situated within. All of these clouds were tumbling and surging erratically, and they seemed to be imbued with extremely fearsome and pure devilish qi. Only after a long while did Han Li withdraw his gaze from the black ball before turning his attention to the crimson ball again. After a brief assessment, he discovered that there was also extremely astonishing fire attribute spiritual power lurking within. He stroked his chin as a contemplative look appeared on his face. I didn't think that someone would have been capable of refining thunder bombs in the human world, even in ancient times. I wonder if the ancient cultivators figured out the refinement method for themselves or if someone from the spirit realm bestowed the method upon them. If it's the former, then so be it, but if the latter is true, then that person most likely harbored some sinister intentions, the small child sighed. Han Li was a little surprised to hear this. Thunder bombs. They're from the spirit realm. But after using my soul search technique, it seems like that man was under the impression that they're known as immortal vanquishing beads. They seem to be extremely powerful, and even a deity transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to survive unscathed if they were to be struck by this bead. The shape is a little different from what I'm familiar to, but these are definitely thunder bombs. It's just that the two that you have are very crude, which suggests that they were probably rejects from the spirit realm. However, they're certainly worthy of the title of immortal vanquishing bead here in the human world, the small child replied. These are treasures used by cultivators in the spirit realm? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. Of course cultivators can use these things, but they were initially refined for mortals to use. They only spread to cultivator circles after that. This is one of the few powerful treasures that can be used by mortals in the spirit realm, even without any magic power. However, due to their immense power and the complex process required to refine them, very rarely will cultivators refine such items. There are also very few people who are aware of the refinement method. At the very least, that knowledge is beyond me, the small child explained. Even mortals can use it. Then why would spirit realm cultivators refine these things? Han Li was rather perplexed. It's hard to elaborate on the underlying reasons, but you'll be able to figure it out for yourself once you ascend to the spirit realm. The small child gave a rather ambiguous reply. Han Li wanted to pose further questions, but this was a matter regarding the spirit realm, so it naturally didn't have anything to do with him at the moment. As such, he closed the wooden box to stow the two balls away and set aside this topic of conversation for now. It was naturally a good thing that he had obtained a pair of such powerful treasures. Perhaps he'd have the opportunity to use them in the future. At this moment, the ghostly heads manifested from the unbroken sink devils had crushed the three corpses to the ground in the distance. Even with mid-nascent soul stage power, the three corpses were powerless to resist given that their speed had been significantly hampered. As such, the five devils chomped down on their bodies, absorbing the pure corpse chi in their bodies with reckless abandon. Hanli knew that these 3 corpses would be completely devoured soon, so he began to consider how he was going to infiltrate the Yin sifting sect. With his current abilities, as long as he could gather knowledge on the restrictions spread all over the Yin sifting sect, he'd be able to infiltrate it with ease. Half a year later, the entire Great Jin was in an uproar. Within the short span of half a year, 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators from the Yin sifting sect, including the sect master, disappeared in quick succession. All of their soul lamps, which were located in a secret area within the sect, had also completely snuffed out, thereby indicating that they were clearly dead. What was even more bizarre was that more of those cultivators had perished within the Yin sifting sect than outside of it. It was as if an invisible enemy had infiltrated the sect, and was specifically targeting their most powerful cultivators. Ever since the first elder was killed, the higher-ups of the Yin sifting sect had conducted an exhaustive search within the sect and also activated all of the restrictions. However, all of their efforts yielded no fruits as more and more elders were killed one after another. All of the higher-ups of the Yin sifting sect were horrified, and in the end, the elders had to live together in groups and never separate from one another. Only then were they able to remain safe. However, all of the Yin sifting sect elders who were out running errands then began to die in quick succession. All of the remaining nascent soul cultivators in the Yin sifting sect were absolutely petrified, and at a complete loss for what to do. In the short span of just half a year, the Yin sifting sect had lost almost half of their nascent soul stage elders. It seemed that a nascent soul cultivator among their ranks died almost every and that, in conjunction with the disappearance of their sect master, severely dented the Yin sifting sect's power. All of the elders were immediately summoned back to the side and forced to reside together at all times. Only then did this nightmare subside. All of the horrified higher-ups of the Yin sifting sect finally heaved a long collective sigh of relief. However, despite the Yin sifting sect's best efforts to hide this incident, news of it was still inevitably leaked in the end. As such, all of the other major sects sprang into action, deploying large numbers of cultivators to take over the Yin sifting sect's territory. The remaining Yin sifting sect elders retaliated with all their might, but anyone could see that the Yin sifting sect wouldn't be able to last very long at all. After all, as one of the 10 major sects of the Devil Dao, the Yin sifting sect did have its glory days, but it had also made countless enemies. Now that it had shown severe signs of weakness and decline, there were naturally many people who were willing to contribute further to this trend. Thus, countless sects began to ravage the colossus that was the Yin sifting sect. High up in the air above a patch of barren land, there were a dozen or so cultivators gathered. They were standing in 2 groups with a clear boundary between them. However, at the center between the groups were 2 young men who were engaged in a heated battle. One of them was manipulating an azure flying sword while the other was using a red flying saber, and the clashes between the 2 weapons put on a spectacular light show amid bursts of resounding booms. All of the spectating cultivators wore excited expressions, and chatting among themselves in low quiet voices. These people were all young men and women who appeared to be in their teens, and they were all at the chi condensation stage. There wasn't even a single foundation establishment cultivator among them. From their identical attire, it could be seen that they were most likely low-grade disciples from a major family or a sect nearby. However, they were gathered here to battle for some reason. The azure flying sword and the red flying saber clashed over and over again. The azure sword seemed to have gained the upper hand, and the red saber was slowly being forced into retreat. TSK, the azure spirit sword sure is quite powerful. It looks like Senior Marshal Brother Lin is going to win, a beautiful young woman said to the young man next to her with a smile on her face. So what? If he wasn't from the Lin family, how could he possibly have a mid-grade spirit tool at just the chi condensation stage? He's got a major advantage from the silver spoon in his mouth. If I had a treasure like that, I definitely wouldn't lose to him. The young man was not very pleased, but he only spoke in an extremely quiet voice, as if he were afraid of being overheard. The young woman giggled upon hearing this. Even though she was only in her youth, there was already a hint of seductive charm about her. Before she had a chance to say anything else, the young man cast his gaze toward the distance in an errant manner before suddenly letting loose a cry of surprise. "What is it?" the young woman asked in a surprised voice before also turning her attention that direction, upon which an astonished look appeared on her face. There in the distance, a peculiar humanoid figure could be seen. The humanoid figure clearly had the appearance of a human male, but he had a massive pair of wings on his back. There were azure and white lightning flashing incessantly over the wings, but they were completely silent, thereby allowing him to avoid detection from all of the low-grade cultivators down below. If it weren't for the fact that the young man just so happened to have glanced toward that direction, the two of them would have been completely oblivious as well. The man had his hands clasped behind his back and continued onward without even sparing a glance at the low-grade cultivators down below. He seemed to be looking at something in the distance, but there appeared to be nothing in the sky aside from a few white clouds. What was that thing? Could it be that this really was a high-grade demon beast? Otherwise, how could a human have a third eye? The same thoughts flashed through the minds of the pair of young cultivators. Before the two of them had a chance to yell words of caution to their companions, a burst of black light suddenly shot forth from the winged man's third demonic eye, upon which he instantly disappeared. A dull rumbling then erupted from nearby, following which white light flashed, and a humanoid figure appeared out of thin air, around several hundred feet away from the winged man. This humanoid figure was an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. His hair had been organized into a triangular bun, and his remarkably long face was very attention-catching. As soon as this elderly man appeared, he grabbed the air before him in a vicious manner. Spatial fluctuations erupted as a massive translucent yellow hand appeared above the winged man's head before swooping down like lightning. However, the winged man seemed to have anticipated this well in advance. His wings merely flapped gently, and he disappeared on the spot as an arc of azure lightning. In the next instant, he appeared elsewhere nearby with a dark expression on his face. "Eccentric wind. You've been chasing me for over a month. You clearly know that you have no way to trap me, so why do you insist on prolonging this pointless chase?" the winged man roared with furrowed brows. His voice was like a string of thunderclaps. All of the low-grade cultivators down below were caught off guard by this thunderous roar, and their ears immediately began to ring incessantly as they stumbled to the ground. The ones with the lowest cultivation bases among them had even fallen unconscious on the spot. Only the few cultivators with higher cultivation bases or treasures with which they could use to protect themselves managed to remain conscious. However, they had also been completely immobilized and could only just barely tilt their heads back to look up into the air. Thus, all of them looked on with deathly pale features at the two seniors up above. The pair of young cultivators who had discovered Hanley in the first place were among the few cultivators who had managed to retain their consciousness. However, they were also completely rooted to the spot like their companions. Under normal circumstances, encountering a high-grade cultivator was a brilliant opportunity that they could only pray for. However, encountering two high-grade cultivators who were battling one another was a complete disaster to them. All of the young cultivators who were still conscious were completely horrified. They hadn't witnessed a battle between high-grade cultivators in person, but they had heard from the seniors in their sects on more than one occasion about just how terrifying such battles were. All of those seniors warned them to get as far away as possible if they were to stumble upon a battle between such powerful beings. Otherwise, just the residual shockwaves from their clashes could prove to be lethal. In the eyes of high-grade cultivators, the lives of chi condensation cultivators were barely worth more than that of ants, so they definitely wouldn't worry about trying to keep low-grade cultivators safe during their battles. I don't care if you kill anyone else, but you killed one of my juniors right before my eyes. How could I let you off the hook for that? A mere nascent soul cultivator won't be able to last much longer anyway. Even if I have to sacrifice over 10 years of my lifespan, I'm going to take you down, the elderly man said with a dark expression before pointing a finger toward Hanli, upon which the massive translucent yellow hand came crashing down again. Hanli's wings flapped as he disappeared on the spot once again before reappearing over 100 feet away. Even though he had evaded that attack, he still wore a gloomy expression on his face. This elderly man was an enemy that Hanli had unintentionally made when killing his last sifting sect elder. This man was a deity transformation cultivator that just so happened to be related somehow to that sifting sect elder. Hanli was quite remorseful for his decision to go after that elder. He was simply looking for sifting sect elders to take their ghost sifting banners, and he could have easily gone after someone else and avoided all of this trouble. At the time, when this eccentric wind was with that sifting sect elder, he had concealed his cultivation base, which made it appear as if he were only an early nascent soul cultivator. As such, Hanli didn't pay any heed to this man and devised a strategy to lure out that sifting sect elder. However, eccentric wind also arrived on the scene just in time to witness Hanli kill that elder. He immediately erupted into a thunderous rage and revealed his astonishing deity transformation stage cultivation base before pouncing toward Hanli. If it weren't for Hanli's thunderstorm wings and 9 gale transformations, he most likely would have been captured. Thus began his life on the run. If he had followed his initial plan, he would have continued to lurk in the sifting sect for several months to see if he could pick off a few more elders. However, now that he was being pursued by a deity transformation cultivator, he naturally had to relinquish that plan and flee for his life. Thus, the sifting sect was extended a lifeline. At his current power level, deity transformation cultivators were the only beings that he had to be wary of in this world, and by a stroke of terrible luck, he was now being hunted by one of the few deity transformation cultivators in the human world. In fact, this eccentric wind was so intent on catching him that he was even willing to sacrifice some of his lifespan to chase him down. Even though his movement techniques were slightly inferior to Hanli's, his superior cultivation base bridged this gap, thereby allowing him to keep up with Hanli. Furthermore, he must have planted some kind of tracking device on Hanli, as he was always able to track him down even Hanli had opened up some distance between them. Hanli had checked his body on several occasions, but was unable to discover anything amiss. This made Hanli even warier of eccentric wind, and he decided to try and wear his opponent down instead of continuing to flee. He knew the limitations of deity transformation cultivators, and he was planning to use his myriad-year spirit milk to complete exhaust his opponent's magic power, then leave him behind once and for all. However, Hanli was left completely speechless after half a month. Perhaps this eccentric wind also possessed some myriad-year spirit milk. In any case, he was able to continue to pursue Hanli through several states, and his spiritual chi didn't seem to have waned in the slightest. But then again, as a deity transformation cultivator, it wouldn't be a surprise if he had some myriad-year spirit milk. As a result, Hanli really was almost captured by his pursuer on several occasions, and only managed to escape through the use of some of his treasures. During their several encounters, Hanli had tried to persuade eccentric wind to give up in this pointless pursuit, seeing as he wasn't a sifting sect cultivator, so there was no need for them to engage in a battle to the death. However, this eccentric wind seemed to have grown very frustrated and humiliated by the fact that he had been unable to capture Hanli even after so long. As such, he brushed aside all of Hanli's attempts at persuasion and instead tried to persuade Hanli to surrender, in which case he would be granted a quick and painless death. Hanli naturally rolled his eyes and paid no heed to those threats. Thus, the two of them continued this game of cat and mouse for several days before finally arriving at this place. At this moment, Hanli finally stopped and decided to engage in a clash with this deity transformation cultivator. It would also be a good opportunity for him to assess the gap between himself and a deity transformation cultivator. As long as he could make his opponent understand that he would have to pay an extremely severe price Hanli, then he would naturally have to give up. After all, if things were to continue in this manner, he'd have to use his thunderstorm wings quite frequently, and he would seriously be in trouble once the divine Devilbane lightning in his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords ran out. Of course, what was unbeknownst Hanli was that even though this eccentric wind was acting tough, he was actually also finding Hanli to be very troublesome to deal with. Hanli's possessed over twice the magic power of a normal late nascent soul cultivator, that much had been apparent to him from the beginning. However, what the elderly man found most troublesome to deal with was Hanli's thunderstorm wings. Eccentric Wind also had quite a powerful movement technique, but he was still unable to capture Hanli despite his superior cultivation base. At this point, it had become an issue of pride for him. He wasn't actually all that closely related to that sifting sect elder. He was simply one of the descendants of his juniors. However, as more and more sifting sect elders were killed, they naturally arrived at the conclusion that another deity transformation cultivator had to have been behind all this, so they had immediately sought help from him. Seeing as the sifting sect elder was one of the few juniors who still knew of his existence, Eccentric Wind couldn't bear to turn him down and accompanied him to the sifting sect. There were only several deity transformation cultivators in the Great Gene, and no matter who it was that was targeting the sifting sect, they would surely back down if Eccentric Wind were to stand up for the sect. As such, he had cast a secret technique onto this elder that would make him identifiable to all of the deity transformation cultivators that Eccentric Wind was familiar with. At the same time, he deployed some people to visit these deity transformation cultivators, and inquire about which one of them was behind all this. After doing all that, he used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base and decided to leave this matter after accompanying his junior back to the sect. As for whether the sifting sect fell or not, that naturally didn't matter in the slightest to him. However, in his complacency, he had allowed Hanli to kill that sifting sect elder right under his nose. If he really was another deity transformation cultivator, then Eccentric Wind naturally wouldn't challenge him, and he'd simply be forced to swallow that bitter pill. After all, if beings of their caliber were to engage in a battle, the loss of lifespan would be too heavy a price to pay for both sides. However, after identifying the fact that Hanli was only at the late nascent soul stage, he immediately decided to kill him. Unfortunately for him, Hanli's movement techniques and other abilities were all very troublesome to deal with, making him unable to chase him down even after around a month. He had already expended several years of his lifespan, and almost half of the tiny vial of myriad-year spirit milk he possessed had been used up as well. If he were to give up now, he simply couldn't swallow his pride and allow Hanli to get away. Furthermore, the treasures that Hanli had used were all quite powerful, and he was very tempted to kill Hanli and take those treasures for himself. Meanwhile, Hanli was also becoming quite enraged by Eccentric Wind's relentless pursuit. Ever since he had progressed to the late nascent soul stage, he hadn't yet unleashed his two divine spirit treasures. On top of that, he had infused auric essence into all 72 of his flying swords, and even he didn't know how powerful his aureate sword formation would be. However, he was confident that even a deity transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to remain unscathed if they were to be trapped in it. In any case, he also had those two immortal vanquishing beads as his trump cards. Thus, after taking all of that into account, Hanli decided that he had the resources to engage his pursuer in battle. As such, when the massive yellow hand came hurtling toward him again, he didn't use his thunderstorm wings to evade any longer. Instead, piercing golden light flashed as a sword projection sliced the massive hand in half, instantly vanquishing it on the spot. Han Li's retaliation came as a surprise to eccentric Wind, and his eyes narrowed in contemplation. He was already rather confounded by the fact that Han Li was no longer fleeing the scene, so the attack that he had just unleashed was merely something to test the waters with. Now that Han Li was actively retaliating, he immediately realized that this late nascent soul cultivator seemed to have decided to face him in a direct battle. Eccentric Wind's expression remained unchanged, but a sense of elation welled up in his heart. If Han Li were to continue to flee, he'd have to reconsider whether it was worth sacrificing more of his lifespan to continue in his pursuit. However, now that Han Li had decided to face him in battle, he'd have an opportunity to kill him before taking his treasures. As such, eccentric Wind exhaled and wasted no further time with words as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head. Blue light flashed, and a hexagonal jade plate appeared. It appeared to be an antiquated treasure with mysterious runes of different colors shimmering over its surface. As soon as this treasure appeared, a sinister smile appeared on eccentric Wind's face. In order to end this battle as quickly as possible, he was naturally going to crush his opponent in one fell swoop, thereby minimizing the amount of lifespan he'd have to sacrifice. During his previous brief scuffles with Han Li, he knew that Han Li had some powerful abilities and treasures. As such, he didn't dare to underestimate Han Li, and immediately summoned his most powerful treasure. The jade plate began to rotate in mid-air before rapidly expanding amid a loud ringing sound. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a massive plate that was several tens of feet in size before tipping over to face Han Li. Piercing blue light flashed from the plate, and it appeared that something was about to reveal itself. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately swept both sleeves through the air. Several tens of small golden swords shot forth from within, instantly transforming into 72 golden flying swords, all of which were around a foot in length. He then made a hand seal, and the 72 flying swords swayed before manifesting hundreds of identical swords. These swords danced through the air before transforming into a vast expanse of golden light, creating a rather formidable sight to behold. Eccentric Wind faltered slightly at the sight of the vast number of flying swords that Han Li had summoned, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he said, "No matter how many flying swords you have, it'll be nowhere near the number of my flying sabers. Let me show you the might of my myriad blade plate." Han Li's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze toward the hexagonal jade plate. The runes on the plate flashed, a blue pillar of light shot forth, then dispersed into several streaks of blue light. Those streaks of blue light then flashed before instantly transforming into shimmering blue flying sabers, each of which was several inches in length. Blue pillars of light were still erupting incessantly from the jade plate, creating countless flying sabers that hovered above eccentric Wind's head like a mountain of blades. It was quite an intimidating sight for anyone to behold. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. There had to be more than 4,000 flying sabers lined up in the air before him. Right at this moment, eccentric Wind swept a sleeve toward Han Li, and all of the blue sabers began to emanate brilliant spiritual light. They then shot forth toward Han Li as streaks of blue light, and due to the sheer number of blades, the entire sky was obscured by blue light, making it appear as if there were a vast lethal wall of blue blades rushing toward Han Li. Han Li's golden flying swords created an impressive spectacle, but it was nothing compared to the oncoming mountain of blades. Han Li took a deep breath as his expression returned to normal. At the same time, he let loose a loud cry. Yet instead of unleashing his flying swords to clash with the oncoming sabers, he raised a hand instead. A ball of green light slipped out of his palm, within which a green wooden ruler could be seen. It was none other than the eighth spirit ruler. As soon as the ruler left his hand, it began to dance through the air of its own accord. The projection of a silver lotus flower appeared on the ruler, and following an injection of magic power from Hanli, it expanded further and further, and the silver light emanating from it also became more and more scintillating. Moments later, the silver lotus flower had reached over 100 feet in size, completing shielding Hanli behind it. That's the 8th spirit ruler. You're that Han brat that appeared on the Kunwu Mountains. Eccentric Wind immediately exclaimed as he identified the spirit treasure. At the same time, the mountain of blue blades faltered in midair, and didn't immediately come crashing down toward the massive lotus flower. You recognize me? Hanli asked with furrowed brows. I don't, but fellow Daoist Xiang once mentioned you to me. I heard that you're very familiar with devilish concubine Ling Long of the spirit realm. Eccentric Wind's eyes flashed with a contemplative light as he spoke. I wouldn't say that, but I am indeed acquainted with her. When you say fellow Daoist Xiang, are you referring to Xiang Zhili? A peculiar look had also appeared on Hanli's face. Who else could I be referring to? Setting that aside for now, let me ask you this. Before devilish concubine Ling Long returned to the spirit realm, did she mention anything about the spatial node to you or leave you any shortcuts to the spirit realm? Eccentric Wind asked with his gaze focused intently on Hanli. Why are you asking that? Didn't fellow Daoist Ling Long already offer guidance in this area to Master Xiong of the Myriad Demon Valley? Seeing as you're familiar with Brother Xiang, there's no way you wouldn't be aware of this. Hanli's heart jolted with surprise, but his expression remained calm and collected. Eccentric Wind didn't believe Hanli in the slightest as he said in a cold voice, there's no need for you to try and play dumb. I did a lot of research on what happened at the time, and that devilish concubine Ling Long was clearly very close with you. There's no way that she wouldn't have left you with a shortcut to the spirit realm. Hand over what she gave you, and I can let bygones be bygones. Setting aside whether I actually do have what you're looking for, do you really think a mere myriad blade plate can bring me down? Hanli retorted in a bullish manner. He wasn't a 3-year-old kid, he wouldn't be that easy to fool. If he were to admit to this, then even he could survive this ordeal. The other deity transformation cultivators of the human world would definitely try to track him down, and he'd be in a world of trouble then. A vicious light appeared in Eccentric Wind's eyes upon hearing this. He immediately made a hand seal, seemingly as if he were going to activate the mountain of blue blades again. Hanli's heart tightened as he also injected more power into the massive lotus flower around him. A fierce battle appeared to be imminent. However, right at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Eccentric Wind and Hanli at the same time. Brother Feng, fellow Daoist Han, please wait. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this familiar voice, following which a peculiar look appeared on his face. Eccentric Wind also stopped what he was doing as a hint of surprise surfaced in his eyes. He then suddenly turned toward a certain direction and harumphed coldly. You sure got here just in the nick of time, old bastard Xiang. I just so happened to be in a nearby state, and I found my way here after receiving your message, but I didn't think that the person you're hunting down is fellow Daoist Han. I must say, I'm not sure who I should side with in this situation, the owner of the voice chuckled. A flash of yellow light then appeared in the distant sky, following which a streak of yellow shot forth toward them like lightning, reaching them in just a few flashes. The light receded to reveal an elderly man with a set of wizened features. His eyes were quite small, and he wore a faint smile on his face. This man was none other than Xiang Zhili, whom Hanli had met on several occasions in the past. Senior Marshal Brother Xiang. Hanli immediately cupped his fist in salute. I was the Yellow Maple Valley of the Heavenly South region for several years, so it's indeed not incorrect for you to be referring to me as Senior Marshal Brother. However, you sure are full of surprises, Junior Marshal Brother Han. I didn't think that mere chi condensation cultivator from back then would have cultivated to such staggering heights. It looks like even I can be susceptible to misjudging character from time to time. I wanted to have a good chat with you when we last met at the Kunwa Mountains, but the unexpected troubles that befell us at the time prevented me from being able to do so, Xiang Zhili said to Hanli with a benevolent expression. I also didn't think that I would meet you again, Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, Hanli replied with a wry smile. Fellow Daoist Feng, can you do me a favor and spare Junior Marshal Brother Han? After all, he merely killed a descendant of one of your juniors. It's not worth engaging Junior Marshal Brother Han in a battle to the death over such a trifling matter. Your myriad blade plate is indeed a spirit treasure replica, but it's still no match for a true divine spirit treasure, Eccentric Wind mediated with a smile. Humph. He's just a nascent soul cultivator. Even with a divine spirit treasure in his possession, he wouldn't be capable of unleashing its full power. How is he going to be a match for me? Eccentric Wind chuckled coldly in a disdainful manner. Indeed, with just a single spirit treasure, Junior Marshal Brother Han would naturally be no match for Brother Feng. But what if he possesses 2 divine spirit treasures and several spirit treasure replicas? Xiang Zhili asked. Eccentric Wind's expression finally changed upon hearing this. Han Li's expression also changed upon hearing this. How did Xiang Zhili know that he owned more than one divine spirit treasure? However, he quickly realized the underlying reason behind this. This information had to have been leaked by the North Night Palace. Many years ago, Master Arctic Dragon had already guessed that he possessed the Heaven Void Cauldron, and he had to have discussed this matter with other cultivators from the palace. Otherwise, Xiang Zhili could have obtained this information from the scattered star seas. His location had always been a mystery, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he'd made a trip to the scattered star seas. Several possibilities appeared in Han Li's mind while a wary expression surfaced on his face. Xiang Zhili seemed to have identified Han Li's unease, and he consoled, "There's no need for you to be concerned, Junior Marshal Brother Han. Divine spirit treasures are extremely sought after for normal cultivators, but deity transformation cultivators like us already stand at the pinnacle of the human world. These spirit treasures may indeed be quite powerful, but they'll only be the icing on the cake for us, so they're not treasures that we must obtain. Besides, all of us have lived for so long in this human world, we all naturally have 1 or 2 spirit treasures in our possession. However, using such spirit treasures requires a vast expenditure of magic power, and we wouldn't unleash them unless we were in mortal danger. Otherwise, if we stir up the world's origin chi, we'll be doing a lot of harm to ourselves." I see. Looks like I was overthinking things. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. Xiang Zhili's words were quite reasonable, but Han Li naturally wasn't going to completely believe him. After all, no one would reject a spirit treasure if they had the chance to obtain one. He could clearly see the greed in Eccentric Wind's eyes when he was looking at the 8th spirit ruler. However, it sounded like Xiang Zhili was going to side with him in this situation. Perhaps he was wary of Han Li's abilities or simply wanted to appease Han Li for some other motive. Han Li's mind was quickly scrambling to figure out a reason behind this. What are you trying to say, Brother Xiang? Why do you insist on siding with this Han brat? He may have 2 spirit treasures, but I can surely take him down if I'm willing to sacrifice over 10 years of my lifespan, Eccentric Wind harumphed. You're greatly underestimating Junior Marshal Brother Han, Brother Feng. Even if you fight with everything you have, you may not be able to kill Junior Marshal Brother Han. However, what's guaranteed is that you'll have to sacrifice at least several decades or even more than a century of your lifespan. Are you really willing to make such a huge sacrifice over a trivial matter like this? Xiang Zhili shook his head with a serious expression. Over a century of my lifespan. Do you hold this brat in such high regard? Eccentric Wind's heart jolted with shock as he appraised Hanli in an incredulous manner. Junior Marshal Brother Han, you were the one who killed that Qian brat, Arctic Dragon, and the yin-sifting sect master who recently disappeared, right? Xiang Zhili asked with a faint smile on his face. Indeed, they were all slain by me, Hanli replied in a calm manner. Eccentric Wind's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Junior Marshal Brother Han, you've already witnessed the power of a deity transformation cultivator in the Kanwa Mountains. Using that as a reference, if you were to engage in a battle with Brother Feng now, what do you think will be the outcome? Xiang Zhili asked. If we fight in a battle to the death, I have around a 10% chance of securing victory, a 30% chance of taking him down with me, and an over 50% chance of escaping, albeit with severe injuries, Hanli replied after carefully contemplating the question being raised. Once we find the spatial node, all of us will be able to use it. In that case, we should join forces and work together for mutual benefit. What do you think, Junior Marshal Brother Han? Eccentric Wind was also staring intently at Hanli, eagerly awaiting his response. Hanli's brows furrowed, and he didn't immediately give a reply. Instead, he fell silent with a contemplative look on his face. Xiang Zhili continued to hover in mid-air with a calm smile. He seemed to be quite confident and wasn't in a hurry at all. After mulling the notion over for a long while, Hanli finally asked, will you and fellow Daoist Feng be the only ones involved in the collaboration, Senior Marshal Brother Xiang? Aside from the two of us, fellow Daoist who of the Heavenly Devil sect will also be involved. Initially, fellow Daoist Bai from the High Zenith sect was also interested, but he has other important matters to attend to, so he won't be able to join us. As such, the three of us will be the only ones participating in this collaboration. Don't look down on us old folk, Junior Marshal Brother Han. Aside from old Devil Che of the Myriad Demon Valley, we are the only deity transformation cultivators in the Great Gene, Xiang Zhili explained with a smile. Are there only so few deity transformation cultivators? I thought that for the Great Gene to be known as the cultivation holy land of the human world, there'd be at least 7 or 8 deity transformation cultivators here. Hanli was rather surprised to hear this. 3 or 4 centuries ago, there were 2 other people. However, the conclusions of their lifespans were approaching at the time, so they decided to cultivate an extremely dangerous secret technique as a final roll of the dice. In the end, both of them were forced into self-detonation, Xiang Zhili explained with a wry smile. Hanli also heaved a faint sigh upon hearing this before asking, I recall that Fairy Ling Long left you some information, pointing out the location of dozens of spatial nodes. Have you been unable to find even a single one of them, Senior Marshal Brother Xiang? Of course not. Even though most of the spatial nodes have indeed ceased to exist or are nowhere to be found, we still managed to find 3 spatial nodes. However, 2 of them are completely inaccessible due to extremely fierce spatial storms at their openings. Entry would spell certain death for us. The final spatial node can be entered, but it's already extremely unstable, and could collapse at any moment. As such, we didn't dare to take the risk. We heard from old Devil Che that he found a spatial node near the North Night Palace, but the North Night Palace master caught wind of his intentions, and detonated the Heaven Void Hall of the North Night Palace, destroying the spatial node in the process. Old Devil Che almost coughed up blood, such was his fury. It was Eccentric Wind who replied on this occasion. Even though he was speaking in a rather forlorn manner, it was quite clear that he was taking pleasure in old Devil Che's misfortune. I see. I was wondering why so many high-grade demon beasts attacked the North Night Palace all those years ago. Isn't the North Night Palace master afraid that old Devil Che will seek revenge and slaughter her entire palace? Hanli was rather perplexed again. He wouldn't dare to do that. You have to realize that the human world is, as the name suggests, a world dominated by our human race. Almost at all points in history, the number of human deity transformation cultivators have far exceeded that of demonic cultivators at the same cultivation base. The old devil has managed to survive to this point as all of the human deity transformation cultivators find it too troublesome to hunt him down. However, he wouldn't dare to do anything out of line either. That's why we've allowed him to found and expand the myriad demon valley for so long. Even so, he was forced to make an agreement with the deity transformation cultivators of the past, stating that his true body wouldn't be allowed to leave the valley for no good reason, and that he was strictly prohibited from the widespread slaughter of humans. Otherwise, all of us human deity transformation cultivators would join forces to kill him, Xiangjili explained with a cold smile. I see. I was wondering why such a massive gathering of demonic cultivators such as the Myriad Demon Valley was allowed to exist in the Great Gene. Han Li nodded with an enlightened expression. However, I recently heard that old Devil Che seemed to have discovered another spatial node. I'm not sure if this is true or not, and nor do I know whether this spatial node is actually accessible, Eccentric Wind suddenly said. There's no need to mention that. Both fellow Daoist Hu and I have examined that spatial node, and it's only accessible to old Devil Che due to his superior constitution as a demonic cultivator. There are also spatial storms raging at the opening, and even though it's slightly milder than the spatial storms raging in the other spatial nodes we'd found before, they would still be lethal to us. Old Devil Che is already planning to rely on his powerful body to enter that spatial node, Xiangjili chuckled. Is old Devil Che really planning to enter that spatial node? This was clearly the first time that Eccentric Wind had been made aware of such news, and he was quite alarmed. Indeed. He'll probably take around a century or two to prepare. After all, entering a spatial node is an extremely perilous endeavor, and it's best to be as prepared as possible, Xiangjili said in a serious voice. That must mean old Devil Che's lifespan is also about to draw to a conclusion. Otherwise, he would be far more patient and search for a more suitable spatial node. Eccentric Wind heaved a forlorn sigh. Old Devil Che refused to elaborate on this matter, but that's most likely the case. Otherwise, a cunning old devil like him certainly wouldn't be so bullish. In all honesty, old Devil Che isn't the only one for whom time is running out. Our lifespans will also reach their conclusions in the next few centuries. Xiangjili's expression fell slightly as he spoke. Fellow Daoist Han, we've said everything we can. What is your decision? Eccentric Wind's expression was also a little wishful as he turned to Han Li. I think Senior Marshal Brother Xiang is right. I don't have much time to search for spatial nodes on my own, so I'm willing to hand over the information that I have. However, I have one condition. If you really do manage to find a suitable spatial node, I hope you can inform me right away so I can inspect it in advance and make preparations accordingly, Han Li replied in a calm manner. That doesn't even count as a condition. We'll be sure to do that even if you hadn't raised the issue. In fact, we may all enter the spatial node together so we can help one another along the way. Xiangjili was very pleased to see that Han Li had refrained from stating some kind of outrageous condition. Han Li nodded before raising a hand, upon which a streak of white light flew forth towards Xiangjili. It was a simple white jade slip. Xiangjili's eyes lit up as he accepted the jade slip, and an elated look appeared on his face after he injected his spiritual sense into the jade slip. Not only is there a lot of information about spatial nodes, there are even methods enclosed for setting up formations that would assist us in our venture into a spatial node. You've been very generous, Junior Marshal Brother Han, so we definitely won't revoke our promise. Here are 2 myriad distance talismans for you. Once we find a spatial node, we'll immediately inform you. Xiangjili was overjoyed as he pulled 2 jade talismans out of his sleeve before tossing them to Han Li. Han Li caught the 2 talismans before stowing them away. Eccentric Wind had been scrutinizing Hanley this entire time, and his cold expression also eased slightly upon seeing Hanley hand over that jade slip. By the way, Junior Marshal Brother Han, I have something that I have to tell you. With your current power level, normal late nascent soul cultivators will be no match for you, so you'll have to abide by the rules established between us deity transformation cultivators now. Don't replicate the incident that took place at the Yin sifting sect. Otherwise, we'll be forced to hold you accountable, Xiang Zhili cautioned as he stowed the jade slip away. There are rules among deity transformation cultivators? Hanley was rather surprised to hear this. It's not an extensive set of rules or anything like that. It's just that deity transformation cultivators are far too powerful, and if any one of them decides to give themselves free rein and do whatever they wanted, their actions could result in severe repercussions for the order of the human world. As such, rules were established between deity transformation cultivators of the human world a long time ago. After reaching the deity transformation stage, not only is conflict between other beings of the same power level strictly prohibited, deity transformation cultivators are also not allowed to take part in any matters in the cultivation world. You killed so many nascent soul cultivators from the Yin sifting sect, including a great cultivator, and this has already caused unnecessary turmoil to Order of the Great Gene. However, you weren't aware of these rules at that point, and nor are you a deity transformation cultivator, so we'll let things slide on this occasion, but you're clearly far more powerful than normal great cultivators, so these rules should be applicable to you as well. At the very least, you can't kill so many nascent soul cultivators in such a short span of time, nor do something that would severely impact another sect. Of course, these rules are to restrict you, but they're also for your benefit. From now on, other deity transformation cultivations won't be able to attack you as they please either, Xiang Zhili explained with a smile. Hanley faltered initially upon hearing this, but a smile quickly appeared on his face. I'll be happy to abide by these rules seeing as I rarely ever address matters in my sect anyway. As for the incident surrounding the Yin sifting sect on this occasion, they deployed cultivators to the Heavenly South region to hunt me down first, so I decided to retaliate and teach them a lesson. The Yin sifting sect incident is behind us now. As long as you don't do something like that again, you won't be held reprehensible. What are you planning to do in the upcoming span of time? If you don't have any urgent matters to attend to, how about accompanying Brother Feng and me to the Devil Cliff Mountain? We can introduce you to Brother Hu in the process. Fellow Taoist who has taken a few new concubines recently, and he sent an invitation to me to attend the ceremony. Fellow Taoist Feng, I trust you would have received an invitation as well, right? Xiang Zhili suddenly changed the subject. I have, indeed. Otherwise, why would I appear here? I heard that not only are his 3 new concubines all early nascent soul cultivators, all of them are also exquisite beauties. Speaking of which, is this the 5th or 6th time that we've been invited to the Devil Cliff Mountain by old Devil Hu because he's taking new concubines? He sure is an energetic old devil. He already has so many concubines, yet he's still looking for more, Eccentric Wind said with a resigned shake of his head. It's not like you're not aware of this, Brother Feng, old devil who has always been fond of expanding his harem. Despite the number of concubines he has, he's extremely toward the virtuous maidens who catch his eye. He'll refrain from taking their virginities without consent, and he'll always hold a grand ceremony for them in order to officially establish their new identities as his concubines. He doesn't have an official Tao companion either, so these concubines basically share the role of his Tao companion, Xiang Zhili chuckled. I couldn't care less whether he continues to expand his harem or not. It's just that every time we're invited to one of these blasted ceremonies, we have to prepare congratulatory presents, but if I don't go, he might take offense to my absence. On top of that, He has extremely high standards and won't accept normal treasures, so I have to offer something of substantial value each time, Eccentric Wind said in a gloomy manner. We're only inclined to attend because we seek the spirit medicines growing on his Devil Cliff Mountain. If we're all saints with no desires like fellow Daoist Bai, then we wouldn't be forced to attend these ceremonies. Xiang Zhili gave a nonchalant smile, seemingly unbothered by this minor inconvenience. The two of you are referring to the fellow Daoist in the Heavenly Devil sect, right? I haven't received an invitation, so wouldn't it be rather inappropriate for me to barge into such an important ceremony? Besides, I haven't prepared a suitable present in advance either. Han Li was rather hesitant. There's no need to trouble yourself with such trivial matters, Junior Marshal Brother Han. I'm sure old Devil Who won't say anything if I bring a guest to his Devil Cliff Mountain. Besides, you've already presented a fantastic present in the form of the information in the Jade Slip, and I'm sure old Devil Who will be very thankful. If you really want to offer additional presents, then just give him an ancient treasure or two. You're not all that familiar with old Devil Who anyway, so it would instead be rather strange if you were to offer something of significant value. Besides, making this trip to the Devil Cliff Mountain will be an opportunity for you, Junior Marshal Brother Han. The demonic heavenly origin pill that's unique to the Devil Cliff Mountain is quite useful when attempting a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage. This pill can only be refined using the spirit medicines growing on the Devil Cliff Mountain, so you won't be able to find it elsewhere. If you can take this opportunity to exchange for a pill or two, it'll be much easier for you to sense the world's origin chi when attempting a breakthrough, Xiang Zhili said in a meaningful manner. The demonic heavenly origin pill. Is that the demonic origin pill that's been missing since ancient times? Han Li was quite startled upon hearing the name of this pill. Xiang Zhi was rather taken aback by the fact that Han Li was aware of this pill, but he still smiled, and said, "Indeed, that's the one. I didn't think that you'd also know of this pill, Junior Marshal Brother Han. In that case, I won't need to elaborate on it any further. Would you be willing to make the trip with us now?" Han Li's expression became rather hesitant and indecisive. The misty lunar mountain ranges are situated in the northwestern region of the Great Jin, extending for hundreds of thousands of kilometers along a border between two states. There were countless steep mountains within those mountains ranges, the tallest of which was extended for hundreds of thousands of feet into the air. The top half of that mountain was perpetually enshrouded under a layer of snow all year round, while a massive plot of flat land had been cleared out on the mountain summit, upon which was constructed a series of huge palaces. There were countless buildings on this plot of land, all of which were extremely beautiful and intricate, and had been refined from rare types of wood or jade. The entire summit of the mountain was protected by some kind of restriction, such that even though there was a snowstorm perpetually raging outside, the climate within the formation was always warm and pleasant. There were countless types of exotic flora here, and beautiful women in palatial dresses of all colors were playing around between the palaces and building, letting loose peals of tinkling laughter from time to time that could completely entrance the listener. This place was like paradise. This was none other than the Devil Cliff Mountain, and the buildings on the summit of the mountain collectively formed the vastly renowned Devil Palace. The master of the Devil Palace was none other than one of the few remaining deity transformation cultivators in the Great Jin, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Devil sect, Hu Qinglei. He was a legendary figure who'd forged a resounding reputation for himself as far back as 1,000 years ago, and single-handedly made the Heavenly Devil sect the #1 Devil Dao sect of the Great Jin. He was currently situated within the largest palace on the mountain summit, preparing a banquet to entertain a group of esteemed guests. There weren't that many guests present at the banquet, only around 7 or 8, but they were seated in 2 rows. At the center of the palace stood several tens of lithe and graceful women in palatial dresses, performing a captivating dance. On the main seat of the palace sat an elderly man with a wooden crown and a set of rather sickly features. He was leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed in a carefree manner. At this moment, there were 3 humanoid figures hovering in the air above the light barrier, 2 of which were elderly men while the other was a young man. The trio was hovering in mid-air with calm expressions on their faces. They were none other than Xiangjili, eccentric wind, and Hanli. The Devil Palace seems to have expanded, and there seem to be even more female servants in there now. TSK, looks like it's quite a sweet gig to be the Grand Elder of the number 1 Devil Dao sect, eccentric wind remarked as he looked at the clusters of buildings down below. Are you envious of me, Brother Feng? If so, you'll only need to raise the issue to old Devil Hu. I'm sure he'd love to make you into the 2nd Grand Elder of the Heavenly Devil sect. In that case, he'll definitely construct a cave abode for you that's just as lavish as his palace, Xiangjili replied with a hint of a smile on his face. Forget about it. I'm a man who likes his peace and quiet. If I were to live in a place like this for too long, my mental state would eventually be compromised, eccentric wind sighed with a shake of his head. Xiangjili smiled and didn't say anything further on the matter. Right at this moment, a group of cultivators emerged from the main palace down below before flying up to meet them. Even though Hanli rarely spoke on the way here, he had been quite alert and attentive this entire time, and he quickly identified the elderly man with the wooden crown as a deity transformation cultivator. He then cast his eyes toward the other cultivators, and a faint cry of surprise escaped his mouth. Is there an acquaintance of yours here, Junior Marshal Brother Han? Xiangjili turned to him with a rather surprised expression. There is indeed someone here whom I've met once before, Hanli replied in a calm voice. I see. Xiangjili nodded in response, but didn't pry any further. At this moment, Hu Qinglei had already reached the light barrier, and he made a hand seal as he began to chant something. Spiritual light immediately flashed from the light barrier before Han Li's trio, following which an opening appeared. Xiangjili and eccentric wind flew in without any inhibitions. Han Li hesitated momentarily before also flying in as a streak of azure light. The yellow light barrier quickly sealed over again. Moments later, the 3 appeared before Hu Qinglei and the other cultivators. Brother Xiang, fellow Daoist Feng, you too are a little late. I received news a while ago that both of you had already set off. How is it that you've only gotten here now? Did you encounter some unforeseen delays along the way? Hu Qinglei asked with a slightly lackadaisical smile. That was indeed the case, Brother Hu. The 2 of us were delayed along the way due to some unforeseen circumstances. I'll elaborate on that later. For now, let me introduce to you this fellow Daoist here. Fellow Daoist Han is going to be joining us and will be treated as an equal. Xiangjili pointed toward Hanli with a smile before delivering an introduction. Meanwhile, one of the cultivators behind Hu Qinglei was quite surprised by the sight of Hanli. Hu Qinglei was already a little taken aback by Xiangjili's words, and he began to silently scrutinize Hanli. My name is Hanli, greetings, Brother Hu. Hanli cupped his fist in a salute with a calm expression. He was speaking and acting in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, and he really did seem to intend to treat Hu Qinglei as his equal. All of the other cultivators' eyes widened at the sight of Han Li's bold display. Humph. Have you two gone old and senile? He's just a late nascent soul cultivator. What right does he have to be treated as an equal by us? Hu Qinglei's expression immediately darkened. Hee, I have my reason, Brother Hu. Xiangjili chuckled before transmitting his voice to Hu Qinglei in a conversation that was silent to everyone else. Hu Qinglei's expression was quite skeptical initially, but his eyes soon lit up with surprise and excitement, following which he began to nod emphatically. Following the conclusion of Xiangjili's voice transmission, Hu Qinglei's expression eased as he turned to Han Li, and said, So you're familiar with devilish concubine Ling Long, and you contributed significantly to the devil-slaying effort on the Kunwa Mountains, fellow Daoist Han. TSK, you were also responsible for what happened at the Yin sifting sect recently. I must say, I'm quite surprised. I'd thought that a deity transformation cultivator had been responsible for these feats. In that case, you really are powerful enough to be regarded as my equal, fellow Daoist Han. I've also heard a lot about you, Brother Hu. I hope you'll forgive me for making an unannounced visit like this, Han Li replied with a respectful smile. Of course. I'm naturally more than willing to acquaint myself with a brilliant prodigy like you, fellow Daoist Han. Hu Qinglei then turned to Xiang Zhili with a smile on his face, and asked, by the way, you too have some recollection of the other fellow Taoists here, right? The nascent soul cultivators standing behind Hu Qinglei had been completely dumbstruck upon learning the fact that Han Li had been involved in the Yin sifting sect incident that they had just been discussing. Furthermore, they were even more surprised to see Hu Qinglei regarding Han Li as an equal. Only after being prompted by Hu Qinglei did they receive the opportunity to extend respectful salutes towards Xiang Zhili and Eccentric Wind, to which the two merely waved their hands to acknowledge their salutes. However, after paying his respects to Xiang Zhili and Eccentric Wind, one of the nascent soul cultivators suddenly cupped his fist in a salute toward Han Li. An envious look appeared on his face as he said, "Congratulations, Brother Han. It's been a long time since we last met, and you've already progressed to the late nascent soul stage." This was a young man in a set of green robes. He was none other than Old Man Bitter Bamboo, whom Han Li's humanoid puppet had once fought against. He was still at the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage after all this time, so it appeared that his cultivation path would conclude here. Han Li didn't have a great impression of this Old Man Bitter Bamboo, but he still smiled as he replied, "I didn't think that I would meet you here either, fellow Daoist Bitter Bamboo. I only managed to progress to the late nascent soul stage through sheer luck." Old Man Bitter Bamboo gave a slightly awkward cough upon hearing this, and he was just about to say something else when Hu Qinglei impatiently interjected, "All right, this is not the place to talk. If you don't mind, you can all come to my palace for a chat, fellow Taoists." As such, Old Man Bitter Bamboo could swallow his words as he offered Han Li a smile. Thus, the ground flew downward together, heading toward the palace that Hu Qinglei and the others had emerged from. Everyone entered the palace before taking a seat. Hu Qinglei was seated right next to Hu Qinglei along with Xiang Zhili's trio, clearly setting him apart from all of the other guests present. It was no surprise that Xiang Zhili and Eccentric Wind were offered seats next to Hu Qinglei as they were deity transformation cultivators as well. However, Han Li was only at the nascent soul stage, yet he had been given the same treatment. That was quite bemusing to all of the cultivators present, and everyone was speculating about his identity. All of the guests in the palace were prominent characters in the cultivating world, and even they were all quite perplexed. None of them allowed their confusion to creep onto their faces. However, the cultivator beside Old Man Bitter Bamboo was unable to repress his curiosity, and asked him about Han Li in a quiet voice. Even though he had made effort to keep his voice down, the entire palace was filled with high-grade cultivators, so his question was still audible to everyone. Old Man Bitter Bamboo had only met Han Li once, so he was unable to provide much information, much to the dismay of all of the cultivators eavesdropping on their conversation. Meanwhile, Han Li remained seated calmly in his chair with a calm expression, looking as if he were completely oblivious to the fact that everyone was dying to know who he was. Hu Qinglei was chatting with Xiang Zhili and Eccentric Wind, as well as some other nascent soul cultivators, and it appeared that none of the three deity transformation cultivators were going to introduce Han Li. As such, no one dared to ask them about Han Li either, so they could only continue to deny their curiosity. After a short while, the blue-robed scholar turned to Han Li with a meaningful expression before suddenly rising to his feet. He cupped his fist in a salute extended toward Han Li as he asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, I heard from Senior Hu earlier that you had something to do with the incident that had taken place at the Yin sifting sect not long ago. Is that true? Hanli was surprised to hear this question. He merely nodded calmly and replied, I was indeed involved in the incident that took place at the Yin sifting sect. Why do you ask? Are you connected to the Yin sifting sect somehow? I'm just an itinerant cultivator with no ties to the Yin sifting sect, but I have met fellow Daoist Fang from the Yin sifting sect on several occasions. This is not an extremely important matter, but I just wanted to ask if fellow Daoist Fang's death had anything to do with you, the blue-robed scholar asked with a solemn expression. All of the other nascent soul cultivators in the room had all fallen silent upon hearing this, awaiting Han Li's response to this question. Hu Qinglei's conversation with Xiang Zhili and the others had also come to a temporary conclusion as he turned his attention toward Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face. Han Li narrowed his eyes, and replied, If you really want to know, then I have nothing to hide, the master of the Yin sifting sect was indeed killed by me. His response created quite a stir among all of the nascent soul cultivators present. I see. Thank you for answering my question, Brother Han. The blue-robed scholar was also rather shaken by this response, but he merely nodded before taking his seat again. This was rather surprising to Han Li, but he remained silent as a smile appeared on his face. Hu Qinglei chuckled upon seeing this and was just about to say something when a servant in a palatial dress made her way over to him, ducking down by his side in a dainty manner before whispering something in his ear. Hu Qinglei nodded and stroked his beard as he chuckled, Even before your arrival, you were planning to see my 3 concubines-to-be, and I agreed. They're right outside the palace now, so I'll call them in to pour some wine for you. Hee, feel free to bring out your congratulatory presents in advance. Especially you two, Brother Wind, Brother Xiang, you have to make sure to offer some presents of substantial value. Otherwise, it'd be quite embarrassing for you two if these juniors present were to make offerings more precious than yours. Ever since we first met, I've lost count of how many treasures I've had to give you as presents because you keep taking more and more concubines. You sure are a lucky old rascal. Eccentric Wind harumphed as a resigned expression appeared on his face. Despite his protests, he still flipped a palm over to produce a small wooden box, which he placed onto the table before him. Xiang Zhili also pulled out a jade box with a smile, but didn't say anything. Not only was Hu Qinglei not enraged by Eccentric Wind's words, he burst into raucous laughter instead as he said, Don't try to accuse me of benefiting from you two. All of the presents you've offered have been given to my concubines, and I haven't kept any for myself, so don't be so stingy. Besides, these treasures are nothing in comparison to your enormous wealth anyway, so you may as well hand them out to my beautiful concubines. All of the other cultivators in the palace also began to offer congratulatory presents of their own, among which there were rare materials as well as dazzling ancient treasures. Han Li had already decided on what present he was going to offer prior to coming here, and he pulled out 2 vials of pills from his storage pouch. These pills were very effective for nascent soul cultivators to advance their cultivation bases, so it wasn't a bad present by any means. Just as Han Li was examining all of the other presents being offered, he heard the sound of footsteps from outside the palace gates, following which a group of servants in 5-colored palatial dresses strode in with 3 exquisite beauties at the center of their group. All of the cultivators in the palace turned their attention to those 3 women in unison, and gasps of awe rang out in quick succession. These 3 women really were extraordinarily beautiful. One of them was rather petite, but her skin was as fair as snow and her facial features were like intricate works of art. Another had an elegant figure with a pair of seductive eyes that were capable of captivating one's soul. The last one to complete the trio was a lithe and graceful woman with luscious black hair. She was also quite an exquisite beauty, but the expression on her face was rather aloof. All 3 women possessed exceptional looks and cultivation bases, and it was really difficult to determine which of the 3 was the most beautiful at first glance. However, the lithe and graceful female cultivator's facial features were exceptionally gorgeous, and each and every one of her movements seemed to infuse with an air of seduction. However, her expression was quite cold and her eyes were completely blank, creating a stark contrast that somehow lent her a unique sense of allure, and all of the cultivators present couldn't help but take an extra glance at her. In contrast, Han Li's body abruptly shuddered upon seeing this woman, and his expression changed drastically. "You three, come and pour some wine for our fellow Taoists. They didn't come all this way here just to congratulate me. Violet Spirit, come here and pour some wine for my three esteemed guests here," Hu Qinglei instructed as he gestured to the lithe and graceful woman. The other two women nodded with dainty smiles in response. Immediately thereafter, 3 servants made their way toward the 3 women, holding jade platters that were each carrying a wine flagon along with several cups. The 2 women accepted a platter each and began to offer wine to all of the guests. In response, all of the cultivators hurriedly rose to their feet and thanked them for their efforts. However, the exquisite beauty by the name of Violet Spirit didn't immediately do as she was told. Instead, her brows furrowed slightly before she turned her gaze toward Xiang Zhili and the others. A shudder ran through her entire body as she caught sight of Han Li, and the life seemed to have returned to her blank and aloof eyes. She stared intently at Han Li, seemingly unable to look away. A series of emotions appeared on her face in rapid succession, beginning with incredulity, then elation, and finally a hint of concern. Judging from her strange reaction, anyone could tell that she and Han Li were acquaintances, and very close acquaintances, at that. Hu Qinglei's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. The entire palace had fallen completely silent, and everyone turned to Violet Spirit and Han Li with peculiar expressions on their faces. "Do you know fellow Daoist Han, Violet Spirit?" Hu Qinglei asked. His voice wasn't very loud, but they sounded like booming thunderclaps to Violet Spirit. Violet Spirit hurriedly withdrew her gaze from Han Li as she forced a smile onto her face, and replied, "Brother Han is indeed an acquaintance of mine." She was trying to act in a calm and collected manner, but the drastic rise and fall of her chest clearly suggested that she was unable to contain her emotions. "Violet Spirit, I didn't think that I would meet you here," Han Li said with a wry smile. However, his expression quickly reverted back to normal. Hu Qinglei was silent for a moment before continuing in an indifferent voice, "It's great to hear that Violet Spirit and fellow Daoist Han are familiar 00 with each other. Why don't you offer some wine to fellow Daoist Han, first, Violet Spirit? After entering my devil palace, you must cut all ties with your past life, so this cup of wine can act as a final farewell to fellow Daoist Han." He didn't seem interested in asking about what relationship Han Li and his concubine to be shared. The forced smile on Violet Spirit's face immediately stiffed upon hearing this. One of the servants beside her handed her a jade platter, which was carrying a wine flagon and a green cup. Violet Spirit looked down at the items on the platter, and her silky hair obscured most of her face, making it impossible for anyone to glean her current facial expression. However, she only faltered for a brief moment before gently picking up the wine flagon. As she did so, the tense atmosphere that had descended over the palace lifted considerably. The dark expression on Hu Qinglei's face also eased upon seeing this. Han Li looked on in silence as Violet Spirit poured out a cup of wine before raising the cup with both hands. She raised her head and made her way over to Han Li in a graceful manner. At this moment, all of the emotion had disappeared from Violet Spirit's face. She had adopted her cold and aloof facade again, and she was appraising Han Li as if he were a complete stranger. Han Li's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, but his expression remained unchanged. "Fellow Daoist Han, please accept this cup of wine." Violet Spirit's voice was extremely flat and monotonous, as if those words were being spoken by a mere vessel without a soul. Her pitiable display evoked within all of the cultivators present a sense of sympathy. Hanli didn't immediately reach for the cup of wine that was being offered to him. Instead, his gaze roamed up along Violet Spirit's arm, over her body, then finally settling on her intricate porcelain-like features. His eyes slowly narrowed, and a tense atmosphere returned to the palace. Hu Qinglei's expression remained unchanged, but a cold light flashed through his eyes. Xiang Zhili seemed to have sensed something, and his brows furrowed as he took a glance at Hu Qinglai. Meanwhile, eccentric Wind merely chuckled as he looked at Hanli and Violet Spirit's peculiar interaction, and it was impossible to glean his thoughts. As for all of the other nascent soul cultivators, all of them also wore contrasting expressions, but it was quite apparent that most of them were looking forward to the imminent misfortune that was about to befall Hanli. Hanli raised a hand and suddenly took the cup of wine from Violet Spirit before downing its contents in one go. This turn of events came as quite a surprise to everyone within the palace. Hu Qinglei raised his eyebrows for a split second before his expression reverted back to normal. A mixture of complex emotions surfaced in Violet Spirit's blank eyes, but she didn't say anything either, as she took the empty cup from Hanli and prepared to turn away. Just as everyone had thought that Hanli had bowed to Hu Qinglei's unspoken intimidation and that it was time to move on, Hanli suddenly said, "Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, a restriction seems to have been placed on your body, right, Violet Spirit?" Violet Spirit shuddered once again as her footsteps unconsciously faltered. The entire palace had fallen silent as everyone looked on with bated breath. Even a pin drop could be audibly heard amid the deathly silence. Hu Qinglei's face remained completely expressionless as he calmly downed the wine in his own cup, then said, "Have you had a bit too much to drink, fellow Daoist Han? You're speaking like a drunkard." The discontent in his words was already very apparent. "Don't worry, Brother Hu, I may have had a few cups of wine, but I'm still very much sober and capable of coherent speech." Hanli chuckled nonchalantly as if he were oblivious to Hu Qinglei's displeasure. Hu Qinglei looked down at the crimson ring on one of his fingers as he mused, "Is that right? Let me ask you something, Violet Spirit. Do you think fellow Daoist is already drunk but simply doesn't know it himself?" Violet Spirit's expression changed several times in quick succession upon hearing this, and she opened her mouth to say something, but failed to utter a single sound. Hu Qinglei seemed to have sensed the hesitation in Violet Spirit's heart, and he turned his gaze toward her. As he raised his head, everyone was given a fright at the sight of his face, and chills began to run down their spines. Hu Qinglei's facial features had been completely normal just a second ago, but a layer of black qi had suddenly appeared over his face and at the same time, his eyes had turned red and were shimmering with a cold light. Those were not the eyes that a human should possess. "Fellow Daoist Hu, you..." Xiang Zhili wanted to say something, but was abruptly cut off by Hu Qinglei's frosty voice. "Even if this is a friend of yours, do you expect me to suffer in silence in the face of his insolence? If he doesn't give me a proper explanation today, then I'll make sure he never leaves this place." Xiang Zhili could only give a wry smile upon hearing this. Instead of trying to persuade Hu Qinglei, he turned to Hanli with a shake of his head, and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you're aware of what you're doing, right? I won't be able to help you here. You'll have to give Brother Hu an explanation yourself." "I trust that you'll be able to give Brother Hu a proper explanation." After saying that, Xiang Zhili closed his eyes to meditate, appearing as if he weren't interested in intervening with this matter. Even though Xiang Zhili hadn't said much, Hanli could read between the lines and tell that he was trying to protect him. It was just that Xiang Zhili and Hu Qinglei were both deity transformation cultivators and he clearly didn't want to engage Hu Qinglei in a direct conflict. As such, he could only offer a few cautionary words before detaching himself from the situation. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he turned to Violet Spirit, and asked, "Violet Spirit, we've known each other for many years and you're one of my few close friends." Moments later, Hu Qinglei transmitted his voice to eccentric wind. "Fellow Taoist wind, does this brat really have an immortal vanquishing bead?" Hu Qinglei was using some type of secret technique to transmit his voice without moving his lips, and even Hanli was unable to catch him in the act despite his powerful spiritual sense. Eccentric Wind naturally harbored discontent toward Hanli in his heart, but he certainly wasn't going to deceive Hu Qinglei. As such, after a brief hesitation, he transmitted his voice in response. "Not only does this brat have an immortal vanquishing bead, he appears to have more than one. It'll be quite difficult for you to kill him, brother Hu." Hu Qinglei's expression remained unchanged, but his heart jolted upon hearing that. One immortal vanquishing bead would already be quite troublesome to deal with. If he had more than one, then he posed a substantial threat. However, that wasn't what he was most wary of. With that in mind, Hu Qinglei transmitted his voice to Xiang Zhili, and asked, "Brother Xiang, did you know that the information he provided about the spatial node may be incomplete?" Xiang Zhili transmitted his voice in reply, "It makes no difference whether I knew or not. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't reveal all of the information I had either. The important thing is that he's agreed to collaborate with us. So he'll naturally reveal all of the information we want to hear over time. I don't care what you do to him, but make sure you leave him alive. Otherwise, I'll be forced to step in." But this little brat is displaying such insolence. If I were to back down now, everyone would think that I'm scared of a late nascent soul cultivator. Hu Qianlei was very displeased. "Fellow Taoist Hu, you seem to have become a little foolish from spending so much time in this devil palace of yours. At our cultivation bases, what does it matter what other people think about us? That woman is indeed a fine beauty, but are you going to relinquish an opportunity to pursue immortality just for a concubine? If you really aren't willing to let things slide, then you can teach him a lesson if you'd like. As long as you don't kill him and can ensure that you won't turn him against us, I'll pretend not to see anything," Xiang Zhili replied. Hu Qinglei was silent for a moment before deciding, "Looks like I'll have to play the role of the antagonist here, then. Let's see if he can offer anything useful in exchange for Violet Spirit." He then turned to Hanli with a cold expression and said, "Seeing as you were brought here by fellow Taoist Xiang and fellow Taoist Wind, I'm willing to let things slide. As long as you take back what you said, I can pretend that you had merely misspoken." The threat in his words was very apparent, but he was giving Hanli a chance to bury the hatchet at the same time. All of the nascent soul cultivators in the palace were very surprised to hear this. It was quite clear that this Grand Elder of the Heavenly Devil sect really did seem to be rather wary of Hanli, otherwise, there was no way that he would be willing to afford this opportunity to Hanli. Thus, all of them turned to Hanli with bewilderment on their faces, trying to figure out how he was able to make Hu Qinglei change his mind. "Thank you for your generosity, fellow Taoist Hu. Unfortunately, I don't have a habit of taking back the words I've spoken. As such, I'll have to ask you to consider what I said earlier," Hanli replied without any hesitation. Hu Qinglei really was enraged this time. The veins on his forehead bulged as he glowered at Violet Spirit and Hanli, and an astonishing burst of spiritual pressure erupted throughout the palace. His body instantly transformed into a massive vortex, forcing all of the spiritual qi within the palace to converge toward him. All of the nascent soul cultivators stirred as they experienced Hu Qinglei's unfathomable power, and the same thought flashed through their minds. It appeared that he had well and truly been enraged, and was about to attack Hanli. With that in mind, the cultivators who were seated close to Hanli glanced at one another before rising to their feet and retreating a few steps. No one wanted to be caught up in a battle between the two of them, should one eventuate. Neither of them knew what Hu Qinglei had discussed with Han Li, but it was quite apparent that Hu Qinglei's rage had been completely quelled. All of the other nascent soul cultivators were also very curious, but none of them dared to ask any questions. According to my knowledge, glacial quintessence is something that can only be found at the North Night Palace. If it weren't for the fact the North Night Palace had a deity transformation cultivator among their ranks in the past, and that pure sun flame essence is extremely difficult to find, their glacial quintessence would have been forcibly taken long ago. The North Night Palace has since lost its deity transformation cultivator, but their glacial quintessence also disappeared many years ago. I had infiltrated the North Night Palace in person to search for it, but was unable to find it. Where did you get this glacial quintessence? Could it be the very same vial that the North Night Palace had lost? Hu Qinglei interrogated. Han Li seemed to have predicted that Hu Qinglei would ask him such a question, and he replied, "Of course not. How could there be such an unlikely coincidence? I was only able to obtain some glacial quintessence from the myriad-year profound jade in the profound jade cave of the North Night Palace's spirit void hole. I won't be handing over all of it during this exchange either, but there should be enough to make 2 portions of returning sun water." At this point, Hu Qinglei suddenly ceased transmitting his voice and spoke for everyone to hear. I don't care where you got this item from. Excessive consumption of this item will only be detrimental anyway, so I don't need any more than the bare minimum. However, if you want to offer this item in exchange for Violet Spirit's freedom, then I have another condition. If you agree to my condition, then I'll release Violet Spirit. What's your condition? A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes. He wasn't expecting Hu Qinglei to impose another condition. Hu Qinglei took a cold glance at Violet Spirit before replying, "It's quite simple. Aside from giving me the item that you promised, you also have to take a single attack from me without evading nor using your immortal vanquishing beads. If you can do that, then you have yourself a deal." Xiang Zhili's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly recomposed himself again. In contrast, Eccentric Wind was looking at Hu Qinglei with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Everyone else also wore contrasting expressions. Hu Qinglei's drastic change in attitude was already quite perplexing to everyone. All of them were wondering what kind of treasure Han Li could possibly be offering to elicit such a strong reaction from a deity transformation cultivator. However, after hearing the additional condition that Hu Qinglei was imposing, everyone was even more befuddled. Han Li's pupils contracted as he repeated for confirmation, "I have to take an attack from you and I'm not allowed to evade." "That's right, that's my condition. If I don't teach you a lesson, everyone will think that anyone can just take my concubines away from me as they please." Hu Qinglei replied in a sinister voice. The entire palace fell silent once again as many fell into deep thought. Could it be that Hu Qinglei was trying to kill Han Li, after all? The disparity between a nascent soul cultivator and a deity transformation cultivator was an extremely drastic one. If Han Li were prohibited from evading, how was he supposed to be able to survive an attack from Hu Qinglei? With that in mind, everyone turned their attention toward Han Li, and Violet Spirit's face paled even further. After a brief silence, she suddenly gritted her teeth, and said in a bitter voice, "There's no need for you to do this, Brother Han. I've changed my mind, I want to stay here in the Devil Palace. You can leave on your own, Brother Han." Han Li faltered upon hearing this before quickly gleaning her intentions. It'll be really bad for us if he hurts Han Li in a moment of madness. With that in mind, Xiang Zhili's brows furrowed, and he suddenly wasn't as calm and collected as he was before. Eccentric Wind nodded in agreement as he also rose to his feet. The two of them swayed in unison before abruptly disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, the two of them had appeared outside the palace before vanishing again in a flash. A short while later, the two of them stopped some distance away from the palace. High up in their air over 1,000 feet away from them, Hanli and Hu Qinglei were already facing off against one another. Both of them were completely calm and expressionless. There were many cultivators spectating from down below, and hundreds of beautiful Devil Palace female servants had flocked out from the other palaces nearby. All of them were discussing spiritedly among themselves with excitement etched on their faces. It was no wonder that they were so excited. Seeing the master of the Devil Palace himself in action was quite a rare occasion, even for them. Eccentric Wind looked on with narrowed eyes before suddenly turning to Xiang Zhili as he asked, "Do you think that Han Brat will be able to withstand the attack if fellow Daoist who uses his full power?" A pillar of black light was blasted out of his mouth before disappearing into the green mist. He was furiously injecting his spiritual power into the scroll. A dull rumbling sound rang out as the green mist surged and tumbled violently. Immediately thereafter, 18 pillars of black light shot straight up into the air, injecting themselves into the 18 miniature mountains up above. All of those mountains instantly began radiating scintillating green light while expanding at an alarming rate. Within the span of just a few breaths, they had transformed into colossal objects around 500 to 600 feet tall, turning them into 18 true mountain peaks. The sharp cries they were emitting became even more pronounced as a series of apes appeared on the mountains, each of which was around a foot in size. All of the cultivators down below were in awe of the scenes unfolding up above. Violet's spirit was also growing even more concerned. "Go!" Black chi flashed over Hu Qinglei's face as he grabbed the air, sending a small mountain hurtling toward Hanli. After grabbing at the air several times in quick succession, 7 or 8 mountains had already lined up and were preparing to throw themselves at Hanli one after another. A normal nascent soul cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from even one of those mountains, let alone 7 or 8. There were still around 10 mountains left, yet Hu Qinglei merely exhaled and left them where they were. Perhaps it was because he was simply trying to teach Hanli, yet didn't want to actually endanger his life, or perhaps it was because activating all 18 mountains required excessive magic power expenditure. In any case, Hu Qinglei displayed no intention of attacking with the rest of his mountains. Hanli was slightly dumbstruck. He knew that Hu Qinglei would definitely make full use of this opportunity to unleash one of his most powerful attacks, but he didn't think he would hurl a few mountains directly at him. Setting aside whether these mountains possessed any special abilities, just the sheer enormity of the impact they would create was unfathomable. Even with his spirit treasures protecting him, there was definitely no way that he would be able to withstand so many devastating strikes in succession. If it weren't for their prior agreement, he could easily unleash a movement technique to evade these mountains. However, he had no choice now but to stand still on the spot and act as Hu Qinglei's punching bag. A wry smile appeared on Hanli's face, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him as he abruptly patted a spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist. A burst of black light instantly shot forth from within, transforming into a small black monkey that was only several inches in size. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. At the same time, he flapped his other sleeve through the air to summon a small black vial. The vial tipped itself over and 5 humanoid skeletons emerged from within amid a burst of grayish-white energy. Even after doing all that, Hanli displayed no intention of stopping. Instead, he rubbed his hands together before raising them high into the air. 2 explosive thunderclaps erupted as 2 arcs of light shot forth from within his sleeves, each of which was as thick as his arm. The two arcs of lightning converged to form a massive golden python with a diameter comparable to that of a large bowl, flying directly up into the air at an alarming speed. At the same time, Hanli opened his mouth to expel a glittering and translucent bead, which instantly transformed into a purple worm over 100 feet long that also threw itself into the air above. Meanwhile, the massive silver lotus was also slowly rising up to meet the green sun. Spiritual light suddenly flashed in the air as the green sun overhead split up into 8 jade peaks again. However, 4 of them were already damaged and incompletely, while the other 4 were in perfect condition. However, as green light began to surge along the surfaces of these mountains, an incredible transformation took place. The 8 mountains converged, and as opposed to simply stacking on top of one another, they truly combined to form a gargantuan mountain close to 10,000 feet tall, which came crashing down without any delay. At this moment, the purple WIRM, lightning python, and silver lotus flower had also risen up to meet this colossal mountain. Spiritual light of all types of colors exploded as lightning, glacial chi, silver light, and green light intertwined, and the colossal mountain really did pause in its tracks. However, the sheer size of the mountain was simply too much to handle. Regardless of whether it was struck by lightning or frozen by glacial chi, the mountain seemed to simply be able to shrug off those afflictions as it slowly continued downward. Even the massive silver lotus was unable to arrest its momentum. Down below, Hanli narrowed his eyes as blue light flashed through his pupils. He then let loose a low cry and threw up a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence immediately disappeared into the center of the silver lotus flower in the sky, where it was absorbed by the green ruler. Hanli rapidly made a series of hand seals as he began to chant an unintelligible string of incantations. Upon hearing Hanli's chanting, Xiangjili and Eccentric Wind both looked at one another with surprise etched on their faces. Just as the colossal mountain overhead was about to crush the silver lotus flower, 8 different types of sharp cries suddenly erupted from the green wooden ruler, following which 8 projections emerged, each of which was around an inch in size. At Hanli's behest, all of these projections expanded drastically, transforming into 8 spirit beast projections over 100 feet in size in the blink of an eye. All of the projections were shimmering with green light, and they appeared to be substantial creatures rather than mere projected illusions. Furthermore, each and every one of those projections was identical to one of the legendary heavenly spirit beasts. All 8 of those projections combined their powers to force the colossal mountain up above to a grinding halt, forcing it to only be able to rotate on the spot, but not allowing it to descend so much as a single inch further. Hu Qinglei's expression finally darkened upon seeing this. Even though he didn't intend to kill Hanli, he really did want to severely wound Hanli in order to teach him a lesson. If Hanli were able to withstand his attack with such ease, then he would be squandering this opportunity. With that in mind, Hu Qinglei appeared to have done nothing, but all of the sharp cries being emitted by the jade peaks suddenly increased in volume at his behest. Countless gray figures shot forth from those mountains, transforming into powerful apes that were each around 10 feet in length. In the next instant, he appeared between Hanli and Hu Qinglei, reaching out toward the massive green mountain with a single hand, seemingly in a casual and nonchalant gesture. A loud boom erupted as a ghostly claw that was embroiled in black chi abruptly appeared in the air. The ghostly claw obscured virtually the entire sky as it grabbed onto the massive mountain, lifting it over 100 feet as the claws tightened. Hanli stirred upon seeing Xiangjili's ability while Hu Qinglei's expression darkened even further. I didn't think that you'd already reached such a high level of proficiency in your giant spirit claws, fellow Daoist Xiang, but why are you displaying this ability now? Are you trying to exert dominance over me? Hu Qinglei interrogated in a cold voice. Xiangjili was completely unfazed by Hu Qinglei's menacing expression as he smiled nonchalantly. My giant spirit claws are merely an insignificant trick. I wouldn't dream of showing it off to you, brother Hu. I was simply concerned that you'd get caught up into the heat of battle and forget your agreement with Junior Marshal Brother Han. You said you were only going to unleash a single attack. I believe Junior Marshal Brother Han has already withstood that attack, am I right? Hu Qinglei gritted his teeth before reluctantly replying, of course I wouldn't revoke my agreement with a nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Daoist Han has indeed satisfied my condition. He then raised a hand and waved it toward the colossal mountain. A ringing sound immediately erupted from the mountain amid a flash of brilliant green light. Xiang Zhili smiled and the massive claws clenched around the mountain immediately disappeared. The colossal mountain then shuddered before reverting back to 8 separate mountains, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall. At the same time, the 8 mountains shrank drastically before hovering over to the scroll. By then, they had already been reduced to several inches in size, and all of them disappeared into the artwork on the scroll. The 10 remaining jade peaks hovering above Hu Qinglei's head underwent the same process, disappearing into the scroll one after another. The scroll then slowly rolled itself up again, and as the green light faded, it transformed into a completely mundane-looking scroll once again. Hu Qinglei reached out and the scroll disappeared into his sleeve as a ball of green light. Hu Qinglei turned his gaze toward Han Li and Xiang Zhili, and a warm smile appeared on his face, as if nothing had ever happened. Even though I've released Violet Spirit, I'll still be holding a ceremony for my other 2 concubines in 3 days. You'll be staying to attend the ceremony, won't you, Brother Xiang? Xiang Zhili was not surprised by this change of attitude at all, and a wide smile also appeared on his face as he replied, of course. I've already offered up a congratulatory present, so I definitely have to stay for a few more cups of wine. There were countless thoughts racing through Han Li's mind, but his expression remained unchanged as replied, Senior Marshal Brother Xiang and fellow Daoist Wind haven't left yet, so I'll naturally be staying to attend the ceremony as well. Haha, that's great. Let's go back to my palace and drink to our heart's content, fellow Daoists. Hu Qinglei chortled heartily before flying directly toward his palace as a streak of black light. All of the cultivators down below were still reminiscing the epic clash they had just witnessed, and they could only hurriedly follow Hu Qinglei back to the Devil Palace. Eccentric Wind also set off to return to the palace, leaving only the stunned and elated Violet Spirit remaining behind on the ground down below. We should go as well, Junior Marshal Brother Han. You can rest assured, fellow Daoist who is a man of his word. Violet's spirit hesitated momentarily before nodding as she replied, indeed, it would be inappropriate to depart now, and you could irk the 3 deity transformation cultivators if you do that. However, it seems that they really are rather wary of you, so I'm sure we should be fine even if we stay here for a few more days. After retaining her freedom, all of Violet's spirit's intelligence and resourcefulness suddenly returned to her, transforming her into the fairy Violet Spirit of old who dared to explore the world on her own. Han Li smiled at the sight of the spark that had returned to her eyes, and he traveled back toward the palace. Violet's spirit looked on at Han Li's departing figure, and a thought seemed to have occurred to her as a faint blush appeared on her face. She bit down on her lower lip before also making her way toward the palace. 3 days, a ceremony was held in the Devil Palace as the other 2 beautiful female cultivators officially became concubines of Hu Qinglei. Around 20 to 30 additional devilish cultivators and itinerant cultivators arrived for the ceremony, and the even weakest among them were at the mid-nascent soul stage, while a few more late-nascent soul cultivators arrived on the scene. This was quite an eye-opener for Han Li as there was no way that such a formidable lineup could be assembled in the Heavenly South region. All of the newly arrived cultivators were naturally stunned to see the 3 deity transformation cultivators treating Han Li as their equal. However, after hearing from the previous batch of cultivators who had arrived before them about Han Li's epic feats, all of them were even more astonished, and treated Han Li with just as much respect as they extended toward the deity transformation cultivators. After all, this was a man who had single-handedly almost destroyed the Yin-sifting sect, and also taken a concubine from Hu Qinglei before withstanding one of Hu Qinglei's most powerful attacks. This was clearly not someone they could afford to mess with. During these past few days, Hu Qinglei's interactions with Han Li were quite normal, and he made no mention of the incident surrounding Violet's spirit. Han Li was quite relieved that this was the case, but he had still been on high alert for the past 3 days. Violet's spirit didn't dare to stray far away from Han Li either, and he certainly wasn't going to complain about having such an exquisite beauty by his side. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Han Li immediately bade farewell to Xiang Zhili and the others, departing from the Devil Palace and the Devil Cliff Mountain with Violet's spirit before both of them seemingly disappeared off the face of this world. 3 months later, on the summit of a nameless scenic mountain, an azure-robed young man was standing peacefully on a huge rock, casting his gaze out toward the distance. This young man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had departed from the Devil Cliff Mountain several months ago. At this moment, his expression was quite calm, but there was a hint of internal turmoil in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hands and silently stared at them for a while. Just a day ago, his hands had been roaming over Violet's spirit's scorching porcelain-like skin, and just the memory of that wonderful experience was making his blood boil. However, Violet's spirit had since departed, leaving him alone on this mountain. After Han Li and Violet's spirit had left the Heavenly Devil sect, the two of them had settled on this mountain and began exchanging their respective experiences since they had last parted. There had always been a hint of mutual attraction between the two, and after living together in an intimate manner for several months, they were finally unable to hold back their impulsive urges and lost themselves in each other's bodies. However, after the event, Violet's spirit made her thoughts very clear to Han Li. He already had a Dao companion, and she was unwilling to settle for becoming anyone's concubine, so their paths were destined to diverge. However, she would never love any man aside from Han Li, so she won't ever find a Dao companion of her own. Instead, she was planning to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to cultivation as well as her pursuit of the great Dao. After expressing these intentions to Han Li, Violet's spirit left with a calm expression. Han Li was naturally powerful enough to force her to stay, but he could see the determination in her heart, so he chose to let her leave. Now, as he stood on the summit of this mountain, reminiscing about the past 3 months he had spent here with Violet's spirit, he was struck by a sense of dejection and a faint throbbing pain in his heart. He knew that these were signs indicating instability in his state of mind, but he didn't rectify this right away, choosing to bask in this complex emotion instead. After a long while, the sense of loss and conflict slowly disappeared from Han Li's eyes as his pupils regained their clarity. "I guess it simply wasn't meant to be," Han Li murmured to himself. He then transformed into a streak of azure light and rose into the air, disappearing into the distant sky in the blink of an eye. The fiery hell was one of the 7 restricted areas of the Great Jin located in the southeastern region of the Great Jin, and it had existed since ancient times. This was a land of flames comparable in size to half of an entire state, and there were no other colors to be seen there other than black and red. There were also countless volcanoes of different sizes spread over this vast land that spanned innumerable kilometers. Some of these volcanoes were over 100,000 feet tall, while others were only just over 1,000 feet tall, resembling small hills rather than the volcanoes that they were. Some of these volcanoes were very much active with scorching red lava bubbling within their craters, while some had gone completely dark and extinct. There were also some that were in the process of eruption, rumbling incessantly as scorching lava spewed into their air from their respective craters. The air above this land was always obscured by a thick layer of blackish-red fiery clouds, and the ground around these volcanoes was completely black from the immeasurably deep layers of soot that had gathered over time. At low altitudes, the air was entirely filled with the acrid scent of sulfur, and the air temperature here was far more scorching than in the rest of the world. However, many cultivators would often appear in this lethal land that was uninhabitable for mortals. Some of them occasionally descend from the sky and pick up some things from the ground, while others burrowed straight into the craters of certain volcanoes. Those who dared to enter the volcanoes were naturally all-powerful cultivators of a higher grade. The fiery hell was undoubtedly a perilous place, but it was also a region that was abundant in all types of fire attribute materials. Only after reaching the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage was he confident enough to come searching for it. After all, the returning sun water was an extraordinary medicine that was of the utmost importance to him. He had given Hu Qinglei several drops of glacial quintessence in exchange for Violet Spirit's freedom, but he still had sufficient glacial quintessence to refine 5 or 6 portions of returning sun water. Of course, he would only be able to refine this medicine if he could find the pure sun flame essence, and that would surely be an extremely arduous task. Otherwise, Master Arctic Dragon was also a great cultivator himself, so he would have come here to secure the pure sun flame essence long ago. Hanli already possessed the Gradine True Flame, so it certainly wouldn't be impossible for him to obtain the pure sun flame essence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to come to this place. This vast expanse of fiery mist one of the 7 restricted areas of Great Jin, so it was naturally an extremely perilous place. Furthermore, there were also many unimaginably powerful fire attribute demon beasts inhabiting the mountains down below, among which there was apparently no lack of 6th and 7th grade demons beasts. Even the average nascent soul cultivator would very likely be killed if they were to be surrounded by a dozen or so of these beasts. On top of that, the most dangerous things within this red sea of mist weren't even the demon beasts. Just as these thoughts were running through Han Li's mind, he seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and a cold light flashed through his eyes as he flicked a finger to the side. Golden light flashed as a burst of sword chi disappeared into the red mist. A peculiar cry abruptly rang out. A dark shadow stumbled out of the mist, revealing itself to be a red demon beast several feet in length with a pair of blue eyes and a purple comb on its head. However, there was blood splattered all over one of its wings, and even more blood was gushing violently out of a fist-sized puncture wound. However, this beast was extremely aggressive, and it threw itself at Han Li despite its injuries. That didn't come as any surprise to Han Li. After all, fire attribute demon beasts were commonly much more ferocious and violent than other demon beasts. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before casually flicking 5 of his fingers. 5 red threads shot forth, puncturing several regions of the demon beast body before winding themselves around the bird and tightening violently. Brilliant red light flashed as the demon beast was chopped into several sections. Its body had been severed by none other than Han Li's fire spirit threads. In the face of weaker opponents like this fiery bird, the might of the fire spirit threads was very apparent. Han Li waved a hand through the air and the red threads flew back toward him before disappearing into his palm. As he continued deeper into the sea of mist, more and more demon beasts began to appear with increasing regularity. Before he knew it, he had slain more than 10 demon beasts. On one occasion, he was attacked by 5 or 6 fire apes at once, each of which was around 10 feet tall. A normal early nascent soul cultivator would have been in some trouble had they been faced with that situation, but Han Li was naturally able to handle the situation with aplomb. He merely opened his mouth to blast forth swords that were several inches in length, and the fire apes were easily slain. However, after forging ahead for a while longer, he finally encountered the first true stumbling block on his journey. In the air several hundred feet away from him, there was a shimmering red ball of light around 10 feet in size that was constantly transforming. It took on the form of a tiger, then a wolf, transitioning between different demon beast forms as if it didn't have a set form of its own. Han Li looked on with a cold expression before abruptly raising a hand, sending several streaks of golden sword chi flying toward it. Golden light flashed past, easily slicing this creature into several pieces, but the segmented red light merely converged once again to revert back to its original form with no issues whatsoever. Han Li's brows furrowed as he made a hand seal. He then abruptly opened his mouth to eject a pillar of purple light, puncturing the ball of light in the blink of an eye to create a hole with a diameter comparable to that of a large bowl. This was a new secret technique that Han Li had mastered after reaching the late nascent soul stage. It involved compressing the purple apex flames that he had refined, then blasting it out of his mouth using his immense spiritual power. As one could imagine, the resulting attack was very fearsome. Even though the ball of light was still able to regenerate itself, it took a lot longer to do so than on the previous occasion. It's just as the rumors say, this malicious fire spirit really is a little troublesome to deal with. Even my glacial flame, which is supposed to hold an attribute advantage over it, isn't very effective. No wonder Master Arctic Dragon's memories suggested that he was quite wary of this creature, Han Li murmured to himself. Right at this moment, the red ball of light took on the form of a crimson devilish ghost and rushed toward Han Li with red flames erupting from its mouth. Han Li adopted a serious expression as he waved a hand through the air. A massive azure hand immediately appeared above the devilish ghost's head, crashing down like lightning before grabbing the ghost firmly between its 5 fingers. Red light flashed as the fingers of the azure hand tightened, crushing the entire body of the devilish ghost. However, the red light converged and regenerated itself again in the next instant. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he patted his storage pouch, seemingly preparing to summon some kind of treasure. However, right at this moment, a crisp cry suddenly rang out from within his body. Crimson light then flashed on his shoulder as a tiny little crimson bird that was only around several inches in size materialized out of thin air. Han Li faltered slightly at the sight of this bird. This bird was none other than the spirit beast manifested from the Great True Flame. A surprised look appeared on Han Li's face. Before he could ascertain why this fire raven had appeared of its own accord, the latter suddenly spread open its wings and hurtled directly toward the ball of red light. Along the way, the fire raven swelled drastically in size, expanding to several feet in a few flashes as it opened its beak to peck the ball of light. To Han Li's surprise, the bird was able to peck a chunk out of the ball of light's insubstantial body. Following just a few more pecks, a large hole had appeared in the ball of light, and it was no longer able to regenerate as it once could. However, this malicious fire spirit didn't appear to be very intelligent, and nor did it seem to have any sense of pain. Instead of trying to flee the scene, it was merely transitioning into different forms over and over again in an attempt to better combat the fire raven. The fire raven had the malicious fire spirit's body grasped tightly between its talons, continuing to peck at it viciously regardless of what form it adopted. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the ball of light had almost been reduced to half of its original size. Han Li chuckled upon seeing this. Never did he think that the Great Fire Raven would be the bane of the malicious fire spirits here. In that case, he would be spared of a lot of trouble. Thus, Han Li looked on with a relaxed expression. It didn't take long for the Great Fire Raven to completely devour the ball of light. It then let loose a long cry before returning to its perch on Han Li's shoulder, where it began to organize its feathers, seemingly unwilling to return to Han Li's body right away. There was no way that there was only one malicious fire spirit in this sea of mist, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to force the bird back into his body. Thus, he continued onward in his journey. The mountain ranges enshrouded under this sea of mist were truly massive beyond belief. Han Li's spiritual sense was restricted, so he didn't dare to fly too quickly, and it took him 3 full days before he finally arrived at his destination, a massive extinct volcano. Along the way, he had slain at least 70 to 80 demon beasts of all stages, if not over 100. There were even some that had reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade and were only a step away from the 8th grade. Eighth grade metamorphosis stage demon beasts would go on to attain intelligence, so they would depart from the fiery hell to find a more suitable place to cultivate. As for malicious fire spirits, Hanli only encountered 2 in total on the way here. Both of them were devoured by the grating fire raven, so they didn't cause him much trouble at all. However, as they were passing through a fiery lake along the way, Hanli was forced to slow down significantly. The fiery lake was capable of blasting crimson pillars of fire into the air without any premonition, and those pillars of fire were quite powerful. Hanli wasn't fearful of these flames, but he naturally didn't want to unnecessarily waste his magic power. As such, he exercised a policy of caution and slowly flew over this area. At this moment, Hanli was already standing on the rim of the extinct volcano, casting his gaze up ahead with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He patted a storage pouch on his waist, and a thick stack of formation flags and formation plates immediately appeared in his hand. He tossed those formation tools behind him, and silver light flashed as another Hanli emerged. The second Hanli raised a hand to summon a swath of silver light, which allowed it to catch all of the formation tools that had been flung into the air. This second Hanli was none other than the humanoid puppet, which was being controlled by Hanli's second nascent soul. The puppet's body swayed, and it transformed into a silver streak of light, disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Hanli sat down to meditate with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. A short while later, the humanoid puppet arrived back by his side, completely empty-handed. Hanli opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the puppet before nodding his head. The puppet swayed before vanishing once again. Brilliant spiritual light erupted over Hanli's body as he hurtled through the air as a streak of azure light. Following a few flashes, he had arrived at the very center of the volcanic crater, upon which the azure light receded. Hanli inspected his surroundings before raising his hand, tossing out a white object that he had prepared in advance. The object revolved in the air before swelling drastically amid a ball of spiritual light, transforming into a massive object over 100 feet tall before crashing to the ground, causing the entire earth to tremor slightly. It appeared to be an extremely heavy object. As the white light faded, a small jade sacrificial pillar was revealed. However, there were runes carved over the surface of this altar, clearly indicating that it was already a treasure. Hanli flipped his hand over again, and a small blue cauldron appeared over his palm. He then began to chant something as he cast several incantation seals onto the cauldron. The cauldron revolved and began to radiate scintillating spiritual light. At the same, it swelled dramatically to around 10 feet in size. Hanli gently flicked a finger toward the cauldron, and its lid was immediately flung off. A buzzing sound rang out from within the cauldron, following which a burst of blue light emerged before quickly proliferating through the air. As the blue light flashed over the surrounding landscape, a layer of shimmering blue ice appeared over the ground. Hanli had unleashed his celestial blue flames, and that small blue cauldron was naturally the spirit treasure replica he had obtained from Master Arctic Dragon, the celestial blue cauldron. There were only 2 of these cauldrons in existence, and both of them were in Hanli's possession. As the blue light flashed through the air, the red mist nearby receded, and the volcanic crater suddenly became a lot clearer. A slight smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. He pointed a finger toward the massive cauldron, and it immediately landed right the very center of the sacrificial altar before him. Meanwhile, Hanli had also brought out a palm-sized blue formation plate before rapidly casting a few incantation seals onto it. All of a sudden, a loud thunderclap erupted from the ground near the sacrificial altar, and a massive formation that was shimmering with different colors of spiritual lights suddenly appeared, with the altar situated at the very center of the formation. At this moment, it appeared as if the formation around the sacrificial altar had always been one with the giant cauldron, and there seemed to be no end to the celestial blue flames flowing out from the cauldron. Blue ice soon spread over the entire volcanic crater. Hanli wore a serious expression as he pointed several times toward the formation plate in his hand. All of a sudden, an almighty boom erupted from the entire formation as several tens of pillars of blue light shot into the sky around the crater, creating a gargantuan cage of light that completely sealed off the space nearby as well. Each and every pillar was shimmering with green light and reached several hundred feet into the air, creating a formidable sight to behold. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.